Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Iron Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Visits Jurassic World. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Setsuna's sharp-toothed grin widened as she felt the sea breeze hit her face on the ferry. The feeling of excitement brewed inside of her as the boat made its way towards its destination, one that she thought she wouldn't get to see until after she was a pro hero. Man, I still can't believe you got tickets to the Jurassic World. How the heck did you manage to pull that off? Izuku couldn't help but smile at the radiating glee coming from his girlfriend as they made their way towards the island on the ferry that was packed to the brim with tourists from all over the world. However, if he was being honest, he found the fact that he was dating Setsuna Takage harder to believe than being able to get tickets to Jurassic World. They really only spoke to one another through very small instances throughout the school year, up until the point they had their joint training. Izuku initially only talked to Class 1B so that he could write about their quirks and the strategies they used for his notebook. The class took his questions in stride, even if they seemed a bit put out by his analysis. However, he was met with constant teases and flirts whenever he started talking to the green-haired girl. And while he was thoroughly embarrassed by her advances, he found that he enjoyed it as well, even looking forward to talking to her whenever he had the chance, whether it came to discussing their classes or interests. For Izuku, it was his interest in heroics and quirks, while Setsuna was fascinated with the prehistoric, anything from the ancient plants to the dinosaurs that once roamed the earth. Imagine his shock when he found out that she felt the same way towards him when it came to their conversations and meetups, eventually leading to the relationship they have now. The one-for-all inheritor had been saving up some money to surprise Setsuna with something, but he could never figure out what. Then he recalled his girlfriend's interest in anything involving dinosaurs and her dream of coming to this place whenever she finally made it as a full-time pro hero, and he searched for tickets to Jurassic World for the next time the two had time off, which just so happened to occur for spring break before they had to head back to school. He was just thankful that the island had discounts for heroes, even if they were ones in training. The boy walked up next to her and smiled a bit shyly as a red blush dusted his cheek. "I just wanted to surprise you with something special. I know that we've been busy with our work studies for a while now, and I really wanted to spend our time doing something that I think we would both enjoy." The girl's gaze had softened after hearing the answer as she looked out into the water, knowing that he was being sincere with his emotion. While it was fun to tease and flirt with him, Setsuna knew when to dial it back whenever he wanted to be clear about what he thought about her. It was also one of the few times that he could fluster her as well, since it usually left her without any witty comebacks to fire back at him. She turned away from the crystal blue water and towards him with a blush and a small smile of her own, one that never failed to leave Izuku's heart racing, because he knew that it was a smile that was only reserved for him whenever the two were together. It didn't help his heart either when she pecked him on the cheek with a quick smooch, her bright green eyes staring into his own as they traded smiles with one another. "I'll be looking towards it, Freckles," she said with a grin forming back on her face that left Izuku with a smile of his own as a vibrant blush covered his face. While the green-haired teen had been getting a bit better when it came to dealing with her shenanigans, she was glad that she was still able to make him fall into this state every once in a while. Izuku turned his gaze with her to view the approaching island, wondering what kinds of things were in store for the two whenever they arrived. When the boat finally docked, Izuku couldn't help but smile at the jittering impatience that Setsuna was displaying as they waited for them to depart the boat, his arm nearly being yanked off by the splitting hero in training as she plowed her way through the crowd to get on the tram as politely as humanly possible, nearly exploding in excitement as the monorail started making its way forward through the thick jungle, moving through the foliage and trees as the vehicle made its way to the park. While others might have been concerned by her state of mind, Izuku knew that he would react the same way if they went to an All Might convention, even more so if it was a limited edition gathering of collectibles, merch. Dinosaurs to her are what quirks are to Izuku, something to be looked at with awe and wonder as the world continued to learn more about their features and characteristics. So he knew exactly what she was going through right now. However, that didn't mean he had concerns of his own. Despite the numerous occasions that he heard his girlfriend mention wanting to come to Isla Nublar for the park, he had to do a bit of research about the place before he was able to obtain the tickets. To say that he had a bit of doubt when he had about the would be a major understatement. The previous location, Jurassic Park, failed before they even managed to open up the place to the public, failing during a showcase after a tropical storm hit the island and releasing all the animals from their confinements, leaving the dinosaurs to freely roam the island. It also didn't help that there was an incident in San Diego that involved a rampaging T-Rex in the middle of the city, which somehow had a quirk. Thankfully, there were already heroes on the scene who limited the casualties before being able to contain and ship it back to the island it came from. Yet for a long time after that, Nothing was heard about the attraction for a good number of years until it suddenly reopened as the newly renovated Jurassic World for the world to see. While the green-haired teen was still wary about going to a place that was known for its failure to contain their animals, they seemed to have figured out whatever problems they had with the original, as they had now been operating successfully for about 10 years. In the end, he ended up buying the tickets for a 3-day pass so that they would have plenty of time to see everything before they had to head on back. And he's happy to say that it was worth it based on the wide smile that spread across Setsuna's face when the tram finally made it past the gate, finally leaving the jungle behind as the park started to come into view in the distance. Yet he blinked when the map he was holding was suddenly snatched out of his hands and found Setsuna's eyes darting quickly across the page as she started to list the numerous activities and exhibits that the park got to display. What should do first? The gyrosphere, the Mosasaurus feeding show, the T-Rex enclosure. She gasped as her eyes widened before sticking her face even closer to the piece of paper. They have a petting zoo. We have to go there by the end of the day. While he was amused by her boundless energy about going to see the park, he reluctantly pushed the map down so that they were able to lock eyes with each other. The girl raised an eyebrow at his slightly stern face as he reminded her of something they had to do before they could go off to explore. As much as I would like to start seeing the park with you, we have to go to our room first and call our parents. That was the agreement for us to be allowed here, don't you remember? Oh, right. While Izuku was able to buy the tickets for the park, convincing their parents to allow 2 teenagers to roam a park unsupervised was a whole different matter, since various types of concerns started to form between the two parties. Despite the good track record of its current location, the park's history didn't really cause a lot of enthusiasm in the parents at the idea of sending their loved ones to the attraction. It also didn't ease their worries that Izuku already went through an incident when he went to Island for the expo either, and that was with it being filled with heroes. They could only imagine what might go wrong when there might not be any heroes on the island if trouble ever occurred. There were also the physical concerns that they worried about as well. Izuku is honest enough to admit that being alone with a beautiful girl would cause certain ideas to pop into his head. After all, they have been dating for a bit of time now and were no strangers to the concept of a few kisses sometimes going to a full-blown make-out session. Nonetheless, he had to promise to be on his best behavior to Setsuna's parents personally before they could agree to let her go. God, that was embarrassing to get through. Nonetheless, they eventually agreed to let the couple go on the condition of calling them whenever the two made it to the room that they were staying in, with them also calling back every several hours throughout their stay at Jurassic World to check in just to be on the safe side. It momentarily brought a frown on the green-haired girl, knowing that their plans would have to be put on hold for a while before they were able to roam the park. But that cloud over her head only seemed to have lasted for a few seconds before her grin widened once more. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's get going. I want to get started right away, Setsuna said with a cheer as she started to drag along the bushy-haired teen past the crowd once more. Asked Setsuna, wait, you don't even know where the hotel is at? Izuku didn't know how his stay at Jurassic World with Setsuna would turn out, but knew that whatever they did, they would go through it together. Claire Deering had to straighten out her outfit after Simon Masrani finally managed to land the helicopter at the Indominus enclosure. While she gave her respects to what Simon has done as a founder to build Jurassic World to its current glory, flying a helicopter was definitely not one of his best qualities. She prayed for those who may fly with him when he finally gets his license in 2 days. While their views on how the park should be treated differed on some parts, like her focusing on profits rather than the conditions of the animals in the park, Simon also agreed with the fact that the attraction of their first hybrid dinosaur shouldn't be held back if they could help it, though he wanted to see it in person before another decision was made. Entering the little room with her as Simon looked through the thick sheets of glass peering into the enclosure, the founder gazing around the environment with a firm focus, wanting to see everything that the exhibit had to offer when it came to containing the creature before he opened it to the public. There were a few concerns about the handling of this one since it would anticipate where the food would come from, Claire informed Simon as she looked on her tablet. So she's intelligent then. For a dinosaur. Simon wasn't impressed by her answer when his eyes trailed off to her side, seeing numerous cracks in the thick sheet of glass that was meant to separate the animal from visitors. One that she noticed as she looked at him with a grimace. It tried to break the glass. She certainly has spirit, the man muttered in grim amusement. Suddenly, the sound of a deep low growl followed by the rustling leaves stopped any other signs of conversation between the two, until a glimpse of a scaly white hide managed to break through the thick foliage, standing out in the sea of green that it was covering itself in. It's white. You never told me that it was white, he said in slight awe. She felt a bit uneasy with his answer. The soft-spoken tone he used throughout his examination was different than the happy-go-lucky one he used when it came to discussions involving the conditions of the park and the animals that roamed during the flight, almost like he was unsure of what to think about the final product. Do you think the children would be scared off? The children, he stated with a small huff that didn't lessen his fascination in the slightest. This will give the parents nightmares. She didn't know how to respond to that and turned away from him to look into the thick underbrush that was hiding most of the creature from sight. Although she had a feeling that the Indominus had no problem looking at them, as she knew that it sensed thermal radiation like a snake, a fact that she informed him of. Watching in anxiousness as Simon turned back towards her with a contemplative hum. "There's an American Navy man here, part of a research group one of my companies is running, Owen Grady." She barely managed to hold an sigh at the description of the man, but didn't stop herself from rolling her eyes. They had gone on only one date before, but that was enough for Claire to form an impression of him. Claire liked having things organized so that no unwanted surprises would pop up to get in the way of her schedule. Owen, however, just did things whenever he felt like it, which irritated her to no end whenever the two finally managed to meet up for a night out. He even had the audacity to show up to the date in broad shorts and with his own tequila. In the end, they were just too different from each other and ultimately decided to call the whole thing off. But it looks like they were going to have to meet up for the Indominus. The animals he watches over often try to escape. They're smart. He has to be smarter. The billionaire looked into the paddock with a frown. "I want you to bring him here to see the enclosure. Maybe he sees something we don't." Owen was just getting through the last of the routine he usually did with the raptors, which involved feeding them bits of raw meat and making them follow with him in an organized fashion. It was running smoothly for the most part, with only the occasional attitude from Charlie or Delta. "Hold." The raptors paused their movements as they looked at the American, waiting for their next orders. "Eyes up." With a raised hand, the velociraptors all raised their head to make direct eye contact with Owen, before he finally put his hand down while shouting "Go." That let the pack run through their enclosure with various screeches and roars. He let out a sigh of relief while his coworkers let out various cheers about the smooth procedure, with his most trusted partner, Barry, running up to him and giving him a pat on the back, ecstatic about how smooth the operation went after numerous trials and errors. Owen turned his head towards the person who called his name, which happened to be a man named Vic Hoskins, who laughed along with the others and started to make his way towards them. "I thought that I hired the wrong guy for the job, but man, you got them eating out of paw." Owen shook his hand as a sign of respect, though he had to admit that he was a bit curious about why he was here in person, as he didn't really stand on site frequently and let them work at their own pace. "What do you need, buddy?" "A field test." Owen's face quickly fell in disappointment and irritation as he turned away from Hoskins, already having heard this particularly pitch before. Though that didn't stop the man from following him and continuing his sales pitch. "I just saw that they can respond to commands. This is the perfect chance to get the research on its feet and see what they can do." Owen kept walking towards the lower level of the raptor paddock as he continued to voice his doubts. "They're wild animals, Hoskins. You're not going to want them on the field." Vic stepped in front of Owen, blocking his path forward as he continued talking. "Come on. We're both the same. We're dogs of war. We already know that the military needs to reduce casualties. Some people think robots are the future." Then, surprisingly, he laughed out loud at the idea, which kind of startled Owen. But before he could ask what was so funny, he continued on. "There hasn't been any advancement in technology since quirks first appeared, with everything now being geared towards hero work and their quirks. And with All Might retiring, villains are starting to get bolder and stronger, with heroes barely being able to keep up. This could be the solution that the world is waiting for." Owen huffed in amusement at the insistence when he decided to throw his own opinion. "We're finally making progress, and that's the first thing you say. Make a weapon." Hoskins rolled his eyes as he let Owen pass him to continue walking. "Face it, Owen. These animals could be the answer to everything. These animals can replace heroes by taking out the big threats before they even show up in the first place. Imagine if these guys were able to sniff out that all-for-one guy that All Might fought, or stop that Namu that Endeavor barely won against." Owen shook his head at the absurd idea as he started to walk down the stairs, and wondered how long has this kind of project was going on if Hoskins was so adamant about this idea of using raptors for fieldwork and missions. How long hasn't Jen been planning this? Hoskins didn't even hesitate to answer as he followed him down the steps with a smile. "Since the day we hired you out of the Navy. You knew the end game." Owen frowned to himself as he was locked into the inner cage with a loud buzz, one that led towards the inner entrance of the raptor paddock. Truth be told, while he never rejected the opportunity to raise the raptors and started to work with them, he often wondered why he was working on this type of project to begin with. At first he thought it was to keep the velociraptors engaged, since they were known to be crafty and unpredictable if they were left alone. But if this is what InGen wanted from the beginning, he wondered how hard they will push until they get what they want. Change is going to happen sooner or later, Owen. And you could either get with the program or get left behind. Before he could say anything else about the topic, the squeal of a pig was heard from the inside of the enclosure as a new employee chased over it from the top railing with a long snare, trying to catch it before it was able to get eaten by the raptors. But just as he was able to wrap the snare around the pig, Echo came in racing from the side and snatched the pig before taking off, lifting the new employee over the railing and making him fall directly into the pen with a shout, with all the other raptors perking up and calling to one another about their new arrival. Owen's eyes widened as he rushed forward to open the gate with the panel on the wall, anxiously waiting for the gate to lift as the predators slowly cornered his coworker. He ignored the shout from Barry as he slid under the gate and rushed forwards to stop the others from shooting the velociraptors, putting himself between the 3 carnivores and the employee that fell. "Don't fire. If you put 12 amps in these animals, they're never going to trust me again." The 3 predators' focus was now shifted onto him as put his hands outward towards Blue while keeping an eye out on his sides for Charlie and Delta. He heard the buzzer from behind him that let him know that someone was able to stop the gate from raising any further, keeping his focus on the 3 that were in front of him and trying to talk them down with a calm, even tone. "Blue, stand down." She snapped at him with a screech, making him reevaluate his strategy by talking in a firmer tone. "Hey, what did I just say?" He noticed that the other 2 were starting to circle around him, and quickly switched the position of his hands so that they were facing the ones on his sides. "Delta, I see you, back up." Delta roared in defiance, but stood still and didn't advance any further. He took a glance at his right to see Charlie also creeping up towards him. "Charlie, stay right there." Vic looked on at the scenario with interest, wanting to see how good Owen's control with the raptors was firsthand. Owen knew that he couldn't keep this up for much longer, as they were quickly running out of patience as they continued to hiss and slowly creep forward, waiting for the opportunity to pounce. "Barry, close the gate when I start to whistle." Barry was confused for a moment before realizing what he had in mind, looking at him in astonishment, as he never really used his quirk in this line of work for as long as he could remember working with him. While he was very hesitant to do it, he ultimately readied himself to press the button once Owen gave the signal. While his quirk was by no means flashy or powerful on its own, it's great whenever he needed to cause a distraction or make someone falter, though he knew the dangers of using it on an unprepared individual, which is why he warned every single one of his coworkers about it should the opportunity arise. But he never really had to use his quirk on the raptors during routines or feeding since they were usually in line for the most part. Until now. "I'm going to use my quirk," Owen shouted to the others around him, causing them to brace themselves for what was to come while some started to put on earplugs. While still keeping his hand up and towards the raptors, he took a deep breath and pursed his lips as he let out a low, long whistle that slowly increased in pitch and intensity, which made the people around him grit their teeth and bear the onslaught to their ears, though the raptors seemed to be handling it much worse, shaking their head in annoyance and displeasure while snarling in irritation at the high-pitched noise that was heard through their sensitive ears. But that was all the time Owen needed before he suddenly stopped and turned so that he was able to roll under the already closing gate, with the raptors realizing their lost opportunity at the last second as the gate finally shut closed, growling and snapping at one another before ultimately moving on to go about their business. He sighed in relief and pulled him up with the help of Barry, who laughed at Owen's absurd methods of escaping before heading off, allowing Owen to check up on the person who had fallen into the paddock. "They're the new guy, right?" The young man in the beanie was a bit shaken up by the ordeal but otherwise looked to be okay as he confirmed his question with a nod. "You ever wonder why there was a job opening?" The guy's breath hitched a bit at the joke, as he looked uncertainly towards the cage behind him where the velociraptors were. Okay, maybe not the best joke to say after going through this type of incident, though he decided to give him a piece of advice if he wanted to keep working with these animals. "Don't ever turn your back on the cage." Owen looked behind him and towards Hoskins to see what kind of reaction he would give after witnessing this incident, and found him looking unimpressed and a bit frustrated, before he turned away from the paddock and walked off. Hopefully, that will show him why these animals can't be fully controlled. After correctly telling a restless Setsuna the direction of the hotel they were going to be staying, they quickly started to unpack their belongings while making calls to their parents about their arrival. As Izuku waited for his mother to pick up, he couldn't help but admire the luxurious atmosphere that the room had for them. A 2-bedroom apartment that was filled with amenities such as a giant flat-screen TV and a gorgeous view of the entire park. It was very different than the small apartment that he grew up in with his mother. When Inko finally picked up, she sounded worried as he continued to throw numerous questions at him. "Izuku, did you finally make it to the room that you are going to be staying at? Did you manage to eat anything? What about Setsuna? Is she doing okay?" Izuku smiled at the nervous rambling he heard from his mother, a trait that seemed to have been passed on to him after years of growing up with her. "I am doing fine, Mom. We just made it inside the room and put our stuff away. We might head out in a couple of minutes though to start seeing the park." He heard his mother sigh in relief before she continued to speak to him again. "I know, it's just that I worry about you. I want you to have fun with Setsuna and tell me all about it when you guys get back." Izuku relaxed after hearing the statement from his mother. While he knew that it was illogical to think that their guardians will change their mind about letting them stay after already getting here, he still had a bit of unease. But his mother already took a liking to Setsuna after meeting her, so he supposed he shouldn't have been that worried. But not too much fun. I don't want any grandchildren when you return. Mom, Midoriya hissed under his breath before checking over his shoulder to see if Setsuna had heard with a bright red face. Luckily, she was in the middle of her own phone call on the balcony to be paying any attention, though he was betrayed by the sound of laughter ringing on the other end of the phone. Unfortunately, the side effect of her meeting his girlfriend also allowed his mother to pick up a thing or two when it came to making him fluster. After calming down from her fit of laughter, she decided to not waste any more of her son's time and started to wrap up the phone call. Just have a good time with her and be safe. It should be a nice break from hero work. I love you. Love you too, Mom. After putting his phone away, he looked over to see Setsuna on the balcony that gave an entire view of the park. As he walked over to her, he noticed that her face was surprisingly calm as she gazed at the entire park with a look of longing. Did you call your parents yet? Yeah, they told me to be safe and have fun. Thought that I should enjoy the view as you finished talking to Inko. Izuku hummed in understanding as he stood next to her to admire the view that had left her so entranced, with the room allowing them to nearly see the theme park in its entirety, the crystal clear water highlighting the bustling center filled with numerous tourists all exploring at their own leisure. For a moment, they just stood there looking at Jurassic World with a sense of peace and excitement filling their spirits. Since their schoolwork and work studies usually didn't leave many moments for them to be together, they were going to make every second count. Izuku didn't even flinch when he felt Setsuna rest the side of her head on his shoulder, content with the atmosphere that formed in the balcony of their room, until the sharp-toothed girl managed to bring up an interesting fact that she left out of earlier. They seemed a bit surprised that you got a room with 2 beds though. Izuku jumped at the sudden statement while blushing in embarrassment, before furrowing his brow to look at the girl in slight confusion, not missing the mischievous smile that suddenly appeared on her face. What does that have to do with anything? Setsuna shrugged with the smile remaining on her face. I don't know. I might get a bit cold when night falls. She detached her right hand from the wrist so that it walked along Izuku's arm towards his shoulder. Maybe we should bundle up together to keep warm. Izuku grew a nervous smile as his face grew a bit hotter, but not surprised at the sudden shift in her attitude after witnessing it numerous times throughout their relationship. Aren't we in Central America though? It's already hot as is, he said as he wrapped his arms around her waist and faced her, with her wrapping her arms around his neck and facing him as well. Can't blame a girl for trying, right? She said before closing the gap between them to kiss him on the lips as Izuku reciprocated the action. It took Izuku a bit of time before he had gotten used to her flirts and gestures, and even longer until he could return gestures back without nearly passing out in embarrassment. While he was not completely immune to her charms, he would be lying if he said that he wasn't attracted to that kind of attitude whenever she displayed those affections towards him. When the pair disconnected, they both sported similar blushes and looked at each other with wide smiles, happy that the two were able to be together during their break from heroics. But really, Izuku felt lucky just being able to date Setsuna in the first place. Looking at her, he couldn't help but be entranced by her beauty. Hair that was nearly as green as his own complemented with eyes that looked at him with such a caring gaze that he never really seen from anyone besides his mother, which filled him with a warmth that he never really felt before he started dating her. And the amount of joy that she radiated when she saw him always left him transfixed for a moment. Was it possible to be this smitten by someone this much? He jumped when he felt a finger boop him on the nose, and saw Setsuna look at him with a sharp-toothed grin and a brighter blush on her cheeks. Muttering was always a habit that Izuku never seemed to break whenever he focused on something interesting to him, ranging from hero moves and quirks to various school topics whenever he was studying. But the ones that flattered Setsuna to no end were the ones that had numerous compliments about her. I did it again, didn't I? Yes, you did. Her gaze had softened a bit seeing his embarrassed state, but I didn't mind. I think it's cute. That comment only made him blush harder and averted his gaze from her with an embarrassed smile as a laugh escaped her lips. Though as fun as staying with her in this room sounded, he knew that she was dying to explore the park as soon as possible. Did you figure out what you wanted to see first? Her expression brightened up as she pulled out the brochure that she was looking through earlier, with Izuku looking over her shoulder to see what kind of attraction she wanted to see, and saw that she pointed to something called the Hammond Creation Lab, which was in the Innovation Center building found on the main street. I wanted to see how they make their eggs, and maybe see that petting zoo. Then we can see something that you want to see. She turned to him to get his opinion. What do you think? Izuku hummed as he took a glance at the layout of the park and the distance it took to get from one place to another. Luckily, the petting zoo and the lab were not very far from each other, so they wouldn't be straining themselves too much. And they were also near some restaurants so that they would have something to eat afterward. He agreed with her decision with a big smile, and the two briefly separated to get changed into something more comfortable to wear in this humid climate. with Izuku changing into one of his t-shirts and a pair of cargo shorts, while Setsuna opted for a green t-shirt that had the words Dynamite plastered on the front with a similar pair of shorts as well. The two locked the door to their room and made their way towards the first stop with an eager smile, curious about what they will learn and discover on their trip. Welcome to the Innovation Center, where technology meets prehistory. A huge grin grew on Setsuna's face when she heard the automated voice when she entered the building, with her boyfriend following closely behind. As soon as the two teens entered the building, various displays of information and holograms could be seen at nearly every section of the room, with various displays of miniature dinosaurs, DNA, and various other small subjects of information projected themselves on various different consoles, all with a giant moving Apatosaurus being shown in the center. She saw a display labeled DNA that one kid with shaggy blonde hair was looking at and raced to see what was it all about, which turned out it was about the 4 chemical bases of DNA. She moved to input the answer only to be stopped when she saw that the kid had already did with frightening speed. Cytosine, guanine, adenine, and thymine. Same 4 things in everything that ever lived. She blinked when she heard the answer come out from the kid next to her, who had already input the correct sequence into the display, with Mr. DNA congratulating him for his answer. She was impressed that he knew the answer to begin with, since she didn't expect someone his age to like this sort of stuff. Wow, I didn't expect you to get that. You're a natural. Nice to meet another Dino fan here on the island. The kid jumped a bit at her sudden praise, not expecting another person to be at the same module as he was. She watched as the kid sheepishly chuckled and turned his gaze towards the console before someone else showed up as well. Hey, don't wander off. Mom's not paying me to babysit you. A bored voice came from behind the young kid, which came from a teen who wore jeans and a plain dark t-shirt and a jacket, looking uninterested at the numerous displays that surrounded him. Oh, don't be like that. He's just having a little fun. It's not every day that you get to visit Jurassic World, she said with a smile. The guy seemed to have just noticed her presence, as he stared at her with a blank expression on his face, though she could have sworn that the kid who entered the answer had sighed in annoyance as he muttered, "Not again." "There you are." Setsuna turned to see a relieved smile from an approaching Izuku, who had been looking for her after she had run off. "I was wondering where you went. It's so easy to get lost in here with so many people around." She smiled sheepishly at the statement while rubbing the back of her head, knowing that she got a bit too excited when it came to finally being able to explore the park. By now, Izuku had noticed the 2 other people that she was talking to and slightly bowed. "Though, nice to meet you. I hope Setsuna here didn't cause any trouble." She sputtered at his claim before giving a pout that went unnoticed by her freckled boyfriend, though she really couldn't say anything about it given that she was the one that ran ahead without him. Though a sign of recognition came from the young blonde as his eyes landed on Izuku. "Weren't you the guy in the sports festival that kept breaking his fingers?" A grimace made its way on the freckled boy's face while Setsuna had to suppress a laugh from Izuku's reaction, amused that the kid unintentionally turned the tables somehow as the attention was now suddenly on her boyfriend. "Yes, but I've gotten much better at using my quirk, so it doesn't happen that much anymore." The other 2 didn't look so convinced at his claim as they looked at each other with a raised eyebrow, making the hero in training shrink back in embarrassment. Setsuna decided to throw Izuku a bone since they were here to have fun and not worry about anything hero-related anyway, throwing an arm around his shoulder and pressed her cheek up against his while sporting a giant smile. "My boyfriend may not look like it, but he's one of the strongest guys I know that is working his hardest to become a hero, so don't count him out of the race just yet." She enjoyed the giant blush that grew on his face along with the flustered smile that grew after receiving such praise. Though while the younger one seemed to take it in stride, she couldn't help but notice the way the older teen looked disappointed after introducing him. They didn't get a chance to introduce themselves as someone from the spiral staircase called out to the blonde, making him perk up in excitement. "Aunt Claire." They watched as the younger kid shot off towards a woman who had red hair and a completely white outfit and gave her a giant hug, with the older teen giving them one last look before reluctantly following along and moving to talk to the older woman with his brother. Guess they were just waiting for someone." She then turned to Izuku with a knowing look on her face. "You know, that guy reminds me of you whenever we first started talking." Izuku sputtered as he shot her an incredulous look, as he had noticed the odd way the teen was silent as well. I wasn't that bad." Before looking confused as he thought about their past encounters together, "Was I?" She only giggled at his expression before grabbing his hand and leading him towards the back of the building that had a giant bronze statue of John Hammond greeting them. They both paused for a bit to admire the man that built the foundation of what this park turned out to be before heading their way deeper into the hall. They made their way deeper into the exhibit where several scientists were working behind a sheet of glass in a white lab working on numerous dinosaur eggs, with a guide being there to describe the process to the tourists. One section had numerous scientists working on pieces of amber with mosquitoes inside. extracting the DNA from them before passing it off to someone else who prepared the samples with pipettes and microscopes before ultimately sequencing the material for later use. Setsuna watched as others input the genome into a host egg before putting it into a heating chamber that was made to simulate a mother's nest, where several other eggs of different sizes were also sitting in. Overall, it was a very informative experience for the green-haired girl who always wondered about the process that the park used to make their dinosaurs come to life. Yet she noticed Izuku had an intrigued look on his face as he looked at one particular heating chamber, which was black in color compared to the numerous other white ones that were littered throughout the lab. She also noticed that it only had a few eggs compared to the other chambers, which had as many as 12 in a batch. "What's that one over there?" Setsuna asked the guide, whose expression brightened up when they noticed the same odd chamber. "Oh wow, it's been a while since they had a batch of those." They turned towards the group of tourists with a bright smile. "That, ladies and gentlemen, is a batch of potential dinosaurs that might have quirks. It's extraordinarily rare, but sometimes the dinosaurs brought back to life manifest quirks of various types. They are kept separate from the others so that we can properly identify the types of quirks they might get and safely integrate them with the other dinosaurs at the park." While the tourists all took pictures of the rare chamber in the lab, Izuku took the opportunity to ask his own question to the guide. "What other kind of dinosaurs have quirks on this island?" The guide tapped a finger to his chin as he answered, seemingly trying to get their thoughts in order to properly answer the green-haired boy. "I know for certain that we have an ankylosaurus with a rock-type quirk, a triceratops that can expel electricity from its horns and feet, and a stegosaurus that can encase its plates and tail on fire. But other than that, I can't think of many other animals that might have quirks at the moment." The two teens' eyes were wide as they heard the answer from the guide, not expecting such a wide variety of quirks for these animals to have. Setsuna had to admit, she didn't expect that answer whenever she looked at the chamber, since animals with quirks were already a rare phenomenon to begin with. And after a few more questions to the guide about the process of integrating the dinosaurs into their habitats, the two made their way back outside to head to the next attraction. Though she noticed the frown on her boyfriend's face as they started to head towards the petting zoo. "Something on your mind, Freckles?" To his credit, he didn't jump in surprise to her question, only looked at her a bit confused as he answered. "Quirks were only a very recent phenomenon that normally occurred in people and some animals, and I just found it a bit weird that an animal that predates people are somehow able to manifest quirks of their own." He frowned as his brow furrowed. Maybe living things always had the potential for quirks. She hummed as she thought about his statement, knowing that if anyone knew anything about quirks, it would be her boyfriend. And while she also thought it was a bit weird that dinosaurs had quirks, she just wasn't an expert in biology or quirks to really question it. "I don't know. Maybe we can get some more info whenever we see one of them out in the fields." She perked up when the petting zoo came into view. "Now come on. I want to see if I can pet some dinos." Izuku's face broke out with a grin of his own as he followed along his eager girlfriend towards the next attraction. Izuku watched as Setsuna nearly jumped in excitement as they started to get near the entrance of the petting zoo, which he now knew was called the Gentle Giant's Petting Zoo. While they waited in line, Setsuna described the numerous types of herbivores that roamed throughout the pen with vivid detail, such as their anatomy that varied from species to species and their particular feeding habits that she had read about. It was kind of cute to see her ramble off like this, since it was usually him that went off on tangents whenever he saw something interesting. A rare smirk grew on his face when he saw that Setsuna had to restrain herself from squealing in joy as they finally managed to enter the pen, finally being able to get face to face with the creatures she admired so much, which was filled with various herbivores such as Triceratops, Apatosaurus, and Gallimimus, along with several children either riding the Triceratops or chasing the Gallimimus around. He half expected his girlfriend to react the same way when she entered the pen, so it was a really big surprise to him when she moved to a clear, empty spot in the pen and sat down with crossed legs with a calm expression on her face, gaining a couple of weird glances from the other children and some of the people who were watching the animals. After carefully making his own way through the small enclosure and giving small apologies to the other guest, he stood over his girlfriend with an amused expression on his face. Setsuna, what are you doing?" He jumped with a slight blush as her hand quickly disconnected from her wrist and shot up to press a finger towards his lips to quickly stop him from speaking. "SHHH. She gave a hushed whisper. "I want them to come to me, so just sit right here and wait for them to come." She patted the empty spot next to her with a smile. Izuku hesitantly looked at the spot and towards his girlfriend before shrugging it off to sit on the ground beside her in the same position. He grimaced when he noticed that the kind of sediment they used was getting all over his pants, but shook away those concerns for now. Looking out towards the rest of the pen, he blushed when he saw that the people were now giving him odd stares, but quickly relaxed when he felt Setsuna's hand slip into his own to reassure him, despite the odd scenario that his girlfriend had thrusted him into. He couldn't help but smile at the serene look on Setsuna's face as she watched the animals frolic and move throughout the paddock with children chasing them. Being able to be in the presence of dinosaurs without worrying about any problems back home. He knew that as a recommended student she was often working hard to maintain her position in UA, so it never bothered him whenever she asked him for help on a particular topic or to train with her. And while he enjoyed having those moments together with her, he had to admit that it has been a while since the two had a moment of peace from heroics or studies and just enjoyed doing something that they liked to do. And he only wished that he could see that expression on her face more often. Maybe they could do something over the summer. Suddenly, a young Apatosaurus started to make its way towards the two green-haired teens at a slow and steady pace, making them both perk up in excitement, but managed to not make any noise that would frighten it away. Due to the position of their seating, the creature almost loomed over the two teens who were sitting on the ground, which gave them the advantage of making eye contact with the creature and showing that they were not a threat. But the freckled teen couldn't help but feel a bit anxious as it continued to make its way towards them. When it finally got close to Izuku, it bent its neck down and started to curiously sniff his right hand, making the teen warily glance at Setsuna for what his next action should be, but only found an eager, encouraging smile as she raised her hand slowly to show the next step. Bringing his scarred hand slowly upward, the young creature followed along with his movement until Izuku's hand was right in front of its face, with the two pausing for a moment before they managed to make eye contact with one another. Warm, curious bright blue eyes staring into hesitant emerald ones, two species that were separated by millions of years of evolution. Izuku slowly put his hand on its forehead, with the small, long-necked creature nuzzling against it with a soft bellow before it closed its eyes to enjoy the sensation. A soft huff of amazement escaped the greenette's lips as a smile slowly grew on his face and looked over to his girlfriend with wide, excited eyes, with her laughing at his reaction while holding up her cell phone to show that she managed to record the entire thing. She stopped and made a surprised sound when a young Gallimimus jumped onto her lap looking at her with curiosity as well, tilting its head at her with a chirp as Setsuna did the same. He really wanted to take a picture of how adorable she looked at the moment. By now, several other Gallimimus have made their way towards the two and chirped around them happily, deciding that the two green-haired teens were not actual threats that chased them around or tried to suffocate them with hugs. The other kids and visitors have noticed the attention as well and looked at them with amazement at the small number of dinosaurs that surrounded the two, with several small Gallimimus surrounding Setsuna and two young Apatosaurus on Izuku. Managing to sneak a glance at her, he found her smiling with glee as she continued petting the small two-legged dinosaurs that roamed around her legs with excitement, ecstatic of the attention she was receiving from the numerous dinosaurs. Izuku jolted when he felt the other long-necked creature sniff his hair before feeling a soft nibble, before ultimately stepping back seemingly disappointed and confused, making the boy blush and groan in embarrassment as he knew exactly what was going through the creature's head at the moment. And by the sound of Setsuna's laughter, she figured it out as well. "They think your head is full of leaves," she snickered as she held up her phone to the best of her ability towards the both of them to get a shot for their parents, with Izuku's red-hot face in between the two long-necked creatures and Setsuna's wide smile showing on the screen. While he was embarrassed by the dinosaur's sudden interest in his green hair, the sound of Setsuna's laughter made it worth it. After finally calming down from her laughing fit, she managed to glance out to the rest of the pen and saw that a couple of children also now surrounded the two to kneel and slowly pat the necks of the creatures as well, having learned what to do by watching the two heroes in training. Hearing an unfamiliar bellow, she looked up only to pale at the sight of young Triceratops heading their way, who noticed the commotion by now and were eyeing their locks of green hair. Hey Izuku, maybe we should get up from the floor now." Izuku raised an eyebrow in confusion at the nervous smile that Setsuna wore as he continued petting the dinosaur in front of him. "Why? Because it tried to eat my hair?" he asked with a smile as he continued petting the Apatosaurus that gave another happy bellow. I don't really mind. They're not really biting hard enough to hurt me. We can stay a bit longer if you want." As flattered as she was about his commitment to bear dinosaur drool on his hair for her sake, she was more worried about what might happen if the Triceratops used their beak-like mouths on their head. "I was more worried about the Triceratops who are looking at us like a couple of salads waiting to be munched on." Finally shifting his focus from the Apatosaurus he was petting, Izuku saw what his girlfriend was talking about as two of the Triceratops without riders were heading their way with an eager look in their eyes, making him gulp at their sharp, beak-like mouths. As much as he wanted to continue petting the Apatosaurus that was brave enough to walk up to him, he liked having the hair on his head and not inside a dinosaur's mouth much more, and regretfully stood up along with Setsuna on his feet to prevent becoming a herbivore's breakfast. The action made the Gallimimus jump and scatter, as the two teens now towered over them even more so than the children who were chasing them around earlier. but it thankfully got the Triceratops's attention that his bush-like hair was now out of munching distance and left disappointed. Even the Apatosaurus that was munching on his strands was uninterested in the teens now that their green hair was out of reach. Before he could feel too disappointed about the animals leaving them so soon, a curious sound emitted from below just as the other animals headed off, and he turned to find the Apatosaurus that he was petting looking at him with a tilted head, wondering why the bush-headed teen stopped giving him head rubs. It bellowed when an excited Setsuna stepped forward and started to give one head rub where her boyfriend left off. "Hey, this one didn't run off. Maybe you made an impression on her." Izuku managed to look at the creature's bright blue eye again, and it didn't display any signs of hesitation as it had earlier when it first showed up, allowing the freckled teen to continue patting his head and slowly stroke its neck. He blinked when the Apatosaurus' attention was shifted over to his girlfriend, who was carrying pellets of some kind to the creature and to Izuku, presumably to give him a chance to feed their new long-necked friend as well. The creature happily munched on the plant-based pellets that Setsuna got from some of the keepers, who couldn't get enough attention from the two green-haired teens. Receiving praise and coos from the sharp-toothed girl and numerous head rub from Izuku, they spent a couple of more minutes petting their new companion alongside any other dinosaur that managed to be brave enough to get near them, with the other children now petting the creatures much more calmly after seeing the two in action. After spending some time petting the Apatosaurus, they decided that it was time to move on to the next exhibit. However, when the pair exited the pen, they stopped when after hearing a sad bellow from their newfound friend, who looked at the pair with longing eyes as she strained herself to get a view from the enclosure. They both made their way back to the railing where Setsuna managed to rub his head one last time with a sad smile. "Hey, don't be sad, little guy. We'll come back to visit you soon." She turned to look at Izuku with a pleading look. "Can we?" Izuku didn't have any problems with that idea, as he too had gotten a bit attached despite only petting the creature for about 15 minutes or so. He walked up next to her as well and gave one more last pet from his scarred hand that the creature nuzzled against with a soft bellow of content. Before they separated, the creature gave one last look at the pair over the railing before hesitantly running off along with the other Apatosaurus in the pen. "Do you think she will remember us?" Setsuna asked as they moved away from the petting zoo once they saw that the Apatosaurus was content with their departure. "I think so. She seemed different a bit than the other ones." Setsuna hummed as she took his hand and held it as they walked away from the petting zoo, happy about spending time with him and enjoying their experiences in Jurassic World. Izuku was having a lot of fun here with Setsuna, learning about dinosaurs and interacting with them as well, wanting to continue this experience with her as much as possible before they had to return back home. "So what did you have in mind for our next stop?" Izuku only smiled as he pulled out the brochure that they were looking at earlier, wanting to see if the time he saw on it earlier was correct. When Setsuna saw what he had in mind, she quickly gasped in excitement and started to head to the exhibit with an extra pep in her steps, which made Izuku laugh once more at her excited nature as he followed along towards their next stop, the T-Rex paddock. "Look, can you just do it or not?" Owen just smirked at Claire as she stood there with crossed arms and narrowed eyes down at him, waiting for an answer to her proposal. They might have not been dating anymore, but he still enjoyed this back-and-forth kind of conversation they used to have, though while there was a small part of him that wondered if she felt the same way, he ignored it for the time being. He thought about the proposition made by Mr. Masrani about him seeing the enclosure that was meant to hold their brand new asset. He found it amusing that the higher-ups still referred to these animals as assets since it completely went against what the park was going for when they built it. But other than that, he wondered what kind of creature they were holding if they were asking for him of all people to take a look at the paddock it was in. Though he really didn't have a reason to turn down the request from the owner of the park, so he eventually decided to agree to take a look at the paddock after a quick change of clothes. After all, if he can manage raptors on the daily, then a simple paddock survey should be a breeze, right? The two green-haired teens made their way through the bustling crowd and towards the T-Rex exhibit, with massive wooden doors at the entrance that magnified the creature's threatening atmosphere and significance. "The next T-Rex feeding will begin in 10 minutes. Please make your way to the T-Rex kingdom. Parents, be aware. This showing may be disturbing for smaller children." Izuku stepped through the massive doors of the exhibit with an anxious feeling in his stomach, though that wasn't to say that he was afraid per se, just that he had no idea what to expect of this particular creature. He read many articles and first-person witnesses when one of its kind roamed around San Diego wreaking havoc on many civilians and buildings searching for its juvenile, and while heroes were able to contain it and ship it back to the island it came from, it made a lasting impression on the safety concerns of Jurassic World and their preparations for the animals that managed to escape. Maybe he would get a better understanding of what they went through after seeing the beast first. As the two made their way further into the enclosure, they noticed that their surroundings started to get darker while starting to look wilder and more natural, with the walls looking more like the massive tree bark with various plants littering the ground beneath them. They eventually came towards a wide and long hallway that was shaped like a giant hollow tree. A huge crowd of people already forming at a glass window that looked into the enclosure of the giant dinosaur. Setsuna wasted no time in moving towards the front with Izuku so that they would be able to get a good view of the event. Though Izuku was a bit surprised at the number of children that were also here to witness the feeding even with the announcement made earlier. While they waited, he got a good look at the artificial environment within the enclosure and was impressed at the level of detail the park went through to make the T-Rex comfortable. The enclosure was designed like a deep forest, with thick trees littered throughout the area that did a good job of keeping the animal obscured from view, giving off an ominous and threatening aura. It was difficult to tell where the enclosure started and ended with how well the background blended with the scenery. He was brought out of his thoughts when the announcement was made that the feeding was about to begin, with all the tourists looking eager as they tried to get a view of the T-Rex. At first, nothing was heard or moved inside the enclosure before a flare was fired off from the side and landed next to a goat that was tied to a platform on the ground, which made Izuku blink at the odd method of attraction before remembering what Setsuna said about the T-Rex's attacks being based on movement. The flare continued to glow brightly beside the goat on the platform for a couple of seconds, making Izuku think that maybe the animal had already had its fill from the previous feedings it had before they arrived. Then he heard it. Big, thundering footsteps echoed throughout the wooden enclosure and could be felt beneath his feet even behind the glass. With the T-Rex finally emerging from the thick trees littered throughout the enclosure, its eyes set on the flare that was launched by the keeper. He was taken back by the sheer size of the animal as it continued to stomp its way towards the goat with a hungry look in its eyes. The way the room was designed made it so that the audience was looking at the T-Rex directly at face level, which made Izuku get a close look at the numerous white scars that stood out on its thick brown hide on her neck, showing the unwavering resilience it had when it came to fighting other animals and protecting itself. Izuku watched as the T-Rex reared its head back while opening its mouth full of sharp teeth and chomped the entire goat in a single bite, making all the other tourists give out a cheer along with shouts of awe at the spectacle. While he was also amazed at the sight, he could help but grimace slightly as he heard a sickening crunch inside the beast's mouth. Throughout it all, he wondered what Setsuna thought of it. Taking a glance at her, he found that her face was pressed up against the glass in a look of awe and admiration as she watched the T-Rex eat before turning towards him and looking at him with stars in her eyes. "Did you see that? I have always read about the T-Rex's hunting behavior, but it's another thing to see it in person," she said before turning her head back towards the enclosure to admire the beast. It was certainly something. Izuku laughed nervously as he took a glance at the massive carnivore munching on her meal. "I'm just glad that it's in there and not out here." While Setsuna was amused by the answer given, she knew why he had said it, as she also read the numerous reports about the T-Rex's rampage in San Diego, causing mass panic in the middle of the night and causing thousands of dollars in property damage when all the animal wanted was to find its infant. While quirks made it easier for the heroes to deal with the problem, that didn't mean they didn't have any difficulties keeping the public away from the animal. Their thoughts were broken when the animal was finally finished with its meal and turned around to head back into the dense forest area with heavy footsteps, leaving the two green-haired teens and the crowd in awe of the sheer might of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. While most of the tourists moved on after the feeding was over, there were a few that had remained behind to watch the T-Rex roam through the forest, with Izuku pulling out the brochure once more and looking at the attractions that were near them, trying to see what the next activity they should encounter. Setsuna had noticed this and looked at the pamphlet as well, curious about what his decision would be. There was also another feeding starting in a couple of minutes, but I didn't know if you would just get bored seeing another one of those. He jumped when felt his head suddenly turned towards Setsuna, who had both hands pressed up against his cheeks as she gave him a blank, stern look. "Izuku, these are dinosaurs we are talking about," she said dryly before the familiar sharp-toothed smile he was used to seeing showed up again. "Of course, I would want to see it. Which one is it for anyway?" Midoriya chuckled sheepishly at her answer before pointing at the one on the map that was by the water, the one that caught his eye the most whenever he first started looking at what sort of activities and events they should see. The Mosasaurus. Setsuna walked with Izuku towards the southern part of the park where the event took place, a giant water-like arena that had a large area of water keeping the gigantic marine creature, with a large seating arrangement that allowed thousands of people to sit and see the show at a time. She was really excited to see what may come up in this little showing, since she knew that this was Jurassic World's only marine reptile that they were able to bring to life. The pair of greenettes were able to find a good seat near the front of the stadium as people continued to enter, with them having an ample view of the large body of water that awaited them. As they waited for the people to fill in the seats around them, she decided to share what she knew about the creature with Izuku. As she continued spewing out facts about the creature that awaited in front of them, she noticed the way that Izuku looked at her with a smile on his face, asking questions every so often about the Mosasaurus. While most of her classmates would indulge in her hobby every so often, Izuku was the only one who would go the extra mile and learn something about it along with her. While a big part of that was because she was his girlfriend, it was also because he was genuinely fascinated with the topic as well. When all the attendees were finally seated, a woman that was standing up towards the front started speaking into a microphone that was connected to her headset. "Hello everyone. How are you guys enjoying Jurassic World so far?" The two greenettes cheered with the crowd as they displayed their excitement and enjoyment of the park before ultimately settling down. "Welcome to the Mosasaurus feeding. Here in the Jurassic World Lagoon, the Mosasaurus is kept in 3 million gallons of water that surround the area here on Main Street, with some extra room to spare for movement." Setsuna was impressed at the sheer size of the environment that was able to contain the marine creature, as everything they have seen so far seemed small in comparison. While many of our dinosaurs are brought to life from the mosquitoes trapped in amber, the Mosasaurus was actually made with a recently uncovered specimen with the help of a prototype iron analyzer, making it one of the only creatures that were not brought back through the traditional method. The green-haired girl was shocked that they were even able to find the DNA of the creature to begin with, since she didn't even know that was possible if their trip to the Innovation Center was anything to go by. She wondered if there were any other marine reptiles that they were able to bring back as well. The Mosasaurus was thought to have hunted near the surface of the water where it preyed on anything it could sink its teeth into, including turtles, large fish, and even smaller mosasaurs. A whirling sound could be heard as a crane started to drag a great white shark towards the center of the small lagoon. "Okay folks, let's see if she's still hungry after eating today. She's a little shy, so make sure to give her a hand when she comes up." The crane continued to move the unmoving predator forwards until it suddenly stopped and dangled ominously above the giant pool of water. The crowd around her getting excited as a giant object could be seen rapidly approaching beneath the waves. "Izuku, Izuku, it's coming." Setsuna shook his shoulder in excitement as the massive creature started making its way closer, until the Mosasaurus finally jumped out of the water with a roar and gave a massive bite to the shark that made the audience gasp along with shouts of awe as it yanked the shark off the crane and splashed down, dousing the two teens in seawater along with anyone who sat close to the front. The crowd cheered as they started to applaud over the great performance of the giant marine creature, yet Setsuna could only laugh as she took a glance at Izuku's floppy, doused hair. She was expecting the sudden shower from the giant finned beast, and by the way he laughed at the sight of her, Izuku wasn't expecting it either. The couple jumped when they felt the seats start to lower themselves downward, but the announcer reassured them that they were only going to give them a closer look, which was proven as their entire view was now on a tank that contained the gray-skinned marine creature as it continued to tear apart its meal, shaking its head side to side to break the snack into smaller chunks. "Well, I wasn't expecting that," Izuku said with laughter as he tried to get rid of the water that was in his hair, though he didn't have much success as his hair continued to be a drooped-down mess. Although she knew that she was pretty much in the same state, she couldn't help but stare shamelessly at his wet while also admiring the way his goofy white shirt demonstrated the muscular physique that seemed to have to cling onto him with a big grin. Whether it was his hero suit or his casual wear, he always seemed to prefer wearing baggy clothes that hid a lot of his physique. Yet she had to admit, it was kind of hot seeing him out of his element right now. Izuku seemed to have noticed the look that she was giving him since he quickly stopped talking as his face turned a deep red when the two made eye contact, along with a quick glance down at her attire before he quickly turned his head away from her, making the grin on her face grow since it meant that he was going through the same thing that she was. The two broke out of their state when the seat started lifting back up, with the Mosasaurus releasing a loud bellow as it ate the last of its meal. The crowd chattered excitedly to one another as they made their way out of their seats and towards the exit, with the duo finally following them as well. Setsuna was having a blast exploring Jurassic World with Izuku and didn't want to slow down for a single moment to make the most of their time together, though that was soon stopped when her boyfriend made a suggestion. "Hey Setsuna, maybe we should take a break before continuing on." She looked at him with a bewildered expression, before grabbing his hand to try to lead him further inside the park. "No way, we are barely getting started. There's still so much to see before the day is over." Yet as Setsuna made a step forward, a sudden growl emerged from her stomach that caused the two to pause as they looked at one another, with Setsuna gaining a blush on her face while Izuku looked on in amusement, coughing as she sheepish expression grew on her face. "On second thought, maybe we should find something to eat before we explore the park some more." Izuku only let out a laugh as Setsuna pouted at him, though eventually she couldn't help but join in as a few giggles escaped her lips as she was led back towards the numerous restaurants that were littered throughout the center, as she looked at Izuku's smiling face with fondness and adoration as they made their way to some food. "Well," Setsuna thought as she looked at Izuku with a loving smile, "as long as I'm with him, I guess it doesn't really matter what we do." Izuku and Setsuna managed to stop at one of the many restaurants that were littered throughout the center of the park, with the couple sitting outside as their meals were brought out to them. Izuku had ordered himself a cheeseburger and fries while Setsuna ironically ordered dinosaur chicken nuggets. While Izuku never ate this type of food often, it was a nice change of pace that he was more than happy to indulge in every once in a while. Just as he went to take a bite, he noticed the way Setsuna was looking at him, with a hand under her chin and a serene smile on her face as she watched him about to make a dent in his burger. While he was a bit confused by the odd way she was looking at him, he was also amused since he didn't have any idea what was going on in her head at the moment. "What? Was there something on my face or something?" Izuku asked with a laugh as he scrubbed his face with a napkin. She laughed softly at the gesture as she shook her head, but not before quieting down as she once again looked at him with a fond and loving look. "I just wanted to say thanks for bringing me here. I really didn't expect you to take me here of all places for spring break, to the place that I wanted to go to since I saw it first opened as a kid. So, thank you." Izuku was a bit taken back by her admission and set his burger down as he sheepishly scratched his cheek. "I just remembered how often you talked about wanting to go here, and I just thought that with the break and all that it would be a good way to spend it." He then chuckled before saying, "I thought that if someone else invited you here, you would have taken the chance in a heartbeat with how much you like dinosaurs." He said it as a joke, but the way that she paused and glanced towards the side with pursed lips made him rethink his tea, since it wasn't often that she hesitated to say whatever was on her mind. At first he thought he offended her in some way, but the slight blush on her cheeks and the way she fidgeted in her seat made him rethink that conclusion. Yet just as she opened her mouth to speak, the speakers that were sprinkled throughout the park made an announcement. "Due to technical difficulties, all our exhibits are now closed. Please make your way towards Main Street while we make the necessary repairs." The message brought the two out of their conversation, with them frowning at the sudden broadcast while many of the tourists around them started to groan and complain at the park's decision. Yet Izuku found it a bit odd that they closed nearly half of the island during its busiest hours, and wondered what kind of technical problem they could be having. "Man, just when we were having fun." Setsuna pouted as she munched the head off a stegosaur's chicken nugget. Izuku couldn't believe what they heard either, as their day felt like it was barely getting started with the amount of fun and discoveries that they were experiencing. Nonetheless, he tried to keep a positive attitude as he gave her a nervous smile. "Maybe after we eat, we can check out that innovation center again. We can wait it out there so that we wouldn't be in the heat." Setsuna didn't look too thrilled at the idea, but still had to give him credit for wanting to be able to explore the park even with the limitations put on them. But then she got a glint in her eyes as she recalled the numerous panels that had questions and facts on display. "Sure, maybe then I can test you on how much you have learned about dinosaurs." Izuku smiled with her as they continued to eat their lunch. Yet as he took a bite out of his burger and glanced at the numerous disappointed tourists that roam about the gift shops, he couldn't help but wonder one thing. Just what could have happened that made the park shut down? The car finally pulled up to the paddock that Owen had to inspect, with many of the construction workers moving out of the site for their lunch break. He could see that they were in the process of making the walls higher with the tall steel structures that were laid against the side as he stepped out of the vehicle alongside Claire, making their way to the stairway that led into the viewing room. "We've been pre-booking tickets for months," Claire started to explain as she walked towards the staircase. "The park needs a new attraction every few years to reinvigorate the public's interest, kind of like the space program. Corporate felt that genetic modification would up the wow factor." Owen rolled his eyes at the explanation as he stepped onto the staircase. "They're dinosaurs." "Wow enough. Not according to our focus groups. The Indominus Rex makes us relevant again." He snorted as he looked at her with a smirk. "The Indominus Rex," he said as he shook his head in amusement while chuckling. "We needed something scary and easier to pronounce. You should hear a 4-year-old say Archaeornithomimus," she said while rolling her eyes. "You should hear you try to say it," he scoffed. The pair finally made it into the room where the visitors were meant to see the Indominus, where a thick sheet of glass was separating the people from the supposed animal inside. He noticed the thick vegetation that was on the inside that was made to simulate a jungle, but no sign of the Indominus. "What's this thing made of?" Owen asked as he looked into the paddock, only to find Claire awkwardly brush her hair from the side. "The base genome is a T-Rex and the rest is classified. You made a new dinosaur but don't even know what it is." Owen then paused as another thought occurred to him. "What about a quirk? Do you know if it has one?" Claire shook her head. "The lab delivers us finished assets and we show them to the public," she said in slight irritation to Owen before she turned to a slightly pudgy guard who was in the middle of his own break. "Can we drop a steer, please?" The man nodded as he pressed a button that caused a loud whirling sound overhead as a large slab of meat was slowly lowered into the paddock, though Owen continued to ask questions to Claire about the animal as it did so. "How long has the animal been here?" "All its life. Never seen anything outside of these walls. We can't exactly walk it," the redhead said as she rolled her eyes. "And you feed it with that?" The carcass has finally made it to ground level where it could be seen dangling a couple of meters in the air, yet the Indominus was still nowhere to be found. Claire was also put off by the serious demeanor and questions coming from Owen, since it was drastically different than what she was used to seeing whenever they talked with one another. She expected it to be an easy inspection and for them to be done with it quickly, causing an anxious feeling to grow in her stomach. Is something wrong? Animals raised in isolation aren't always the most functional, the behavioralist stated with a frown after seeing the conditions of the paddock so far. Your raptors were born in captivity, she pointed out. Owen shook his head in disagreement, not surprised at her naive way of thinking when it came to working with animals, with siblings. They learn social skills, and I imprint on them when they're born. There's trust. She slightly scoffed at his correction, but nonetheless continued to hear him out. The only positive relationship this animal has is that crane. At least she knows that means food. Claire was unsure what to do with this information, as a possible solution couldn't be made at the top of her head at the moment. Suo, she needs a friend. We should schedule playdates. That sort of thing. Owen winced at the concept as he refocused his gaze into the thick jungle, still looking for the supposed animal that he was brought to see. Probably not a good idea. After a moment, Claire started to get impatient. Not sure why the Indominus hasn't shown up by now. Tapping on the glass harshly in frustration, before stopping and trying to look deeper into the underbrush. Where is it? She muttered. Is there a basement? Owen joked in puzzled amusement. Is it downstairs? Maybe it's in the rec room. It was just here. We were just here, Claire said in confusion as she made her way towards a panel off to the side and started to fiddle with the controls. Eventually she found what she was looking for and started the thermal scans located on the cameras that were littered throughout the entire enclosure. Each of the cameras had its surroundings grayed out so that any thermal signature would be outlined on the screen. But dread started to take place in the executive as each camera started its program and showed that no thermal scans were found, until the final camera was finally completed that filled her with terror and despair. No thermal signatures detected. This doesn't make any sense, the guy off to the side said as he went over his notes. These doors haven't been opened in weeks, and I just looked into the paddock earlier today and saw her heat signature myself. Claire stared at him in disbelief as the man walked over to the window to get his own readings, as his own quirk was thermal vision to accommodate for any angles the cameras might have missed, while Owen managed to spot something that he missed on the way in. Were those claw marks always there? The two rushed over to the animal behaviorist to see what Owen was talking about, and both stared in shock at the claw marks that were on one side of the wall, with some of them nearly reaching the top of the paddock itself. As she has an implant on her back that I can track from the control room, she said in a panic as she rushed out of the viewing room back to her car. While it was unprofessional to leave a coworker at the site of an incident, terror and hysteria was the only thing coursing through her veins right now, as the only types of incidents she dealt with so far were escaped herbivores that managed to break through their gates, and even then, those that were easy to find and relocate. She didn't want to take any chances when it came to a loose carnivore on the island. Owen didn't blame her for this sudden panic either, as he knew the safety of the workers and tourists were the top priority when it came to situations like this, and quickly went over to the guard and asked if he saw anything out of the ordinary. Not really. I just changed shifts with someone earlier in the morning and used my quirk and the cameras to see if it was still inside, and didn't notice anything strange about it. Owen frowned after hearing the answer, not sure what to make out of the scenario that he was suddenly thrusted into as the guard went outside to get one of the lingering construction workers to ask if they had seen anything strange. He followed along to hear what they might have to say, and maybe figure out what kind of dinosaur he was dealing with. The control room in Jurassic World was full of people who monitored the entire park and its functions to run a smooth operation here in Isla Nublar, with assistance being provided from anything from escaped herbivores to helping children in the lost and found. Of course, there were plenty of people in the room to handle the numerous problems and situations that occurred on the island, so there were a few just talking off to the side with their coworkers or starting their lunch break at their desks for the time being. One such person was Lowery Crothers, a man who had a deep admiration for the park and was an avid fan of anything related to dinosaurs, even going so far as to display small toys on his desk and wearing a t-shirt from the previous park. He considered it an honor to be working in the command center to guide personnel to the right location and tasks when needed to. He was content with his position for the time being and was about to bring out his lunch from underneath the desks when he suddenly got an alert on his monitor about an incoming call coming from the restricted area on the northern part of the park. With a sigh, he reluctantly put his lunch back down before answering the call with a slight smile on his face. The coworker next to him looked at him in amusement at the gesture as she waited to hear the conversation with an earpiece that she wore. "Hello, Lowery, get me coordinates on the Indominus." The pair blinked at the odd request as they looked at each other in slight confusion, wondering why Claire would want the location of an animal that was supposed to be in its paddock, though they could tell from the tone of her voice that she was completely serious in this request. Yeah, sure, I'm doing it right now." The owner of the park, Simon Masrani, walked into the room after just getting out of a meeting to see how the park was doing when he heard the announcement from Lowry, and didn't hesitate to move towards his desk to see what was going on. Meanwhile, Owen and the guard managed to find one of the lingering construction workers outside and were about to make their way inside the paddock. As the door slowly opened, the three poked their heads out around the corner to peer inside the thick jungle. "Now are you sure you don't see the Indominus?" Owen asked the guard with a raised eyebrow, not wanting to run the risk of entering the animal's environment. The man's eyes turned bright yellow as he looked into the paddock, slowly scanning the surrounding area for any signs of heat coming from the giant carnivore before ultimately shaking his head a bit in frustration. "No, I still don't see it." Owen frowned once more before making his way towards the wall with numerous claw marks and running his hand over them. The marks on the wall weren't very deep in the concrete, and he wondered if the Indominus could even climb the tall structure entirely. "That wall is 40 feet high," the guard said as he looked up at the barrier. "Do you really think she could have climbed out?" "Depends. On what?" the guard asked. "What kind of dinosaur they cooked up in that lab?" Back at the control room, they finally managed to get a lock on the Indominus location, which just puzzled the two at the desk who were being overwatched by Simon as the dinosaur was still in its enclosure. "Claire, it's still in the cage." The redhead gaped as she couldn't believe that the animal was still in the enclosure. "That's impossible. I was just there." "Claire, I'm telling you it's in the cage," Lowry restated before looking up at the giant monitor to see three people inside the enclosure looking at a clawed wall. Wait a sec. There are people in there now." He heard Claire gasp on the other end of the line. "Get them out of there now." "Now." Lowry turned to his partner as she frantically started to warn the unaware people about the Indominus through her headset. The three in the paddock jumped at the sound of the guard's radio blaring to life, though they didn't quite hear the message at first, making the guard detach the radio from his waist to bring it closer to their ears to get a better hearing. "What's the problem?" the guard asked. "It's in the cage. It's in there with you." Their eyes widened at the message as Owen quickly ushered them back towards the door that they came in, with the guard straggling a bit behind, though this allowed the guard to get a glimpse of a thick, white hide moving ahead of the two in front of him, along with the snapping of several branches and heavy stomps, making him turn around and run towards a keypad that was right next to the clawed wall. Meanwhile, Owen's and the construction worker's path was blocked halfway by the creature that Owen was meant to inspect, a giant carnivore that had thick white scales covering the entirety of the body with a build similar to that of a T-Rex. Though unlike the infamous carnivore, the back of its neck and length along its back had small spine-like structures that stuck out along its skin. Additionally, it was equipped with a set of jagged teeth that were similar to a crocodile and limbs that struck out in front with razor-sharp claws that looked perfect for grabbing anything within its reach. It was unlike anything Owen had ever seen since he started working here, though now was not the time to stare, as he and the worker turned right back around and rushed towards the guard who was trying to open a panel of some kind, with the raptor trainer outpacing the other a bit as they tried to make their escape. Owen heard a scream come from behind him along with a sickening crunch, but didn't slow down as he continued to make his way toward the guard, who by now has entered the code that started to open up a giant metal gate that was meant to transport the animal in case it ever needed to be relocated, and left the enclosure with a pale face as he watched the Indominus tear the worker apart with each bite. The control room watched as an alarm started to blare on the screen about the breach, gaining the attention of the entire room as they watched the situation unfold. "Close the door," Simon ordered Lowry. "We can't lock him in there." He tried to protest. "Come on, close it now." Simon went ahead and pressed the button on the panel that started to close the giant door of the enclosure. "Somebody talk to me. What is happening?" Claire shouted frantically on the phone. Owen cursed as he saw the door ahead of him start to close, and the heavy footsteps of the Indominus start to near him. Just as Owen made it through the closing doors, the Indominus reached an arm out towards the fleeing human before it was stopped by the giant metal door that closed in on its side, pinning it against the concrete wall as it tried to squirm its way out of the sudden obstacle. Owen quickly slid underneath a car that was parked a good distance away from the gate and turned so that he was laying on his stomach just as the Indominus finally escaped from the clutches of the door with a burst of effort, before creeping slowly towards a car that was just across from him. He was confused about why it was heading towards it until his eyes landed on the security guard that managed to open the door and was cowering in the front. Their eyes locked for a second just as the Indominus finished moving towards the left side of the car and slammed it harshly, sending it flying towards Owen as he shielded himself from the debris. All Owen could do was watch helplessly as the Indominus suddenly grabbed the man in its jaws and started to munch on him. While the behavioralist didn't know what type of creature was dealing with, he knew that it must have had a great sense of smell if he was able to locate the man without ever seeing him flee, and didn't hesitate to turn on his back on the ground while pulling his knife out to cut one of the wires underneath the vehicle to douse himself in car fluid to hide his smell, lathering himself in the foreign substance. He stilled once he heard the heavy stomps of the beast start making its way toward him. crouching down using its two elongated limbs to get a better angle of its snout next to the car. Out of the corner of his eye, Owen caught a glimpse of blood-stained teeth as the animal released a deep, low guttural before taking in a deep breath, making the man hold his own breath as he forced himself not to react to the sudden breath of air that came from the Indominus. After a few agonizing seconds, the white-scaled menace huffed before it roared as it got back up on its two hind legs and stomped away from Owen, making him release a shuddering exhale of relief before he rested his head on the gravel, still reeling from the sudden attack. Claire finally left the elevator after frantically driving back from the paddock to find a silent control room. Some were comforting one another after witnessing such brutal deaths on screen, while others were having murmured conversations about what the next step should be. Though they all stopped when she finally entered the room and looked towards her for guidance, as they never encountered this type of scenario before. Everyone remained calm, despite saying it out loud for the room. She was also saying it for herself, as she was also about to enter a state of panic. But she steeled herself as she walked over towards Lowry as she took a glance at the screen, which displayed the Indominus movements as it continued its path of destruction. The implant will shock it if it goes too close to a perimeter fence. Nodding at the information, the lady sitting next to Lowry started to inform the managers of the various attraction about the proper evacuation procedure, only to be suddenly shouted at Simon Masrani. "Hang up the damn phone, please," he said sternly as he made his way towards them with a concentrated look on his face while the lady retracted her statement over the phone. "Let asset containment capture it quietly. The very existence of this park is predicated on our ability to handle incidents like this. It was an evidentiality, okay. Should really put that on the brochure," Lowry mumbled under his breath. "Eventually, one of these things will eat somebody." He was shot an unimpressed stare from Simon, but otherwise continued listening to the others about what the next step should be. "That paddock is 4 miles away from the closest attraction," Claire said as she tried to reinforce some confidence in her coworkers and herself. "ACU can handle this. No one else has to get eaten." While she winced at the comment, she tried to calm her breathing as they sent out the alert to ACU about the escaped dinosaur. And while they waited for the team to dispatch, she silently tried to convince herself that the team was more than suited for handling this upcoming task that lay ahead of them. So why did she feel so anxious about what was to come? ACU base to all units. This is a non-lethal operation. I repeat, this is a non-lethal operation. The park's ACU, or Asset Containment Unit, was made up of various individuals whose was personally selected and recruited for this type of occupation, with many of them having the necessary quirks and skills to handle animals that managed to escape captivity, some of which included a man who can turn his hands into lassos to wrap around the animals' necks, a woman with can produce electric balls from the palms of her hands, and a muscular 7-foot man who had a quirk that increased his mass, allowing him to take down bigger targets when needed to. While these particular individuals had strong quirks to aid them in their occupation, there was no doubt that the entire unit was the most highly trained personnel found on the island that was most fitted for recapturing dinosaurs. So when they heard the announcement, they didn't hesitate to gear themselves with numerous tasers and electric rods before speeding off to the location in their jeeps, unaware of the danger that will soon follow. Owen stormed into the control room with an irritated glare, ignoring the security guard that was calling him for a badge. What the hell happened out there? There were thermal cameras all over that paddock and a man with thermal vision. She did not just disappear. He shouted at Claire with narrowed eyes as the guard finally pushed him a bit back. Claire took a deep breath as she steeled herself for an explanation. It must have been a. Yet Owen was having none of it, cutting her off as he walked towards her. "Were you not watching? She marked that wall as a distraction. She wanted us to think she escaped." By now Claire was done with Owen's attitude and marched right up to his face. "We are talking about an animal here. A highly intelligent animal," Owen restated. 400 meters to the beacon, a lady at a console said that brought an end to their little standoff. And Owen saw numerous heart monitors on the monitor along with the beacon of the Indominus pulsing on screen and quickly put 2 and 2 together, with the unit finally making it to the location and stepping out into the thick jungle as they readied their weapons and equipment for the Indominus. "You're going after them with non-lethals," Owen said in disbelief. "We have $26 million invested in that asset. We can't just kill it," Simon explained. "Those men are going to die." By now, the unease in the room shot up as they nervously glanced at the giant monitor that showed the cameras of the unit moving deeper into the jungle. 300 meters to the beacon, Lowry informed the room. "You need to call this mission off right now," Owen desperately tried to instruct them. "They're right on top of it," Lowry nervously informed them as he watched the back and forth conversation. "Call this mission off, right now. You are not in control here," Claire finally snapped at Owen. Meanwhile, the ACU moved slowly in the forest where the beacon stopped, with one person ahead of the rest scoping the area as he followed the monitor on his wrist that displayed the dinosaur's location. when he suddenly brought his hand upward that made the others behind him pause, as he finally managed to make it to the beacon's location. Although he was on target, the Indominus was nowhere to be seen. Only a piece of its flesh was found on the ground against a rock, which managed to have the beacon still embedded into it. The blood is not clotted. It's close. Back in the control room, the others were confused at what they were seeing. Even the owner was rightfully confused at what he was seeing on the screen. What is that? It's her tracking implant. She clawed it out. Owen informed them after seeing various versions of the technology through his career at the park. How would it know to do that? Claire asked. She remembered where they put it in. The commander of the unit jolted when a drop of blood suddenly fell onto his arm, making him sweat nervously as he took a glance up. The troops behind him followed his gaze up towards the thick foliage that covered the trees, though at first they couldn't see anything that was amiss, only seeing the thick foliage that covered their surroundings. Suddenly, several branches can be heard snapping as a large object could be seen moving in the thick underbrush, until the Indominus revealed itself with a snarl and slowly turned its skin back to the white-colored scales that it was used to displaying. It can camouflage. The beast roared as it quickly grabbed the man who shouted, and started to bring him closer to its mouth. Thinking fast, one of the other men quickly turned his limb into a lasso and quickly wrapped the Indominus arm that was holding his team leader as another bulker coworker quickly rushed forward and assisted him in yanking the rope down as Indominus dropped the man safely. Taken aback by the sudden change, the Indominus halted its assault and roared at the people in front of it before charging ahead with its arms extended in front of him. The unit wasted no time in shooting numerous taser-like darts that stuck onto the predator's skin, while the ones with rods started flanking towards the side to try to drive it in a corner, making it stumble a few steps backward. The Indominus roared in agitation at the unknown threats as it made swipes at the people closest to it, killing two in the process while managing to grab another with its opposable thumbs and throwing them against a tree, killing him instantly. The people in the control room only look on in horror and anticipation as they watch the unit try to capture the Indominus. A man carrying a net launcher finally had an opening shot and took his chance when the Indominus decided to roar again in agitation, with the net wrapping around its mouth several times as it stumbled a bit in confusion, knocking down numerous trees as the unit closest to it scrambled to get out of the way. Time to take this thing down. The commander yelled to his troops as the Indominus was distracted with prying the net off of its face. The bulkiest man in the group nodded as he rushed the Indominus at full speed, increasing his mass the closer he got to the beast until he was about the same as a ton of rubble, making a shoulder tackle onto one of its legs, making it fall on its side with a muffled roar. The woman with the electricity quirk quickly started rubbing her palms together at a fast pace, building up a charge that slowly grew in her palms and made her hair spike up as she molded it into a ball. The Indominus shook its head to the side to get rid of the slight disorientation at the fall but didn't react fast enough to dodge the woman's ball of electricity, which made its target on the white-skinned beast as a jolt was shot through its entire system and fell with a pained, muffled roar. The control room all sighed in relief, as the team was now seen throwing numerous ropes on top of the giant beast to keep it pinned to the ground, though there was still a sense of mourning in some, as not all of the troops were able to make it back in one piece. SC Owen, there was nothing to worry about, Claire said with a shaky sigh of relief but faltered when she saw the worried and nervous expression that Chris wore as he continued to watch the Indominus on the screen. Although the Indominus was pinned to the ground, the shock was not enough to keep it completely paralyzed, as he noticed the way its eyes darted at the numerous people that surrounded him, no doubt looking for a way out even if it was pinned on the ground. And his worries grew when he saw the animal was startled when he saw one of the men holding a large syringe, as a cornered animal was the most dangerous to handle. The Indominus knew what they were about to do, as it had been tranquilized numerous times before when it had a checkup, and while he had already displayed numerous types of abilities and skills earlier due to its genetic makeup, there was one more thing that it hid from others when it was in captivity: its quirks. A deep growl emerged from its trapped snout as its skin once again started to change color, a dark purple that started from its head and slowly spread to the rest of his body, increasing its muscle mass as the spines on its head and back started to grow at an alarming rate, until it finally broke the snare that covered its mouth with an ear-piercing roar, also lifting the numerous people that were keeping the animal secured on the ground. A quick bite to the person holding the tranquilizer was made before it turned to the rest of the troops in a fit of rage, getting down on all fours as it roared with an unhinged jaw before swiping them with its muscular tail towards trees surrounding them and devouring them whole as others frantically tried to get away. The person with the mass-increasing quirk tried to once again charge towards the Indominus at full speed to try to bring it down. Yet the creature knew exactly what the person was trying to do and quickly moved so that the man missed his target and continued on, before smacking him in the back with its reinforced tail and sending him crashing through numerous trees, killing him. The woman panicked as she witnessed the carnage in front of her and frantically tried to conjure up another ball of electricity in between her palms, which unfortunately garnered the Indominus' attention as it suddenly turned towards her instantly and started charging towards the woman at full speed. After a quick buildup of energy, she quickly shot it at the rampaging beast as fast as she could, hoping that another shock will be able to put the beast down once more. To her utter dismay, the ball only exploded in a shower of light as it hit its side, dissipating on the surface of the Indominus' dark, reinforced skin as it continued to charge towards her at full speed, until it finally managed to reach her and chomped her in one massive bite. By now the entire command center was silenced in shock and horror, as nearly the entire team's heart monitors now displayed a flat line except for 2 stray members that managed to get away. "Evacuate the island," Owen said as he turned to face Claire with a stern face, only to find a look of absolute disbelief. "We'd never reopen. You made a genetic hybrid, raised it in captivity. She's seeing all of this for the first time. She doesn't even know what she is, and will kill everything that moves. You think the animal is contemplating its existence?" Simon mused. "She's learning where she fits in the food chain, and I'm not sure you want her to figure that out. Now, I don't know what kind of quirk she has, but you have an emergency situation on your hands and can use live ammunition. You have an M134 in your armory, so put on a chopper as smoke this thing." By now, several of the co-workers were in agreement with the animal behavioralist after witnessing the display on the screen, but some of them were still unsure of how this situation would turn out and looked between the two to see what would happen next. "I'm not going to turn this place into a war zone." "You already have," Owen said with narrowed eyes. "Mr. Grady, if you're not going to help, there's no reason for you to be here." In a fit of frustration of his voice going unheard, Owen knocked down the figures that were sitting on top of Lowry's desk, causing the technician to sigh in exasperation at the uncalled gesture as Owen stormed up to Simon Masrani. "I would have a word with your people in the lab," Owen said to the CEO executive. "That thing out there, that's no dinosaur." Claire watched as Owen stormed off to the elevator before turning her head back to the monitors that display the entire park through numerous cameras, and looked at the live count of guests that were attending the park and made a decision. "I'm going to close everything north of the resort. This is a Phase 1 real world. Bring everyone in." While the entire room worked to get the park towards the southern part of the map, Claire could only watch in unease as the Indominus was now nowhere to be found on the map, wondering how the rest of her day will go. Henry Wu just stepped out of his secret lab that was embedded into the wall and entered the pin as guests made their way back towards the center of the park. Though as he turned around, he saw the stern face of Simon Masrani appear from the ground, seemingly looking for something before locking eyes with him and moving forward at a hurried pace. Feeling that a long conversation was about to begin, he started to brew some tea for his guest as he made his way to sit at a nearby table, pouring Simon and himself a cup as the CEO finally made his way onto his desk. "I want to know about the Indominus and what it's made of," Simon demanded as he finally made his way to Henry. While a bit surprised at the no-nonsense attitude, he knew that the project of the Indominus genetics was supposed to be hidden for the other company that he was secretly working for, InGen. "You know I'm not at liberty to reveal the asset's genetic makeup. Modified animals are known to be unpredictable, but it's killed people, Henry," Simon said. "That's unfortunate." Simon was a bit angry that such an insensitive answer came from the lab technician, but focused on getting answers on what the Indominus is and what abilities they should look out for. "What purpose could we have with an animal that can camouflage?" "Cuttlefish genes were added to help her withstand an accelerated growth rate," Henry started to explain. "Cuttlefish have chromatophores that allow the skin to change color." Simon nodded in understanding as he sat down in the seat across from Henry with a contemplative look on his face as he informed the scientist of the recent developments that occurred in its paddock. It hid from thermal technology. Henry was a bit surprised to hear that answer, stopping himself from another sip of his tea as he looked at Simon in curiosity. "Really?" Simon confirmed his statement with a stern nod before he asked, "How is that possible?" Of course, Henry could think of a possible reason why the Indominus could have this ability, tapping the side of his cup as he provided an answer with a look of contemplation. "Tree frogs can modulate their infrared output. We use strands of their DNA to adapt her to a tropical climate, but I never imagined that their genes would be able to display both of their traits at the same time." Simon rubbed his forehead to calm the headache that was starting to form, realizing that the monster that was just released was much more of a problem than any of them realized. Yet even with the odd genetics, it should have been an easy capture with the highly skilled personnel they had in the ACU. What he really needed to know was what kind of quirk they were dealing with. And what about the quirk it had? It completely tanked whatever we threw at it. Henry blinked in confusion as he looked at the executive with a baffled expression. "I'm sorry, a quirk." Now it was Simon's turn to look at the scientist with a confused expression, as he expected Henry to know something about the quirk. But it sounded like Henry was just learning that the Indominus had one, something that he found suspicious and a little bit frustrated at. "Are you telling me that you didn't even know he had a quirk the whole time you had in captivity?" Surprisingly, Henry looked a bit flustered at being called out for his error. Yet he eventually schooled his expression as he looked at Simon with a stern and curious gaze. "Tell me, Simon, how much do you know about the fall of the original Jurassic Park?" While the executive blinked at the sudden change in subject, he eventually thought about what John Hammond had said about the disaster that occurred ages ago. A tale of terror and horror, as the beasts that were once in captivity suddenly escaped the park due to the greed of a single employee. Though he still didn't know what this had to do with the Indominus. "Enough to know how to run this park correctly," Simon said with a raised eyebrow. "Though I still don't know what this has to do with the current situation." Henry chuckled humorlessly at the statement as he took a sip of his tea as his gaze went distant, recalling events that went undocumented to the public. "What you don't know, Simon, was that there was a scouting mission that was dispatched onto the island as you continued gaining sponsors and investors for the upcoming park," Henry started to explain. "A team that was supposed to scout out the area to see the land and animals that roamed at the time and make plans for their capture." Simon leaned in to hear this tale that left his most confident worker so distraught, wanting to hear more about what happened to Hammond's park after the disaster. For the most part, the scenery was mostly what we expected, with thick jungles covering the landscape that covered most of the old buildings and provided much of the shelter for the herbivores. Henry then looked at Simon with a sigh as he rubbed his eyes to calm the headache that was now plaguing him. What we didn't account for was the factor of quirks. The CEO looked at him in shock and awe as Henry continued his tale. "In the natural world, survival of the fittest is the most basic concept for an organism to go through in order to pass its genes to the next generation. Quirks just turned the favor of survival to particular individuals, making them more widespread in the ecosystem as time went on, until eventually nearly every dinosaur in that island had a quirk of some sort." A haunted look appeared on his face as his face went pale and his gaze went distant once again. "Not much of our team was left when we made that discovery." Simon swallowed hard as sweat started to form on his forehead after hearing such a tale, but soon calmed himself to consider the concept as a whole. When the park initially opened up again, he realized that most of the animals that were in containment had no quirks whatsoever, with some hatchlings showing up with abilities in the second or third years of the park's opening. Though that raised the question of how were they able to handle an island full of dinosaurs before his arrival. Henry seemed to have realized what he was thinking, as quickly went back to the original topic at hand. "To prevent this type of problem from occurring, I was able to come in contact with someone who specialized in locating a quirk in a body and was able to cancel the effects of the quirk without harming the animal. Though I never saw the procedure happen, since he preferred working alone." Henry's voice then trailed off in slight curiosity. "Truth be told, I did always wonder how the animals came back without displaying their quirks." He shook his head to dispel those thoughts as he once again looked at Simon with a perplexed expression. Either way, the Indominus was the last dinosaur that he was able to inspect before he suddenly had to cancel our arrangement due to financial issues. But he gave me notes on how to figure out what a quirk was before it manifested so that we could safely integrate it into a park, and said that the Indominus it didn't hold any quirks that he knew of. Simon frowned, not knowing what to do with this lack of information about the beast that was now loose in the park. "Try to see if you can get in contact with him for now, while I try to deal with this monster that we made." Henry watched as Simon left the room back towards the control room at a hurried pace, leaving the scientist alone with his thoughts as he pulled out his phone and scrolled to the bottom of his contacts until it finally stopped at a name that he didn't see in over 3 years. Dr. Kyudai Garaki. The Innovation Center was packed with much more people than the last time the two green-haired teens gave it a visit when they were looking at dinosaur eggs, with numerous people looking at the panels or their brochures as they waited for the park to fix whatever problems they were dealing with at the moment. And while it was certainly not what the two teens expected to do, they were still having a bit of fun with the panels, with Setsuna testing her boyfriend on his dinosaur knowledge as they waited for the park to reopen by asking him what periods they lived in. "Okay, now what about this one?" the girl asked Izuku as she pointed to a Carnotaurus on a screen. "Late Cretaceous," he answered without any hesitation. Setsuna smirked at the boy's answer, impressed at how well he remembered the information she often shared when it came to discussing her hobby, as she has yet found to find a particular topic to stump him. "I see. It seems that I would have to pull out my trump card," the girl said as she stroked the non-existent beard on her chin. She quickly swiped the panel so that it now displayed a Dimorphodon, a creature that she was sure would make him falter. "Now what period did this dinosaur live in?" she asked with a smug grin. Though once again, Izuku didn't hesitate as he took a look at the animal before turning to her with a smile. "Late Jurassic," before adding in, "and it was a flying reptile, not a dinosaur." Setsuna faked getting a mortal wound on her chest as she stumbled backward in mock hurt, getting an amused expression from her boyfriend as he looked on with a smile. "I have been bested. Truly you are the master of all things prehistoric and must relinquish you my title of Dino Master." Izuku laughed as he shook his head, deciding to play along with this little charade that she started to act out. "I must respectfully decline, for I have learned from the very best." They both snickered at the banter that they were giving to one another, before suddenly stopping when they heard a sudden cry from the middle of the room. Owen. They watched as the red-haired woman in the white outfit they saw earlier that day rushed forward to a ranger of some sort as she frantically tried to explain something about some lost nephews, before they moved off to the side to get away from the crowd. The two teens looked at one another in concern before heading off towards the two, wanting to hear more about these lost nephews that the woman was so desperate to find. When they finally made it to the pair, they saw the ranger looking at the redhead in a state of disbelief. "You don't know how old your nephews are?" They saw the woman flinched a bit at the sudden question, but couldn't respond as words failed to leave her mouth. Setsuna and Izuku looked at each other again before ultimately deciding to enter the conversation, with the green-haired girl tapping the woman on the shoulder. The action made her jump a bit before she turned around to see who was touching her and was surprised to see that it was two teens. Though before she could protest and send them away, Setsuna started to speak up. "I'm sorry to bother you, but we couldn't help but overhear your situation, and we think we know who you are looking for." The ranger raised an eyebrow in interest and allowed them to continue with a nod of his head. There was a blonde-haired kid with shaggy hair, who wore shorts and a buttoned-up shirt, and he with a teenager who had brown hair wearing a pair of jeans and a plain t-shirt along with a hoodie. He also looked like he didn't want to be here if I'm being totally honest. Setsuna answered the two. The woman's eyes lit up at the description. Yes, that's them, Zack and Gray. The redhead gleefully confirmed. "Well, now I got something to work off," the ranger said as he refocused his gaze onto the two teens. "Thank you very much for your help, but I think I got it from here." Yet before he could move away from them, Izuku stepped forward and started speaking. "With all due respect, sir, I think we should come with you," he said as he looked at Setsuna with a raised eyebrow. "We're heroes in training, and I can't just stand by while someone is in trouble." While she wasn't expecting him to suddenly jump into the conversation, she didn't disagree with his statement either, nodding alongside him with a gaze of determination of her own. Yet, the ranger stuck his hand to stop the two from saying any more. "Look," he started with a hard expression on his face. "There is a conflict going on right now, and I don't want you two kids to get harmed meddling with something that you shouldn't be involved in to begin with." The two heroes in training looked surprised at being denied so quickly, but soon narrowed their eyes at the ranger, not standing down on their instance for providing help to those that need it. Meddling when you don't need to is the essence of being a hero. Setsuna knew that Izuku was being uncharacteristically forward right now to this random ranger, but it was a part of him that she grew to understand the longer she spent time with him. The drive to do the right thing no matter the cost was a feature that she found admirable, and motivated her to push beyond her limits whenever a crisis or daunting task was in front of her. The two teens and the ranger were locked in a harsh staring contest, with neither side willing to back down on their stance. Setsuna thought nothing was ever going to get done if they were going to just deny one another constantly, and was about to say something else when the redhead tugged on the shirt of the ranger. "Owen," the lady started softly, "let them come. We are wasting enough time as it is, and who knows, maybe they can help out." The man that they now knew was called Owen was about to disagree with her, but the woman dressed in white must have given him a certain look because his eyes softened after hearing her plea. "You know if they come, we are going to have to tell them what is happening, right?" She nodded with pleading eyes to the ranger, who gave a frustrated sigh as she turned to the heroes in gratitude with a slight bow. "Please help us in finding my nephews." The teens relaxed their expression as they nodded in understanding, with the ranger motioning them towards the exit. "Come on, I will explain to you what is happening along the way," the ranger said as he started to lead the group 4 outside of the Innovation Center. Setsuna and Izuku looked at each in slight confusion at the phrase, since they were sure that the announcement had said that they were only experiencing technical difficulties. If they only knew what they got themselves into. "This is a bad idea. What are you talking about?" Zack looked at his younger brother with a slight smirk on his face. "We came here to look at dinosaurs, so that's what we are going to do. We got the passes from Aunt Claire, so we should be fine. But they told us to go back." Zack sighed in slight annoyance at his brother's insistence, not sure just what he has to do to please him. Then he noticed a group of 4 dinosaurs grazing on the forest floor off to the side and moved the gyrosphere over to that area. The animals had club-like tails along with a thick plating of armor on their back, although he couldn't help but notice that one was a darker shade of brown than the rest and was significantly larger. Nonetheless, he found what he was looking for, a chance to bring his brother up close to the animals that he was so desperate to see. "There, you see," Zack said with disinterest as he gestured to 4 massive herbivores, up close and personal with 4 dinosauruses. "Ankylosaurus," Gray said with a frown. "We shouldn't be here. And there are 5 dinosaurs." Zack rolled his eyes. "Aren't you supposed to be a little genius or something? Look, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He faltered when he heard his brother count 1 more and finally looked to where he was pointing. A white snout that was filled with sharp teeth could be seen in the reflection of their gyrosphere, who snarled at the group of herbivores in front of them. getting the Ankylosaurus' attention before raising to full height and roaring at the herd with an unhinged jaw. Go, run. Zack pushed the gear stick to move the vehicle forward, but wasn't fast enough to escape whatever creature was behind them at the moment as they were kicked by the beast's strong legs, making them bounce between the fleeing herbivores as they started to spin inside the gyrosphere. The bulkiest of the herbivores was falling behind when the group started to flee and decided to turn around to face its opponent with a triumphant bellow as he slammed its reinforced tail onto the ground, making the giant white-scaled carnivore roar in defiance as it moved towards the Ankylosaurus with haste. Zack tried to fight off his motion sickness as the sphere started to slow down, and wasted no time in pushing their vehicle to the max to escape this confrontation between predator and prey. Watch out, his younger brother cried out. Zack's eyes widened as the tail of the Ankylosaurus slammed against the front of the sphere, forming cracks in the front as the ball-like vehicle was sent backwards and slammed into a tree, breaking the mechanisms at the bottom and flipping the two boys upside down. They watched in anticipation as the herbivore smoothly turned its body so that the tail swung and hit the beast on the side of its face, causing it to take a step back as it shook its head before attempting to bite the armored dinosaur on the back with its wide mouth. The armor-like plating prevented the Ankylosaurus from getting hurt and tried to aim another swing of its tail towards the rampaging carnivore, though the beast saw it coming and took a step back to avoid the swing and noticed the weak underside of the herbivore, taking a new approach as it reached over the Ankylosaurus and slashed one of its hind legs with its razor-sharp claws, with a pained bellow coming from the herbivore as it took a few steps back, limping slightly due to its injury as the Indominus stalked its way forward to finish the kill. Deciding to pull out all the stops, the Ankylosaurus let out another triumphant bellow as it activated its quirk. The ground around it seemed to shake as topsoil and rock slowly started to encase the underside of its body, covering the injury along with the soft underbelly and skin, with large pieces of rock also starting to move upwards onto the Ankylosaurus' thick plating, making them sturdier and sharper than before as stones gathered at the end of its tail. The Indominus looked at the change with interest, before unnaturally getting down on its two front legs and roaring in rage, charging forward once more to put an end to the herbivore standing in front of it. The herbivore swung its tail edging at the beast as it tried to reach the underside of its body again, but quickly found that the soil and gravel made it so that its claws couldn't penetrate the skin as it had done before. Hesitance from the carnivore was all the Ankylosaurus needed, as it swung its reinforced tail once more towards the side of its jaw, landing the hit with a loud boom as teeth and blood exploded from the beast's mouth, making it stumbled as it fell with a pained, muffled roar. The boys watched in awe as the Ankylosaurus bellowed in victory over the unmoving beast as it stomped the ground with its feet. He beat it, Gray said in awe. Zack could only sigh in relief over the outcome as he looked over at his younger brother. We're safe now, Zack said shakily to Gray before starting to look for where his phone was to call for help. Suddenly, a deep growl escaped from the Indominus as it shakily got back onto its feet, changing color as a deep purple started covering its snout and slowly spread to the rest of its body, with the spines on the back of its head and spine becoming more malicious and threatening. The boys watched in horror as the muscles of the Indominus bulged in size and strength. As the carnivore turned around, they watched as wounds on the jaw started to close as new teeth, bone, and flesh started to form, until it towered to full height once more and released an ear-piercing roar at the herbivore that made them flinch. The Ankylosaurus wasn't intimidated by the action and proceeded to swing its rock-covered tail once more at the predator's face. To the herbivores' and boys' surprise, the Indominus tanked the attack completely, shattering all of the rock on its tail the moment it came into contact with its jaw, with the Indominus creeping forward with a snarl. Now ready to end this confrontation once more, the predator charged at its prey before it rammed into the Ankylosaurus with its reinforced head, breaking apart all of the rock and soil it had on its upper body while making it stumble in disorientation, along with the Indominus wasting no time in flipping the herbivore over after already determining its weakness, and gave it a swift end by going for the neck. A chill went through the young boy's spine as the Indominus panted heavily while the skin and muscles slowly changed back to its normal form, as the beast not being able to keep that form for long periods, until it was completely white once more and released a roar into the air in victory with an unhinged jaw. Now more desperate to find the phone to call for help, Zack frantically searched in the pockets of his jeans and hoodie until spotting it out of reach above him, stretching to get his phone in his upside-down state. As he went for it, the phone started to vibrate while showing a picture of their aunt, making a low humming sound as it continued to vibrate on the glass. Zack, his younger brother, tried to get his attention. Hold on. He strained himself as he continued reaching for the device. I almost got it. Look. Finally glancing to where his brother was pointing, he paled when he saw the menacing orange eye of the Indominus looking at them at face level with a low growl before it raised its head to stand upright. The two boys could only watch as the Indominus used its long arms to turn their sphere-shaped vehicle toward it, and slowly spun it so that they were now facing back upright, with a sharp claw piercing through the bulletproof glass for extra grip. Both of their boys felt their throats tighten as the Indominus opened its wide mouth and descended on the two with its sharp teeth, screaming as it encased nearly half of the gyrosphere with its gaping maw and its sharp teeth breaking through the glass as it lifted the vehicle off the ground. The Indominus slammed the sphere onto the ground once to test out its strength and soon started to repeat the procedure several times to eat its new victims. By now the glass behind them broke after repeated slams from the Indominus, and Zack, knowing that it was only a matter of time before they run out of space, unbuckled himself and his brother just as the Indominus lifted the demolished vehicle above the ground, with the two boys falling out just as the Indominus went for another slam. "Go, run," after ushering his brother out. They both wasted no time running as fast as they could away from the beast, who has noticed them leaving and pried the sphere out of its jaws and roared at them on all four legs, making to a clearing after leaving the thick forest. The boys continued running just as the Indominus burst through several trees, stomping towards them with outstretched hands as the boys stumbled onto an obstacle blocking their way, a waterfall that led into a large pool of water. Looking between the water and the charging predator behind, Zack already knew what their next step would be. "We are going to have to jump." Gray was about to make his protest when he heard the carnivore start to near, making him hastily nod to his older brother's outrageous plan. "You ready?" The two boys braced themselves as they jumped off the cliff just as the Indominus went in for a bite, missing them by mere inches. The beast watched as its prey disappeared underneath the waves below, leaning forward on the cliff and peering through the water looking for any signs of life, until eventually finding none and getting up on its hind legs and roaring in annoyance, stomping sway from the waterfall in search of its next victims. Emerging above the water with a large breath of air, the two boys gasped as they heard the sounds of the carnivore moving farther away from them, swimming to the edge of the water until they managed to reach dry land. Crawling out of the bank, they both leveled their breathing for a moment before Zack looked at Gray with awe. "You jumped." Gray blinked in confusion at the statement from his older brother before a smile broke out. Zack broke out with a smile of his own before laughing at the stunt they pulled, knowing that they probably wouldn't have done this in any other circumstances. Eventually they both calmed down, with Zack bringing an arm around his brother with a smirk as they started to leave the pool of water behind. After getting into one of the park's jeeps, Owen silently drove the group towards the valley to start their search for Claire's nephews, occasionally glancing at the two teens in the mirror as Claire continued to call the nephews' phones with a worried expression on her face. While he was a bit upset at the fact that a couple of teenagers insisted on joining their search in the middle of a crisis, he had to admit that he was impressed by the sheer resolve that they demonstrated earlier in the Innovation Center. He didn't really pay that much to heroics due to his time in the Navy and working with the Velociraptors, but did hear of the boys' exploits overseas every so often due to the infamous attacks made on his class. The girl, on the other hand, had been a bit of a mystery to him, as she wasn't shown that often in the news. Deciding that he should introduce himself to the people who were providing assistance to this search, he cleared his throat to gain the two's attention. "I'm Owen Grady, and the woman you are helping is Claire Deering. And while I don't like that you are joining us for this, I guess I can't say no to some extra help. Why don't you introduce yourself and tell us what you can do?" The two heroes in training didn't have any problems with that, looking at the ranger in the mirror of the car. "Setsuna Takage," the girl started with a sharp-toothed smile. "And I call my quirk Lizard Tail Splitter, since I can split apart my body and control them at will. And while I can regenerate them, it requires a lot of energy to do it, so I always try to use it as a last resort." Owen blinked in surprise at the sheer scope of her abilities, but ultimately shook it off with a smile. After all, quirks have been along for a while now, so the possibilities were endless in their capabilities, he supposed. "Pretty nifty," he said as he turned to the freckled boy next to her. "And what about you, kid? I heard about what you did in the raid a couple of months ago." The boy blushed slightly at the praise, but nonetheless prepared to introduce himself. "I'm Izuku Midoriya." The boy sheepishly smiled. "And my quirk is a strength enhancer to say the least. And recently I was able to produce dark whips out of my hands." "I'm sorry, whips?" Owen dumbly asked as Claire paused in her phone call attempt to hear what the boy had to say. "Why yes," Izuku faltered for a moment. "While it's still relatively new, I've gotten better at using it now. You should have seen the first time he tried to use it." Setsuna jumped in with a knowing look at the boy. "He nearly trashed the entire arena." Izuku blushed in embarrassment while Claire and Owen looked at other with a raised eyebrow after hearing the capabilities of the two students, oddly feeling better about their chances now that the two introduced themselves. Maybe it wasn't a bad idea to bring them along after all, Owen thought. With the pleasantries out of the way, the girl's eyes then hardened as she narrowed her eyes at him in the mirror, a stern expression forming before she started to ask her own question. "Now, you said you would tell us what was really going on, so spill." It's not just technical problems the park is having right now, is it? Owen blinked a bit in surprise at the sudden change in topics, but ultimately sighed in exasperation as he took a glance at Claire, who stopped fiddling with her phone by now as she gave him a regretful look. And while Izuku didn't say anything, Owen could tell that boy was asking him the same question by the look on his face. There's an animal out of containment at the moment. The ranger started with stern eyes as he refocused his gaze back on the path ahead of him, and we have started to move the tourists to the southern part of the park as we try to deal with it. The two teens gasped in shock at the information but ultimately refocused themselves as the girl looked back in slight confusion. What kind of dinosaur was it? I thought you guys had protocols for this type of scenario and would have caught it by now. A moment of silence was built in the car as Owen recalled what he knew about the dinosaur so far, and even then, it was not much to go off on. They called it the Indominus Rex, Owen answered as he kept on driving. He heard a snicker escape Setsuna's lips as she quickly tried to school her expression, with Izuku looking amused at the odd name choice and the girl's reaction. I'm sorry. The what? Setsuna asked with a laugh. I told you it was a dumb name, Owen muttered to the woman next to him in the passenger seat, but she was too busy trying to call their nephews on her phone to respond other than a slight glare to him, so he refocused his attention on the two teens in the back. They called it the Indominus Rex. It was some new dinosaur that they cooked up in that lab of theirs to show off to the public, but it managed to hide from our cameras and escape captivity while completely tanking whatever we threw it with its quirk. And with the tag gone, we have no idea where it is right now. The two teens quickly stopped laughing after hearing the full depth of the situation at hand, taking time to process the information that was given. Owen didn't blame them since he could hardly believe it for himself. Do you guys know at least what it's made of? Izuku asked after a while. Sighing regretfully, he shook his head as he continued to explain. All I could tell you is that its base was that of a T-Rex and the quirk allows it to increase its strength and reinforce its skin after turning purple. Other than that, I don't have much to go off of. Another harsh silence followed in the car as he continued to drive on in silence, unsure of what to say now that the teens were caught up to speed. He expected them to want to back out now that they knew what they were up against, and was about to say something when Claire spoke up. They are not picking up their phone, Claire said to herself in worry as they continued to drive towards the intersection of the park in the Jeep, making Owen falter as he turned his eyes back onto the road in silence. Don't worry, Claire. I'm sure that we will find them, Izuku tried to reassure her with a nervous smile, but faltered when he noticed that it wasn't really doing much to boost the lady's confidence as she looked outside the window with a frown. Owen blinked in surprise at the response before a slight smile appeared, admiring their resolve to help Claire find her nephews even with the threat that lurks out in the park. Eventually, the car made it out of the thick foliage and into a grassy plain, where Owen quickly noticed something was off when he saw a large gray animal lying on the ground and parked the vehicle a couple of meters away from the animal to investigate. Stay in the car, stepping out while bringing his rifle in front. He made his way behind the animal at a steady pace as he finally saw what it was that was lying on the ground. An apatosaurus that had large red gashes all across its legs, midsection, and neck while taking in deep, labored breaths. He started to caress the back of its head to soothe it from the pain that it was feeling at the moment. Of course, his order went ignored as the two teens stepped out of the car along with a hesitant Claire as they made their way towards the reason why Owen stopped the car, with the animal widening its bright blue eyes and raising its head in distress over the arrival of three new people. But Owen quickly soothed it by stroking the back of its head so that it was laying back down on the ground. The two teens stayed a couple of feet behind, not wanting to stress the animal any more than it already was right now, while Claire continued forward until she was right in front of the head alongside Owen. While he was a bit surprised that she came so close to the animal, he refocused his attention on the animal in pain as he continued stroking the back of its head while talking to it softly. Claire, on the other hand, was seeing a whole new side to Owen as she watched him continue to soothe the animal as it laid on the grass, as she had only ever seen him try to flirt with her and make jokes whenever they talked to each other. Reluctantly, Claire raised a hand to the animal's cheek, stroking it as the animal started to relax at the touch. Now it was Owen's turn to be surprised by her actions, as he never would have thought that the businesswoman would attempt to soothe an animal with how much she talked about the condition of the assets. Eventually, though, the animal succumbed to its injuries as it closed its eyes as it laid back onto the soft pasture underneath and took its last breath. Claire's breath hitched as she saw no sign of life in the large herbivore and removed her hand from the animal's neck as a single tear escaped her eye, with Owen sighing regretfully when he noticed that Setsuna buried her head into Izuku's shoulder as the boy tried to reassure her by stroking her back, all while fighting to shed some tears of his own. It was a reason why he didn't want someone so young following along with them on this mission to find the nephews, as there was no telling what they might encounter, even if they were heroes in training. Yet what animal behaviorists didn't know was what a cruel twist of irony it was for the teens to see such a majestic beast die in front of them, since it was just that morning when they went to pet a younger apatosaurus in the petting zoo. He noticed a crow off to the side and hesitantly stood up from the animal he was petting and began to walk a bit uphill while bringing his rifle out, not wanting to take any risks of the Indominus showing up, yet looked on in shock as 5 Apatosaurus were displayed on the field with similar cuts on their bodies as the previous one, all dead as numerous crows inspected their bodies. It didn't eat them. Claire gasped in shock as she finally took in the view that he was seeing, with the 2 greenettes right behind her looking at the scene with horror. It's killing for sport. The group of 4 looked on in dread as the Izuku and Setsuna glanced at each other uncertainly, wondering what kind of monster were they dealing with. After seeing the carnage the Indominus left behind, the 4 quickly hurried their search for the missing boys as Claire guided Owen through a path she saw the boys take in the control room, driving through a broken gate that led them once again into a forest under a thick canopy. As Owen continued to drive through the forest floor, the other 3 passengers were keeping an eye out for anything out of place, looking for anything that might give them a clue of where the boys went. While they didn't have to be having much luck at first, Setsuna managed to get a glimpse of something as they passed through trees. Over there, I see something. Owen quickly turned the car to the area Setsuna pointed out and stopped right in front of the wreckage of a gyrosphere, with the tour guide's audio continuing to loop from its busted-up speakers, along with a half-eaten ankylosaurus some meters farther away from the wrecked vehicle. At least we don't have to worry about it being hungry anytime soon, Izuku thought with a nervous gulp. The 4 stepped out of the car on guard, with the heroes in training ready to activate their quirks at a moment's notice as Owen brought his rifle out in front of them, all taking in the scene in front of them while keeping an eye out for any signs of the Indominus. Noticing a tooth sticking out of the vehicle, Owen pulled out a knife and managed to pry out the incisor from the broken vehicle to inspect it, before handing it off to Izuku, who quickly held it with a shudder passing through his spine before quickly tossing it to the side and began looking for any other signs of the missing people. Claire suddenly gasped as she picked up a smashed device of some kind from the ground, gaining the attention of Owen and Izuku as she suddenly started to panic after recognizing what the broken device in her hand was: Zack's cell phone. Oh no. Izuku and Owen quickly rushed over after hearing Claire as she was about to enter a state of panic. Yet before any of them could say something to calm her down, Setsuna called out once more to the group of 3 a couple of meters ahead of the wreckage. Look, there are some tracks here. A sharp-toothed girl pointed to some muddy footprints that were encased in the mud. They made it out. Claire sighed heavily in relief, relaxing her stance a bit as she stood back up with the help of Owen as the 4 started to follow the boys' path, which continued on for a good while until they managed to get out of the wooded area and reach a grassy plain, finally ending at a cliff next to a waterfall with a giant footprint of the Indominus embedded in the ground beside the flowing water. Though based on the footprints and the lack of evidence of any carnage, it was easy to guess what had occurred. Oh my god, they jumped, Claire said in shock after putting together what happened. Brave kids, Chris commented in slight admiration, with Izuku and Setsuna nodding their head in agreement after seeing how deep the cliff went before hitting the water below, but jolted when Claire started to scream out the boys' names out in the open, causing Owen and the 2 teens to jump in surprise before quickly shushing her by a frantic Setsuna and stern-faced Owen. Calm down, Owen said with as loud as a whisper he could manage to speak over the raging waters. Those kids are still alive, but we will not be if you continue to scream like that. The green-haired girl nodded in agreement beside Owen with a frantic look on her face. Do you want us to become dino food? She added with a hiss. Reining her panic, Claire started to look around uneasily, unsure of what their next move should be as she lowered her voice while looking at Owen and the teens in desperation. You can track their smell, can't you? She asked before making a vague and frantic gesture with her hands. Track their footprints. My quirk involves whistling, not tracking people, and you already heard what they could do, Owen declared before pausing for a moment and making a decision. You head on back, we'll find them and bring them back to you at the park. Izuku and Setsuna nodded alongside Owen with looks of sympathy, not wanting Claire to get harmed coming along on this operation that they were suddenly thrown into, since it was easy to see that she was out of her element at the moment. Yet by the looks of things, the redhead didn't look too pleased about being left out of the search, even when the 2 teens started to add their own input to the conversation. It's better if you head on back, Setsuna said with a look of sympathy. We will bring them back to you, I promise. I'm not leaving those boys alone again. The teens and Owen were surprised by her sudden outburst, so much so that they momentarily forgot to remind her about being silent as Claire looked off to the side and stewed in frustration on her actions up to this point, abandoning her nephews with her job and busy schedule when she should have been with them from the very start of their vacation. I will make this right, she thought to herself as she refocused her attention back onto the 3 in front of her who were looking at her curiously. Claire decided to show the others how serious she was about her tagging along, starting with her unbuckling the belt at the bottom that held her white shirt together and tying them in a knot so it no longer dragged her down, making Izuku squeak in embarrassment at the sudden action and averted his gaze from the woman as Setsuna looked with a raised eyebrow. while Owen just stood silent with an intrigued look as Claire finished by rolling up her sleeves up to her elbows and placing her hands on her hips with a huff. After a quick glance at Claire to make sure she was done, Izuku finally returned his gaze back to Claire as he looked on in confusion alongside Setsuna, not quite sure what to comment on this sudden adjustment in wardrobe as the raptor trainer's brain finally rebooted and was able to speak again after a sudden cough. "What is that supposed to mean?" Owen dumbly stated. "It means I'm ready to go." The teens blinked in confusion at the statement before looking uncertainly at Owen to see what he might say. Owen locked eyes with Claire as he took into consideration her plea about tagging along, before reluctantly agreeing with a sigh that made the redhead perk up as turned his position a bit so that he was looking at everyone at once. "Let's just get one thing straight," Owen began with a slightly stern voice. "I'm in charge out here. You do exactly what I say exactly as I say it." "Sir, yes, sir." Setsuna decided to play along with this sudden militaristic tone coming from Owen by saluting the ranger with a stern expression on her face, making Izuku's mouth twitch as he restrained himself from smiling at her behavior. "It will be like taking a stroll through the woods," Owen said with a smirk as he took a glance at the two teens beside him. 65 million years ago. Izuku saw Claire roll her eyes at the phrase as he looked over the edge of the cliff once more, trying to see where the two boys might have gone after escaping the Indominus, until calling out something odd he noticed at the edge of the pool of water from below. "I think the boys got out of the water from the bank there." Izuku pointed to an area of the water that ended on a muddy bank that had an odd formation and markings that lead into the woods. "If we leave now, we might be able to catch up." Owen nodded as he started to head towards the jagged cliff, making the Izuku and Setsuna both blinked in surprise as they were no longer using their vehicle to progress further, which Claire also noticed was odd as she asked Owen if they should head back to the car. Yet the man only shook his head at the question. "It will take too long to go all the way around, and I'd rather not leave the boys alone with the Indominus any longer than I have to. So going on foot is our only option," he explained as he hung the rifle onto his back, with Claire accepting his answer with a nod and started to follow right behind him. "Oh, then we can get you guys down," Setsuna added, and suddenly, Owen faltered once he heard the statement from the green-haired girl, and jumped when a black tendril had suddenly wrapped around his waist, looking at Izuku in shock as he followed the tendril to his hand as green sparks started to emit from his body in a furious yet controlled manner. Setsuna, on the other hand, broke her body apart so that her torso was now separated from her waist, carrying Claire carefully by holding the redhead up from under her arms until she was safely on the ground as Izuku lowered Owen down beside her at a steady pace. With the three now at the bottom, Izuku only had to charge a small percent of his quirk as he jumped to the bottom of the cliff without a strain of effort as Setsuna reconnected her torso back onto her waist and landed onto her feet. "Man, it's been a while since I had to do that," Setsuna started as she stretched her back. "I feel like a whole new person now." Izuku rolled his eyes at the sudden pun with a groan, but still had a smile on his face as he looked at her in amusement. "You always say a pun whenever you use your quirk. If you keep it up, someone might be able to predict your next move." "I'll quit when it stops being funny," she shrugged with a smirk on her face, getting a shake of his head and a chuckle in return as the two teens relaxed their stance, enjoying the banter they had with each another for the time being. Meanwhile, the two adults could only slightly gape at the nonchalant demonstration of their feats as Izuku slowly stopped using One for All, no longer glowing with the familiar green sparks that showed up whenever he used his quirk, with the teens now realizing the odd looks they were receiving from the two adults. "What?" Setsuna asked with a raised eyebrow as Izuku gave a nervous look of his own. "Nothing," Owen said as he cleared his throat before bringing the rifle back out in front of him. "Let's get a move on." The two teens glanced at one another before shrugging the odd behavior off and followed the two adults deeper into the jungle, keeping an eye out for anything that may lead them to the two boys. Simon Masrani looked at the giant monitor with increasing worry as the incidents caused by the Indominus started to get closer to the center of the park, where they have already started to carry out evacuation procedures for the guests to be taken out of the island safely. The sound of the elevator was heard in the background, but he didn't take his focus off of the task at hand until he heard the voice of the person who entered, Hoskins. Turning around, the executive saw the person who entered the room as Vic Hoskins, though introductions were unneeded, as he already knew who he was and the role he played in the park. "I know who you are. Then you know why I'm here," Vic replied smoothly as he walked up to him and the two people on the console overlooking the park. "I've been working for 2 years on an application for those raptors." Simon eyed him warily, not sure where this conversation was going as Vic pointed at the monitor with confidence. "They can hunt down and kill that creature. Your program was to test their intelligence." "It was, and we did," Vic continued talking without batting an eye. "And in the process, we learned something. They follow orders. The solution to your crisis is standing right in front of you. Let me be as clear as I can. The CEO started with a firm expression on his face. No velociraptors are going to be set loose on this island. Vic chuckled in amusement at the decision. What are you going to do? You got 20,000 people here with nowhere to go. His gaze then turned hard as he pointed at the giant monitor that was littered with warnings caused by the Indominus. That thing is a killing machine, and it won't stop. By now the eyes of several others in the room were on him, wondering what the owner's next move would be after hearing this outrageous plan from the security division with bated breath. I intended to personally look into your project to determine its viability within the moral principles of this company, Simon said sternly to Vic as they stared each other down. To his credit, Vic didn't seem fazed by the threat from the CEO as he silently stared back with a clenched jaw, though that was mainly because his personal team was already here on the island getting their equipment ready, waiting for the green light from him to begin their operation with the raptors at any given moment. So for now, he relented on the dismissal of his idea for the time being. All right, boss, Vic huffed as he looked at Simon with slight resentment. What's your next move? Simon thought about it and remembered what Owen said about having an M134 in the armor, and turned to one of the ladies on the console that was wearing a headset. Tell Asset Containment to meet me up on the helipad as soon as they can. We will move out in the next 15 minutes to begin our search for the Indominus. Trekking through the jungle, the four continued their search for the missing nephews as they pushed through the thick foliage, getting dirt and grime on their clothing and footwear as they made their way past the vast wilderness, though Setsuna knew that all of it would be worth it when they managed to get the boys out of harm's way. Yet they suddenly stopped when the sound of an engine suddenly departed from an area and soon faded off into the distance, making the group's eyes widen as they hurried towards the sound as fast as they could until finding the entrance of a worn-down garage that had numerous plants sprouting throughout the room, the area worn down from age and growth. Owen noticed a jacket that was relatively new compared to the numerous other objects in the room that was worn down from age and decay, realizing that it must have come from one of the boys they were looking for. That road leads straight back to the park, Claire explained after seeing the tracks in the dirt outside of the room. At least we know they are safe, Setsuna said to the redhead, who gave her own small sigh of relief, before the greenette moved towards the remaining vehicle and brushed some of the debris off the door to reveal the logo to see the complete image of the Jurassic Park logo in all of its glory. Whoa, she didn't think anything from the old park still existed anywhere after the tragedy that occurred right before its opening. To think that it was just sitting here all this time rusting underneath the newly opened Jurassic World. She noticed that Izuku took a glance into the adjacent room that they were in, but didn't seem to find anything useful. He made his way to Owen, who was fiddling with the ignition of the rundown Jeep. How did they even get one of these started? Owen asked as he left the car and started to rummage through one of the shelves that was up against the walls. Izuku discovered some jumper cables and was about to mention his findings to Owen when the entire room suddenly shook, making Claire and Setsuna gasp as they quickly moved to the others so that the four were huddled near the front of the Jeep as the heavy footsteps neared. Owen cursed under his breath after seeing that his rifle was up against the driver's side of the vehicle and quickly motioned for Izuku and Setsuna to move against the wall, with Owen and Claire hiding at the front of the vehicle while the two teens hid on the passenger side of the vehicle, putting the Jeep up against their backs, keeping still and silent as the beast's foot landed just out the entrance of the room as a low growl escaped its throat. Setsuna's body shook in fear at the sounds that emitted from the monstrosity behind them, but knew that she needed to get a look at the creature that she was dealing with, and sent her right eye a long out that floated towards the back of the car and out the room. She jumped when she heard heavy breathing coming from the other side of the vehicle, as the Indominus stuck its entire head inside and nudged the car so that it lifted slightly above the ground and towards the teens. Terror filled her veins as she felt the Jeep pushed up against her back along with Izuku, who had his shoulders tensed and looked ready to break into full cowling at a moment's notice, making her quickly hold onto his left hand in a tight grip, preventing him from lashing out as well as a means of calming herself. After a few agonizing seconds, the giant carnivore let the Jeep fall back onto the ground with a low guttural before slowly backing out of the room, its footsteps fading off to the distance as the group of four tried to calm their breathing after such a threatening encounter with the Indominus. She locked eyes with Izuku, who gave her a concerned look of his own, already knowing what she was planning to do when she first disconnected the area of her face earlier with the Indominus. Taking a deep breath now that the threat was seemingly out of view, she closed the eye that was still on her body to focus on what was happening outside, gasping in shock as the beast turned around so that she was able to see the creature in its entirety, the sound of her gasp catching the attention of Izuku, Claire, and Owen. Setsuna, what's wrong? Izuku frantically asked while holding onto her shoulders as Setsuna's stunned expression never changed. The monster that was just in their room was unlike anything that Setsuna had ever seen, with two elongated arms in the front that carried sharp claws and crocodile-like teeth encased in its mouth, with a build that was similar to the T-Rex that she saw earlier that day, but was covered in a thick hide of white scales unlike the brown coloring of the infamous carnivore that she saw with Izuku. It was almost like the Indominus was designed specifically to kill any threat that came against it. Yet while the beast's entire form was shocking, that was not the reason why she suddenly gasped out loud. It was due to the beast's return to the building. Nearing the roof of the room they were in with a slow and steady pace that made it so its footsteps were unheard from them while the quartet caught their breath, which only meant that it already knew they were there. The three faltered when the girl suddenly stood up while grabbing Izuku's and Claire's hands as she started to lead them out of the room through the adjacent passageway, guiding the two out of the room as she turned her head and called to Owen, who was following along with a confused gaze. "It knows we're here." The other's eyes widened as they quickly moved faster and rushed out the door following the teens, with the Indominus crashing its head through the roof with a roar just as they managed to leave the room entirely, wasting no time in running through the old abandoned park as fast as they can. Izuku pushed the main doors open with a burst of effort before guiding Setsuna and the others out to safety, leaving the Indominus behind as it broke out of the garage and into the main room with a roar, before hearing the sound of a helicopter from above and running away. Meanwhile, the four were using this unseen opportunity to get away from the building as fast as they can, with Claire calling the command center on the phone to update the location of the Indominus as the two teens trailed behind her and Owen through the thick foliage once more. What the heck did they make out of that lab? That wasn't like anything that I ever seen or read about, Setsuna cried out as she clutched her head in exasperation as her eye returned to her face from seemingly out of nowhere. Izuku didn't understand what she was talking about, as he didn't get a good look at the dinosaur in question before they had to bail, but looked on in concern, knowing it must have been quite a sight it made her freak out like this, brushing away the foliage that was hitting his face as they ran while continuing to move ahead. "What did you see, Setsuna? Can you at least describe it?" She moved her mouth to speak, but was at a complete loss for words as no sound was able to come out, unable to accurately describe the creature that she saw earlier to Izuku as they continued to run through the jungle. "Who's flying it?" Claire suddenly asked in a state of disbelief on her phone. Claire's statement broke Izuku out of his conversation with Setsuna as the four managed to break through the last of the trees and ended at the edge of a large cliff, with the ground thousands of meters below and being covered in a thick forest leading as a gigantic dome made of glass can be seen in the far distance, which Izuku instantly recognized after seeing the map of the island several times by now: the aviary. Suddenly, the sound of a helicopter grew until it passed over their heads and flew towards the giant infrastructure, rotating its position so that it was perpendicular to them and started to shoot towards the ground where the Indominus was located with heavy artillery, which can be heard roaring in annoyance as it continued to move towards the aviary. While Izuku couldn't see the Indominus from where they were standing, he could have sworn that he caught a glimpse of white from the ground as the helicopter continued to shoot down the beast, following it through the skies as it continued to move towards the aviary. "Where did it go?" Setsuna asked. "I'm not sure," Izuku said as he squinted where the animal disappeared. Oddly enough, the helicopter that was giving chase to the monstrosity suddenly stopped moving in the air, hovering above the dome without shooting any more of the ammunition that it carried on board, causing the four to look confused for a moment as they looked on from the ledge. "Did they get it?" Claire asked uneasily. While Izuku really didn't like the idea of an animal being gunned down, he knew that it was unfortunately a necessity for the safety of the park and the tourists that were still on the island if the way Owen described the threat and their encounter in the old park was any indication. But his relief was dashed when he saw a swarm of something start to fly up towards the helicopter, making him and Setsuna gasp as it started to swarm and surrounded the vehicle before making it spin out of control, crashing through the top of the glass dome while presumably killing whoever it was inside. "Who was in the helicopter?" Izuku shakily asked. "Mr. Mesrani." The two heroes in training widened their eyes in shock after hearing the name from Claire, knowing that the name belonged to the owner of the park, startling them that he even went in person to deal with the threat firsthand, even at the cost of his life. Though the group didn't have a lot of time to mourn the executive, as droves of pteranodons and dimorphodons started to fly out of the dome in massive numbers, screeching into the air as they started to move towards them at frightening speeds through the skies. "Go to the trees," Owen shouted as the flock started to near the cliff that they were standing on. Izuku could hear the sounds of their wings and calls start to near as he threw himself onto the ground, making the pteranodon that was behind them to pull up at the last second and fly away, following the rest of the flock that was heading off towards some unknown location. Getting up on his feet, he saw that the flying reptiles were ignoring their presence for the time being as they continued to fly over the treetops, stumping him for a moment as the rest of the group regained their footing. Izuku wasn't caught up with all of the behaviors of prehistoric animals, to be particularly honest, and tried to think where the creatures could be headed. Yet he didn't get too far into his thought process when Setsuna's eyes widened in realization and panic while shaking his shoulders frantically. Izuku, the tourists. His eyes widened in alarm as he scrambled back onto his feet along with others, running through the trees at a hurried pace to beat the flying reptiles back to the park, with Owen leading them towards the fastest path that led them straight back to Main Street. He could only hope that they could make it back in time. When the group of 4 finally broke through the last of the trees, they found numerous rangers and personnel scrambling for a vehicle for the upcoming attack from the air, with Claire's phone ringing as Owen tried to get a ride of his own and the teens tried to figure out their location. The boys are back in the park. On the west gate, Claire shouted over the numerous vehicles that were taking off towards the center of the park. Setsuna pulled him off to the side, looking at him with a frantic look as Owen nodded in confirmation, as he continued looking for a ride of his own. Izuku, the Pteranodons will get there before any of these guys can make it. We have to go now if we want to stop as many people as we can from getting hurt. While the green-haired boy agreed, he was a bit hesitant to leave the people they were helping out so suddenly, but knew that they were the best chance for the people in the middle of the park while the park's personnel got ready. Owen seemed to have realized this as well, finally getting on an ATV and turning to the 2 teens with a stern expression. Go, we'll catch up. Nodding to Owen, Izuku charged up full cowling to about 15% and quickly crouched so that Setsuna could jump on top of his back as a means of transportation, before shooting back towards the center of the park in a blur as fast as he could to stop the upcoming attack on the civilian. Under the hot tropical sun, guests from all over were making the most of their time waiting for the evacuation procedure by going through the various restaurants and gift shops that littered the block, getting much-needed refreshments and snacks to help bear the heat of the humid atmosphere on Island Nublar. Though they all stopped when a crackle of a speaker was heard and an automated voice of a woman started to speak. Ladies and gentlemen, due to containment anomaly, all guests must take shelter immediately. Confused murmurs started to break throughout the crowd as the message started to repeat again and the sound of squawks started to increase in the distance. The crowd got up on their feet to see a swarm of pteranodons and dimorphodons soaring straight for them as sirens started to blare throughout the park. The crowd all moved towards the southern part of the road in a panic as the flying reptiles started to dive onto the fleeing humans, pecking them with their sharp and narrow beaks and attempting to carry them as the smaller ones crashed into the windows of numerous stores and restaurants, causing panic and mayhem as the tourists tried to flee the sudden mauling from the air. Izuku could see all of this happening as he continued to run from the employees' entrance into the main road, hopping in between the walls and ignoring all shouts from the park's workers as he carried Setsuna on his back, her arms wrapped around his shoulders tightly to keep herself from falling off. Seeing as there no more ground to run onto due to the massive crowd, he quickly jumped so that he was now running along the top of the various shops and restaurants that were littered near the railings and water, startling any flying reptiles that were perched or about to pounce on the civilians below with a screech. He saw that most of the pteranodons and dimorphodons were in the center of the road and reared his leg back as Setsuna held onto him tighter, already knowing what he was about to do as the green sparks started to frantically emit on his body, increasing his current use of 1 for all to 20%. St. Louis Smash, Air Force. He released the kick to send a massive gust of air that knocked a large group of pteranodons into the side of a restaurant, giving the people below a chance to flee as the flying reptiles tumbled onto the ground before regaining their composure, squawking at the sudden intruders and annoyance at having their fun interrupted. Izuku managed to land in the middle of the street amid the chaos, allowing Setsuna to get on her feet as they prepared for their bout with the flying reptiles. You know, when I said I wanted an up-close look at the animals here at Jurassic World, this wasn't what I meant, Setsuna said dryly as she started to disconnect parts of her limbs off of her and sent a flying fist towards a snapping dimorphodon that was on the back of the civilian. Izuku winced at the statement as he shot numerous air bullets from his fingers, making several of the larger carnivores fall from the air unconscious. Believe me, I didn't think this would happen either. I just know that our parents will never let us hear the end of this. As they both continued to fire off projectiles, he was able to get a much better idea of how to handle this problem now that he was looking at the animals up close. The dimorphodons had a rounded snout that had jagged teeth sticking on the outside like a crocodile, with specially evolved skin on the wings that allowed them to fly. Their smaller stature made them much nimbler than the larger pteranodons, perfect for cutting through the air at high speeds and making quick, sharp turns to pounce on the fleeing crowd. The pteranodons also had skin that was specially adapted to flying, along with that distinctive crest at the back of its skull, with a much larger wingspan than the dimorphodons that made gliding through the air a breeze, along with a sharp and narrow beak that was perfect for catching fish, or in this case, pecking at tourists. While he was sure that he could handle both of them if he really pushed himself, he knew that he was much better off dealing with the larger pteranodons than the more agile dimorphodons. The dimorphodons are too nimble for me to get, Izuku shouted to Setsuna over the panicking crowd. It's up to you to ward them off while I get the pteranodons. Setsuna nodded to him as they stood back to back with each other, focusing on their quirks as they kept an eye out for any stray air attacks that may descend on them. Izuku quickly brought his hands up and started firing blasts of air from his fingers, hitting the large reptiles in the face or the back of their head to make them falter or divert their attention away from as many people as he can. Setsuna meanwhile separated her limbs from her body to use as many pieces as she could to hit the more agile and smaller Dimorphodons, knocking them off to the side due to their smaller mass and deterring many of them from biting a fleeing tourist. The two were in sync as they continued using their quirks to prevent injuries from the flying reptiles, but were still outnumbered by the sheer number of animals that were flying around them. Thankfully, not all hope was lost on the tourists, as many of them started to use their own quirks to better their chance of surviving the ordeal, such as a large person with a mutant bear quirk roaring and swiping at those that came near him and others, or a person turning his entire skin into rubber. Izuku also could have sworn that he spotted 1 or 2 international heroes on the scene as well. Suddenly, a loud screech was heard from behind them that caused them and all the flying reptiles to falter, stopping their attacks for the moment as a large pteranodon landed on the top of the Innovation Center with a loud crash, clicking its beak from its position before letting another boisterous cry into the air. Before any of them realized it, all of the remaining pteranodons flew up into the air with their own cries and started to head toward the larger individual, circling around the top of the building as a good portion of the crowd used the opportunity to flee from the remaining Dimorphodons that were unaffected by the sudden intervention. Izuku had no idea what was going on right now, as he didn't remember anything about pteranodon behavior that would cause all of them to suddenly flock over to the larger individual like that, circling the giant individual and the building like a swarm of bees. "I don't like this," Setsuna suddenly said beside him as she managed to knock off another Dimorphodon that was about to jump on Izuku's back. "What do you mean?" Izuku asked uncertainly as he continued firing off air bullets from his fingers. "This is normally what they do, right?" To his dismay, Setsuna shook her head regretfully as she hurried to inform him, "From what I know, there is no ranking or hierarchy system that they use, only traveling and interacting with each other like a flock of birds. I would say it's some new behavior that we get to witness, but the Dimorphodons are still here unaffected. So either that larger one is really charismatic in his personality, or it has a quirk." Izuku finished off in dread. Just to prove their statement, the large avian gave off a cry that made the entire swarm of pteranodons break apart again, with some of them landing on the tops of various buildings with ferocious cries and others diving down onto guests in synchronized attacks, with another smaller flock diverting off to the side, presumably to where more people were hiding. "Oh man, they split up," Setsuna exclaimed with wide eyes as she gathered her limbs back towards her and connected together again. "I'll head off to where those guys went while you keep controlling the area here, okay?" She started to take off until Izuku suddenly grabbed onto her hand, making her question the reason for not letting her go until seeing the pleading look in his eyes and the worry on his face. "Just be safe, okay?" She stared a bit in shock at his insistence, but managed to chuckle softly as she returned a pleading look of her own. "I feel like I should be telling you that, you goofball." They shared a brief kiss before she finally turned back around and started to head toward the conflict she saw, with Izuku watching her form disappear into the panicking crowd in slight concern, though he knew that she was able to take care of herself with whatever may come her way and focused on the tasks at hand, hardening his gaze as he summoned Black Whip from his right arm while still keeping his left ready to fire off any more air bullets. All while the giant pteranodon watched from above the top of the Innovation Tower, clicking its beak at the mass panic that it caused down below. The moment Setsuna departed from Izuku, she ran off to where she saw the small flock of pteranodon running underneath them as she made her way through the panicking crowd, punching the occasional Dimorphodon jumping onto a pedestrian, though she widened her eyes when she finally realized where the flying threats were heading off to. The petting zoo. She watched as the large pteranodon started to dive onto the guests that were still in the area, while the Dimorphodons terrorized the guests with snapping jaws, not letting them escape from the area as they continued to pounce. One pteranodon grabbed onto the saddle of a triceratops and started to lift it slightly above with strenuous effort, before ultimately dropping it back onto the ground that made the young herbivore release a startled bellow. She also saw a large number of children who were screaming and cowering behind the adults, and rangers who were doing their best to ward off the threats with electric rods and quirks while also trying to reunite them with their families, managing to avoid confrontations with the mouths of the avian for the time being, but couldn't manage to move from their spot inside the pen as young herbivores started to throw out the enclosure in a panic. Setsuna knew she needed to get those people out of there as soon as possible, and didn't hesitate to move towards the enclosure in a hurry as she jumped over the small railing with tenacity, splitting her torso from her waist as she let her limbs fly off at great speeds toward the flying hazards in the air above the people. While she would have been able to split herself more if she was wearing her hero outfit rather than just a t-shirt and a pair of shorts, she still managed to deter many of the Dimorphodons while being a good distraction for the large pteranodon. allowing her to get her floating torso next to the huddled group of people who were in the middle of the pen protecting the children. A startled ranger looked at her with bewilderment as he kept his electric rod up in the air, warding off nearby Dimorphodon that was hovering above them. "Who are you? You are supposed to be getting away from this. I'm here to help you guys. As a hero, it's my job to get you guys to safety," she shouted over the cries of the animals and the people. "What can I do to help?" The employee of the park seemed to take a moment of consideration as he took a quick glance at the various flying reptiles in the park that were darting in the skies along with the pieces of her that were diverting attention away from the fleeing crowd, before looking back with a reaffirmed commitment to her desire to help out as he then explained the situation. "We need to get to that gate over there to leave," he started to explain as he pointed to the exit of the pen. "But we can't move with these people if these animals keep diving onto us." Setsuna nodded in understanding, going over the distance between them and the exit as she started to recall her pieces back onto her. "Tell all the rangers to keep everyone together. I will protect you guys as we make our way towards the exit." The ranger nodded as he shouted to his coworkers about the new plan, all of them huddling against the panicking children with vigor as they kept an eye out for any stray flyers. Meanwhile, Setsuna finally managed to get all of her parts towards her, yet she didn't reconnect back together. Instead, she made all of the floating pieces fly around the group at high speeds, surrounding the crowd in a protective shield of flying limbs that made the others' workers slightly gawked, but quickly refocused on the task at hand as they realized the opportunity to escape. As one, they slowly moved towards the gate with the group of pedestrians as Setsuna kept her parts flying around the crowd, knocking off any Dimorphodons that tried to pounce on them from the sides with ease, gaining shocks of awe from some of the huddled children. The one Pteranodon thought this was the perfect chance to attack, flying towards them with a screech as it singled out one of the rangers to carry off. Setsuna quickly shifted her focus briefly to counter the sudden arrival, adjusting her quirk so that all of her pieces were huddled into one area and smacked the threat in the side of its face, causing it to fall out of the air with a tumble, before letting out a screech of annoyance and flying away to get some easier prey. Despite the chaos that was happening around them, the children let out a cheer along with shocks of awe at Setsuna's stunt, filling her with a sense of pride as the group finally managed to reach the gates of the pen. The ranger quickly opened the gate to let them out, as a stream of panicking parents quickly rushed over and pick up their children after a quick confirmation of their identity and well-being. "All right, guys," the ranger Setsuna talked to earlier shouted out to the others. "Let's get these people out of here and to the extraction point." "Right," the group shouted with vigor as they started guiding people out of the area with urgency. Using their tools and quirks they had to gain any advantage they had to help the process faster. "Thank you for your help. I can't thank you enough. Just doing my job," Setsuna said with a bit of pride before looking at him with urgency. "Now get these people to safety." The ranger nodded as he turned away from her to join his comrades in helping in the evacuation, guiding the people back onto the main road to presumably where their shelter was located. Setsuna reconnected herself and was about to make her way with them when she heard a sudden cry from inside the pen, and saw a group of herbivores huddled in the corner of the enclosure in fear as Dimorphodon suddenly landed beside them, no doubt wanting to get in a bite or two. While she knew it was an unfortunate part of nature, her mind couldn't help but drift back to the image of the large apatosaurs dying a slow and gruesome death at the hands of the Indominus, killed for the sake of pleasure and not as a means of food. She knew that these smaller carnivores would be the same, as their mouths and diet were made to be consuming fish rather than flesh. Hardening her gaze against the small terrors, she gave a battle cry as charged back into the pen with separated limbs once more, smacking away the Dimorphodon as she stood in between them and the herbivores with a glare. A familiar bellow erupted from behind her and turned to see the young apatosaurs that they were petting that morning looking at her with joy and relief. She managed to give it a reassuring smile before facing off the numerous Dimorphodons that were slowly crawling towards them once more, chittering in interest at the sudden arrival. They all pounced on her with malicious intent, hoping to get past the floating hero to bite the numerous herbivores she was protecting. Yet she immediately sent a flurry of part around her that smacked the small reptiles with ease, causing numerous screeches of discomfort and pain as they were knocked to the side. Though she could already feel herself getting tired from using her quirk so much, and knew that she needed to end this as soon as possible. As she punted the last of the menaces away, she noticed that the area was not as filled with tourists as it was before due to the rangers allowing them to escort many others away from the danger, which made her consider what she should do with the herbivores. She knew she couldn't stay here forever, as the larger pteranodons were sure to come back at any moment to try to get their share of torment. And even so, the little green menaces were starting to regain their footing, shaking their heads with discomfort. She locked eyes with the young Apatosaurus for a moment and saw its bright blue pleading eyes in the crowd of bellowing Triceratops and startled Gallimimus, seemingly questioning her on what her next move would be. The greenette bit her lip for a moment as she eyed the gate of the pen that released the animals from the enclosure before returning to the awakening carnivorous avian. She knew that releasing more animals was probably an unwise thing to do given the problems they caused right now. But the herbivores here were just sitting ducks to the flying menaces in the sky. With only a brief moment of hesitation, she recalled her parts to her so that she was now standing on the ground, rushing over to the gate and throwing it open for all the young herbivores to escape. She could deal with the consequences later. Get out of here. Most of the herbivores didn't hesitate to leave through the gates with startled bellows and cries, all except the young Apatosaurus, who stopped at the gate and turned around with a tilt of her head, wondering if she was going to follow along. Yet before she could do anything, one of the Dimorphodons behind her decided that enough was enough and decided to no longer hold back on the usage of its quirk onto the hero, letting out a resounding screech that made her fall to her knees while clutching her ears, startling the herbivore in front of her. Go, she yelled with gritted teeth. The Apatosaurus stepped back with wide eyes as she turned around to follow the rest of the herd out of the gates, not before giving one last look to its savior with a sad, pained bellow. Setsuna gritted her teeth as she continued to bear the onslaught of the Dimorphodon with the quirk, reminding her a lot of her English teacher present Mike. Thankfully, this one was much weaker than the loud-mouthed hero, so she had no problems with sending a foot to its mouth to knock it off to the side, stopping the usage of its quirk for the time being while she got up on her feet, standing up to her full height as she managed to look down at the other carnivores with numerous floating limbs. The group of Dimorphodon warily took steps backward, chittering to one another after seeing the stern and angry expression on her face, knowing that attacking the greenette once more would result in being hit, causing them to scatter to the skies in search of easier prey and people to torment. Once she saw the last of them fly off from the pen, she reconnected herself and let out a heavy breath as she put her hands on her knees, regaining her strength from the entire ordeal as she watched several pteranodons continue to fly through the skies and the screams of panicking tourists, knowing that more people needed help. Well, like they also said in school, the girl mused to herself, plus ultra. She was about to start making her way towards the middle of the street again when a giant gust of wind suddenly exploded upwards from the middle of Main Street, causing giant waves of Dimorphodons and pteranodons to flail in the air for the moment with startled squawks before flying off. A wry smile grew as she realized the cause, as she only knew one person who was capable of sending out gigantic gusts of winds, and rushed over to meet her boyfriend in the midst of the chaos. Izuku continued firing off air bullets from his hands as pteranodons continued to dive onto the guests below, occasionally switching to Black Whip to yank down the occasional pteranodon or two that managed to pick up an unlucky bystander before they could get too far away, while ducking every so often to a diving Dimorphodon. While certainly more chaotic than before due to the synchronized attacks from the pteranodons, he was managing to reduce the number of injuries the best he could, letting people escape from the terrifying carnivores with their lives with what he was working with at the moment. Though unfortunately, he was still only one person, so a lot of people were unable to avoid the occasional pecking or bite from the flying reptiles. He noticed partway through that some rangers were helping escort people off to the side, but even they were overwhelmed with the sheer number of the flying reptiles that were going through the streets as they struck some with electric rods. The large pteranodon on the Innovation Center narrowed its eyes while looking at Izuku in annoyance, clicking its beak ominously as it watched the greenette continue to mow down its subordinate, preparing to join in the carnage by stretching its large wings to the sides. As he continued to fire air bullets from his hands, he heard a call from off to the side that was shouted in his direction, making him falter for a second as he resumed his firing while taking a glance at who called. To his surprise, he saw a woman chasing after the very same boys that they were looking for in the jungle, calling out to them as they ducked their heads from the diving pteranodons from above, while the lady seemingly started to get more frantic in her callings and shouts. "Don't just stand there." A loud call erupted from the large pteranodon as it dove from the Innovation Center and towards them at a rapid pace, picking up the businesswoman by her shoulders and carrying her off with a screech, making Izuku and the two nephews widen their eyes in horror as she started to get carried off into the water. "Oh no you don't," Izuku cried out before starting to run after the giant menace through the fleeing crowd. After taking a chance to gauge the distance between him and the flying menace, he quickly leaped from the sidewalk until he was above the water, quickly summoning Black Whip on both arms so that one was attached to a light pole on the road while the other latched onto the captured person's foot, stopping the creature from moving on ahead with the lady, who continued to cry out in distress. Seeing that it was stopped midair by the teen, the giant pteranodon doubled its efforts by flapping harder against Izuku in hopes of flying away with the bystander, making him grit his teeth as he remained holding onto the woman and the pole tightly, refusing to let her go even as the large carnivore released a screech that summoned some nearby pteranodon to hover around him. With a small tug, Izuku was able to pry the woman out of the grip of the giant pteranodon and reel them back onto the sidewalk, resulting in an angry squawk from the giant flying thread as others continued to swarm around it like a group of bees. He kept a tight hold on the person he saved as he prepared to face the huge group of avians who were now hovering beside the large individual staring him down, awaiting the next command from the quirked reptile. Yet just as the next call was about to erupt from the flying lizard, the Mosasaurus leaped out of the water with its gaping maw and caught the pteranodon, making it release a strangled squawk as the others dispersed in a panic until it finally crashed onto the water with its prey with a giant splash. Izuku gaped in disbelief at the close call the lady had with the giant marine creature as the pteranodons dissipated from the scene, going back to attacking the tourists with vigor and of their own free will. He grimaced as he heard the woman start to heave and shudder from the event, and did his best to reassure her as people continued to flee from the scene, screaming in fear as the sharp-beaked terrors continued to dive onto their backs while dimorphodons crashed through the restaurants. He saw the terrified faces of the people and the numerous injuries that they received due to the onslaught from the air. Anything from cuts and gashes on their heads to full-on punctures from the sharp beaks and bite marks from the jagged teeth of the dimorphodon, even falling from the second story of the small restaurants littered throughout the street. At that point, he had enough of the flying reptiles' fun, narrowing his eyes as he charged himself to the maximum amount that his body can withstand, at the moment a staggering 35% of one for all. "I'm going to drive them away from the road. You should get somewhere safe," he told the lady. The woman hesitantly nodded as he disappeared from her in a blur and a small gust of wind, jumping on the top of one of the buildings and reared his leg back preparing for a kick, angling in such a way so that it wouldn't hit any of the pedestrians or buildings down below. He gritted his teeth as the green sparks danced furiously against his skin, and let loose a kick that sent a good chunk of the flying reptiles flying off to the sides with startled cries along with some of the hats from the tourists, before letting another giant gust of wind that blew some more off the rooftops. By now, the people of the park were noticing what he was doing, giving off some thanks and cheers of their own as they continued leaving the area with haste now that the attacks from the air ceased for the moment. Some of the creatures in the air cried in outrage over the attack from the green-haired teen and started to fly off the main road in search of easier prey and rest, reducing the number of the entire flock by half. But there were still a lot of people getting hurt from the stubborn ones that decided to stay even after getting dealt with a whirlwind of air, making him step forward to help drive the ones remaining from attacking others back on the ground. Yet as he tried to put his weight on the foot he used to kick, he stumbled onto his knee with a cry of discomfort, only really noticing the throbbing pain now that he wasn't using it for a continuous amount of time. He didn't feel anything broken, but the slight ache in his muscles was now being felt after using the maximum amount of one for all after a long time of driving the animals away, with a little rest being an easy fix for this problem. Yet there were still people who needed help down below, still escaping some of the stragglers that refused to leave the tourists alone as they continued to dive onto their backs, forcing himself to take another step forward with a grit of his teeth. "Come on," he chastised himself as he stood back on shaky legs. "Move." Just as he saw a dimorphodon jump in front of a terrified mother and child, a small object suddenly smacked the side of its head that made the animal stumble, allowing the pair of tourists to get away as the animal screeched in frustration at the odd object, before realizing that its prey had escaped and flew off in annoyance. He could have sworn that the piece looked familiar to him, and followed along with his eyes when it started to head off to the side, finally connecting back to the leg of Setsuna as he continued flinging other pieces out, albeit a bit more slowly than when they first started. Mustering a much smaller percentage of one for all, he jumped back down onto the ground with only a slight stumble, standing beside Setsuna once more as she took a glance at his stance with a bit of a stern look. "I saw your stunt from where I was. You went a bit too far, didn't you?" He jumped at the accusation, not wanting her to worry too much about him when there were still people that needed help, but faltered under the raised eyebrow on her face as she sent a fist out to punch a pteranodon without looking, making him sweat nervously and rethink his strategy. Just a little bit. I had to use a bit of power to make several wind blasts," he answered as he ducked his head to dodge a diving dimorphodon, "but I didn't break anything." She nodded in understanding while releasing a small breath of relief, knowing the way he could push himself to help others. While she knew it was part of his character and something that she admired him for, she couldn't help but worry a little. Screeches and squawks from above continued as the tourists continued to run, dodging them the best they could from their sharp beaks and mouths. They have managed to drive a large portion of the flock away from the center, but still had a lot flying around, landing on buildings while others continued to try and pick them off the ground. Izuku can see the worry in her eyes as she continued to fly parts around to help others, with a lot fewer pieces now that her stamina was reduced from her earlier rescue. And he couldn't help but worry either, as he could still feel the aches in his legs from the giant wind he made earlier. But before they could feel too hopeless about the dire situation in front of them, another announcement was made through the speakers, this time with a male automated voice ringing throughout the park. Attention, all personnel use liquid tranquilizers. Do not fire live ammunition. I repeat, do not fire live ammunition. They watched a group of the park's security rush into the crowd from the side of the road with specialized rifles, aiming up at the flying menaces above and shooting specialized tranquilizers, causing the flying reptiles to fall from the skies and tumble onto the ground all around them. Izuku's eyes managed to spot Owen among the personnel, firing at the flying creatures as they slowly made their way towards the intersection where they were at. Yet just as they were about to shout to get their attention, the two boys they spent their entire time looking for suddenly passed them, shouting for their aunt that was on top of a small turned-over vendor cart and was shouting for their names as well. The redhead ignored the animals that whizzed past her head as she searched for her nephews. Owen was about to call Claire after spotting the boys running towards them, but stumbled forward onto the ground as a Dimorphodon suddenly jumped onto his back with snapping jaws. Izuku watched as a Pteranodon started to trail after the two boys in the air before being shot with a dart from one of the rangers, started to fall towards them as it flew haphazardly through the air, swaying from side to side as it started to descend onto them while losing consciousness. The heroes in training eyes widened when they saw the trajectory of the Pteranodon about to land on top of the two boys if nothing was made to stop it. Setsuna called all of her parts back onto her so that she was standing on the ground with Izuku, who went to take a step forward only to buckle slightly. Setsuna quickly held onto him with a worried expression, switching glances between him and the two in trouble. You can barely stand, but is anything wrong with your arms, Izuku? He shook his head with gritted teeth. My arms are fine, but my right leg is really sore right now. I could probably do one more short burst, but after that, I have to rest for a little while. She looked at him between him and the two boys who were about to be cornered with pursed lips before looking at the state of Izuku, and came to a realization as she looked at his scarred hand. I can help you get there if I support you as we run together. You don't even need to make the entire distance to save them. You only have to get close enough. ... so that I can use Black Whip. He finished her statement with a look of awe and realization, getting a sharp-toothed grin in return for catching on as he wrapped an arm around her shoulder to take some of the weight off of his foot, looking at each other briefly and giving a resolute nod before taking off to the nephews. Izuku struggled briefly to keep up with Setsuna, as she was less tired than him even with the reduced stamina she had at the moment, but he managed to match her pacing so that they were making their way to the Zack and Gray with even strides. He charged himself a small percentage of one for all as they continued to run, the sparks increasing around his body as he felt the familiar feeling of Black Whip start to build in his arm, ducking their head from the occasional falling reptile as they closed the distance. Just a little bit more. The boys pinned themselves to the wall in fear, finally seeing the threat that was about to crash on top of them. Now, Izuku thrusted his left hand forward, causing a tendril to shoot out of his hands and quickly wrapped around the waist of the two boys, with the freckled teen giving a small yank towards them so that they were slightly launched away from the building just as the Pteranodon crashed with a startled squawk, finally losing consciousness as clicked its beak shut. The boys were panting heavily, trying to catch their breath over the entire ordeal as they looked to their savers in gratitude, realizing that they were the same people that they had met earlier that day before this entire park started to fall apart. Told you not to count him out yet, Setsuna added in with a grin. A huff of a laugh came from Zack as Gray stared in awe of Izuku, before flinching at the sound of a Dimorphodon falling from the sky onto the ground, looking at the two green-haired teens with confusion and expectancy. Not that I'm not enjoying this little reunion or anything, but we need to get to our aunt. The two teens lightened up. Oh, that's easy. We were just helping her earlier in finding you guys, Setsuna explained before turning her head in the direction that she saw them last. In fact, she right over th. She along with Izuku and the nephews balked as they watched Claire share a deep lasting kiss with Owen in the middle of the road, with flying reptiles continuing to fall as tourists ran past them to safety, seeming lost in their own little world. They broke apart after a moment before Claire realized that she was being watched and spotted the boys along with the two greenettes and quickly hurried to them with frantic worry in her eyes. You found them, she said before inspecting them for any cuts or bruises as she frantically talked to her nephews. Are you guys okay? Where did you go? Why didn't you come back? Yet the boys only stared off to the side where Owen was standing, watching them with a hesitant expression as the raptor trainer watched Claire interact with her nephews. Claire seemed to notice the stare and answered the question they seemed to be asking with their eyes. We work together. The boys didn't look convinced at the claim after witnessing their normally stoic and bland aunt making out with the unknown person as her clothes were smeared in dirt along with her frazzled out-of-place hair, but was about to let it slide before Setsuna spoke up again with a sudden gleam in her eye. You know, I thought the transference of DNA was supposed to happen in the Innovation Center, not in the middle of Main Street, Setsuna added in with a mischievous smirk as she eyed the two adults in front of her. Zack and Gray tried to stifle their laughs at the interruption but failed to suppress a snort from releasing. Izuku also tried to silence his own, amused by the sudden comment from his girlfriend as Owen shot her an unamused dry stare. Claire blushed deeply before trying to righten herself back up with an awkward cough, brushing the bottom of her dress in a failed attempt at normalcy. Yet Owen broke out of their laughing fit as he cleared his throat, gesturing them to follow. "Hey, we got to go." Claire nodded along and brought the two boys closer to her with the two teens following along, making their way with the other tourists to safety. Vic grinned internally as he was lowered into the elevator with the rest of his team, given authority to take any measures necessary to bring down the threat now that Simon was gone, but kept his face calm as the doors finally opened and his team started to set up shop. Simon Masrani's death was a tragedy, he said as his team escorted the people on the monitors safely out of the room so they can work the new mission, prevent further loss of life. Lowry looked around in confusion and to his partner on the table with hesitation, mustering the courage and asking, "Who are these guys?" Vic's attention was brought to the Dino enthusiast like he was waiting for this moment, sharing a brief look before calling out to the rest of the room, "You're all relieved of duty. There's a new team on the ground now." Lowry's worries didn't ease up after hearing that statement and Vic talking to someone about authorization on releasing the raptors. He jumped when his phone started ringing suddenly inside his pocket and moved to the side to take the call, seeing that it was from Claire. By now, most of the flying reptiles were either driven off or tranquilized, with Izuku making his way with the group mate through the fleeing crowd in the corridors where employees were busy helping people with their injuries and escorting them to safety. He was also walking on his own 2 feet by now, with only a dull ache being felt on his right leg as he followed Owen while Claire was busy making a call to a person in headquarters, telling the two teens something about being able to call in a helicopter for them to escape. "What?" Claire suddenly stopped in the middle of her call, gaining the attention of the others. "What do you mean use the raptors?" Owen stilled after hearing that, clenching his jaw in agitation and cursing under his breath just as a sleek black helicopter with the InGen logo flew over their heads and the giant iron doors behind them started to rattle. "Take the kids, get them somewhere safe." The doors started to shake frantically, causing Owen, Claire, Zack, and Gray to step back in wariness as Setsuna prepared to split herself while Izuku started to charge himself up to 7%, not wanting to risk any further for the time being and hurting himself. The doors open abruptly to reveal a massive crowd screaming in terror as a pteranodon hovered above them, screeching out in a fit of rage. While Owen started leading Claire and the nephews towards a jeep that was behind them, he was startled when the two heroes in training took off with no hesitation towards the flying menace, with Izuku running along the wall to avoid the people down below while Setsuna floated herself alongside him, gathering her pieces together so that when they both launched off the platform to the pteranodon, they were both able to tackle it down to prevent it from harming anyone. "Can we stay with them?" Gray asked with awe as they watched the large reptile fly off in a screech, getting a nod from his older brother who seemed to be asking the same question as they watched the two teens return to them after seeing no other threats in the area. Owen and Claire shared an amused look with one another before a frown suddenly grew on the ranger's face, moving to turn on the jeep that was behind them as the crowd continued to stream past them to safety. It was time to meet Vic Hoskins and confront him about the use of his raptors. Jurassic World Files. Asset number 56420. Species Pteranodon. Quirk hive mind. Able to control other members of its species to do its bidding, no matter what the state of the others or the scenario. Keeping it content in its environment is the best course of action in order to prevent situations and injury to keepers. Asset number 56863. Species Dimorphodon. Quirk sonic screech. Able to aim a supersonic scream that is used to call out to others or as a means of attack. Keepers are advised to wear noise-canceling earphones whenever handling or feeding this animal. Asset number 345688. Species Apatosaurus. Quirk telepathy. Animal shows an uncanny awareness of how others in its herd are feeling and showcases an interest in calming others around it when stress is high, easing tensions and disputes before they can get out of hand. A perfect candidate for future up-close encounters with guests. The drive was silent as night started to fall on the island, with the 6 people all inside the jeep heading to some unknown location. They heard about the operation that InGen was about to pull off from Owen, and the idea of using velociraptors to hunt down the Indominus, which sounded outrageous to anyone who knew anything about velociraptors and how they operated. Owen wasting no time in moving toward the raptor compound as the rest followed in his lead. Now though, the rest group were cramped in the back seats of the jeep, with Izuku and Setsuna sitting on one end while Zack and Gray were on the other. The only thing being heard between them was the sound of Setsuna eating and discarding wrappers from numerous bars that she managed to snag off the shops in Main Street before they made their way, figuring that she might as well, seeing as she didn't think the park will stay open after such a disaster. Though that didn't stop the two nephews from staring at her as they slowly bit into their own. How are you still able to eat so much? Gray couldn't help but ask after watching her discard the 7th wrapper as she started on her 8th. Chewing for a bit before swallowing the piece of food in her mouth, the greenette decided to share a little-known fact about her quirk. Even if I don't regenerate any parts, it still requires a lot of stamina and energy to fly them around, especially when you consider the fact that I have been doing it nonstop during the Pteranodon attack. The boys accepted this answer with a nod as she bit into her bar until she noticed the distant and troubled look Izuku had on his face as he gazed out the window. She frowned at the absent look on his face that started shortly after they departed from Main Street, with him only checking in with the people around him when needed before a slight look of disappointment and unease reappeared on his face. Slightly nudging him on his side, she managed to shake whatever thoughts were running through his head for the moment as he turned towards her with a raised eyebrow, only to blink when she shoved one of her snacks directly into his face. Here, we haven't eaten anything since lunch, and I'm sure running through the jungle and fighting pteranodons would create an appetite. He smiled in appreciation, but shook his head softly before pushing the energy bar back to her with a smile. No thanks, you need it more than me. While she was greatly touched by the gesture, she frowned at his insistence to starve himself when she knew that he was probably just as tired as she was, used to his stubborn nature to burden himself for the sake of others, and once again shoved the bar towards him. And I'm saying that you need energy just as much as me, Sadiq. He opened his mouth to protest again, but hesitated when he saw the stern look on her face, knowing that it was nearly impossible to change her mind, making him reluctantly take the energy bar with a sigh escaping his lips. But it was much too fond for it to mean anything hostile as he took a bite. As much as he didn't want to admit it, the snack did help a little in easing his discomfort. Getting a smile and relief as silence once again filled the car, Zack watched the interaction with interest before looking away from them seemingly in thought. Yet the two heroes knew that the moment wasn't going to last for long, as they finally managed to park in the middle of some compound with numerous InGen workers. Owen stepped out of the car as Claire followed along. Setsuna watched as Owen and Claire headed towards a slightly portly man who gave the raptor trainer a huge grin, welcoming him with open arms before Owen gave a mean left hook, making him stumble as two guards came up to the two. Setsuna and Izuku wasted no time in leaving the car to catch up with the pair as they heard the man continue to rant about the situation they were in with impatience and irritation. How many more people have to die before this mission starts to make sense to you? He briefly glanced at the two green-haired teens before refocusing his hardened gaze to Claire and Owen. This is an InGen situation now. There's going to be cruise ships that show up at first light, and we aren't going to wait any longer before that thing decides to hunt the tourists. Turning around, he called for his troops to ready the operation, with the sounds of numerous vehicles starting up as a screech was heard from one of the raptors. Vic turned back around to level and even glare at Owen. This is happening, with or without you. Setsuna was disturbed by the logic from this high official, and a glance from her boyfriend showed that he felt the same way. Owen had told them about his plan to use dinosaurs as weapons, and while as absurd and idiotic as this plan sounded, could have devastating impacts on the world, as there's no telling who this company is going to use this kind of plan for, able to branch out to whoever they want no matter what the buyer's organization stands for. And in a world where Nama are already being mass-produced by a being in the shadows, the idea of another using beasts to do their bidding is a terrifying thought. Yet as the two teens went to share their own opinions on the matter, Owen grumbled out his answer through gritted teeth. Fine, but first I want a meeting arranged with all the people going on this hunt to explain how this will go down. Vic gave a grin to Owen as he called towards the other people behind them to cancel his request before locking eyes with Izuku, who jumped at the greedy and eager look in his eyes. And you, I saw that little stunt you pulled earlier. With you on our side, we will have an easier time taking it down. The four's eyes widened for a brief moment before Owen grabbed a hold of Vic's hand and leveled a harsh glare at the man, not wanting someone so young to be in the middle of a dangerous operation. That wasn't part of the deal. Vic only shrugged off Owen as he raised his hands in surrender, before looking at them with a nonchalant look on his face as he backed away. Fine, we'll only use the raptors, he said before a knowing look appeared on his face as he glanced at the freckled teen. I just thought that a hero's job was to save people from danger. Izuku winced at the statement while Setsuna and the others glared hard at the man as he turned away from them to gather the rest of their troops, knowing that he was only saying that to get under their skin. And to her utter dismay, Izuku seemed to have taken it to heart, staring at the ground with a frustrated look on his face as he clenched his fists tightly. Owen gave one last glare at the retreating form of Hoskins before he moved to face the green-haired teen in the face with a sympathetic look. Hey, just ignore him. You guys have done more than enough by helping us find Claire's nephews. The American gave a slight smile to the hero in training. This is really our problem to deal with, so you can just hang tight while we deal with this mess. Unfortunately, He didn't seem able to break the greenette out of his state as the others looked on in concern, until Setsuna slightly gestured to her left with her eyes to the others to let them know that they were going to talk in private. Letting the two adults reluctantly backed away from the two greenettes as Gray and Zack finally made their way out of the car. Setsuna grabbed Izuku by the arm and dragged them over to the side where they can talk in private, slightly concerned that he didn't even seem to fight against the decision and let him be dragged along, but continued until they were a good distance away. And only then did she look up for their eyes to meet, with hers having a stern and worried appearance as he took on a more guilty one. Yet before he could even open his mouth to speak, the splitting hero spoke up first. "You are going to go with them, aren't you?" She only had to take a look at his face for confirmation, as he looked back with a guilty look of his own, hating the way he caused so much worry and stress to her. "Do you disagree?" he asked with a questioning look of his own. Setsuna stared into his eyes for a moment before a frustrated huff escaped her lips before glancing at the numerous personnel moving throughout the paddock preparing themselves for the sudden meeting Vic had called. "As much as I hate to admit it, I think it's a good idea if you went with them." He blinked in surprise at her answer before staring at her with wide eyes, not expecting her to agree with him so suddenly, though the expression on his face must have portrayed his next question as she continued without missing a beat. "These guys couldn't even handle the Indominus when it was in containment. I highly doubt that they will be able to bring it down with velociraptors that they have no chance of controlling." But her looks then turned into desperation as tears started to build off the corners of her eyes. "Izuku, you didn't see what this monster looks like. It was totally different than the other animals that we saw in the park and what I was used to reading about. It's roaming around killing with no rhyme or reason and avoiding everything that they throw at it. And that was without using the quirk Owen told us about. If you went up against that." He quickly moved to embrace her to ease her worries, with her also returning the gesture to calm herself down. Izuku always loved the idea of working in the hero industry, ever since he was a kid and saw All Might in action on the computer. Yet if there was one thing that he disliked, it would be the worry he put on others every time he went out to the field. The first few times being his mother whenever his class got attacked by the League or learning to use full cowling and Setsuna worrying about him whenever he pushed himself too far. Which brought to mind another thing that he felt guilty about. One for All Might had always said that it was something that no one should know due to them being made a target. And for the most part he agreed, not even telling his own mother about the quirk even when they had to apply for school way back at the start of the year. And yet, a very small and selfish part of him couldn't help but think how unfair it was that he couldn't tell anyone about it. All Might had numerous people who were in the know about it and worked along with him to help him improve, with connections such as Gran Torino, Nezu, Detective Tsukachi, and Recovery Girl who all helped the former number one do his best and train his successor. Yet he had no one near his age that knew. Sure, he had Kaken, but that one was sort of mandatory given that the explosive blonde had figured it out after his slip-up at the start of the year. He looked at the girl in his arms and thought as they held onto one another, thinking about the many days they spent with one another throughout this semester, countless hours of training together at UA, working together in the field whenever they happened to join for an operation, and spending countless times getting to know her these past few months through hangouts and dates. And after going through all of his encounters with the beautiful girl in his arms, he came to one simple conclusion. He trusted her. While she was an energetic and outgoing kind of person, he knew there were times she could keep quiet and take in the information around her, her seemingly carefree and joyous nature turning into something serious and stern whenever the time needed it. So he knew that she would take this seriously when the time came to share it, and he planned to do so. But first, they would have to get back home. "Hey," Izuku said softly as he brushed the tears that managed to break through off her cheeks. "No matter what happens, I always come back, don't I?" He managed to get a wet chuckle out of her as she shook her head fondly at the gesture, looking at him with a smirk as she laid her own hand on top of the scarred one caressing her cheek. "You know that doesn't really help your case now, does it?" They both shared a soft laugh as they looked at each other fondly, pleased that they were able to calm each other down. Yet with the amount of time they spent together out of class or training, it really shouldn't be any surprise. Though before any of them could say anything, Izuku's phone started to ring in his pocket, making them both blink as Izuku went to separate and pull out the device to see who was calling him, only to wince with a guilty expression after seeing the contact information. "It's my mom." Setsuna also made the same face as guilt started to build inside the two, having forgotten to keep their parents updated after the whole ordeal with the Indominus and finding the nephews. Izuku answering the phone with a nervous gulp as Setsuna backed away to call her parents. Hey mom. "Izuku, what happened?" "They're saying that evacuation procedures have started on the island. Are you and Setsuna okay? What is happening?" He winced at the barrage of questions coming from his mother and could tell that Setsuna was in the same boat if the look on her face was anything to go by, but knew they weren't going to get anywhere if they both couldn't calm down enough to talk. Mom, we're okay, but I'm going to need for you to listen for you to know what is happening." Okay. He heard his mother's breath hitched a bit before she managed to calm down enough so that only faint sniffles could be heard. While he didn't like how this conversation started, he couldn't exactly blame her for the type of reaction she had given the fact that they were on an island with only a limited number of heroes to protect them. Why, you're right, Mom. They have started to evacuate the people off the mainland, with us going back to Costa Rica in the morning. He heard his mother gasp in shock but continued so she could know what to do next. But I need you to get Call All Might. He will be able to bring you and Setsuna's parents over to us so that we can meet in Costa Rica first thing tomorrow. Okay. The silence that followed made Izuku's stomach plummet, thinking that he went a bit too far in his wording and tone, but was relieved when a shuddering breath managed to escape on the other end and heard his mother speak again in a much more relaxed tone. Oh, okay. Call All Might and get Setsuna's parents. I will get on it. His mother's voice then turned pleading as she started to move to gather her belongings. Be safe. I will be there soon. Be safe too, Mom. Izuku called out before reluctantly shutting off his phone with a heavy sigh. This day didn't plan out to be the fun and work-free vacation that he wanted to share with Setsuna, and a feeling of frustration and disappointment started to build as he watched his girlfriend having to explain the ordeal to her parents, before she too ultimately hung up her phone with a sigh, making his mood worsen as he desperately tried to find the words to relieve this tension in the air. Well, Izuku started with a grimace as he looked over to Setsuna. I guess we should head over to see what kind of plan they would take for the Indominus. It wasn't much, but it managed to break whatever thoughts were roaming in their heads for the time being as Setsuna reluctantly nodded and headed towards the small outhouse Jen was using to strategize, all while Izuku's hands clenched in frustration from behind, hoping to find some way to make it up to Setsuna. When the pair of greenettes finally made their way into the meeting, Owen and his partner Barry were pointing at a map that was laid out on a large table. We know that she is in Sector 5. Owen pointed to an area of a map that was laid out on the table before looking at the personnel in front of him. We are going to use a scent drill that we call hide and seek. We've done it about 100 times with these animals. When they get on target, wait to engage. Velociraptors like to herd the animal they're hunting into a kill zone. That is where we take our shot. We got one good shot, gentlemen. Do not shoot my raptors. With that, the team around them dispersed to prepare their equipment for the upcoming mission. As Owen made their way towards the door, he eyed the two teens before locking eyes with Izuku and seeing the determined look in his eyes. So, you are joining us after all. The boy didn't say anything other than nodding his head in confirmation while Owen sighed, realizing that this teen was really stubborn when it came to helping others. Yet Owen couldn't help but let out a small smirk at the boy's nature, reminding him of himself just a little bit before he frowned after taking a look at his attire. With sneakers and shorts that were scuffed and muddy after the long expedition in the woods looking for Claire's nephews. If you are going to help us, you need something else to wear, the ranger said as the two teens took a look at his attire, with Izuku grimacing at the state of his clothes. Owen looked through the various cabinets in the room before finally finding one of the suits that the other personnel from InGen used, taking a glance at the outfit and the teen to make sure it was about the same size before tossing it to him, which he fumbled in his hands for a moment before looking at the black suit with a raised eyebrow as the American moved past them to take a look at the raptors and their condition. Setsuna looked at the odd attire before moving alongside Owen, giving her boyfriend the privacy to change clothes. Stopping at the cage that Owen went inside that contained the velociraptors with a couple of the personnel inspecting the cameras that were attached to their heads. She watched as the American walked right up to one of the carnivores that had a blue stripe running along its neck. The carnivores were all being kept still with a metal brace that was wrapped around each of their snouts. Easy Blue. The animal released a snarl for a moment before settling down as Owen caressed the side of the animal's head. You don't scare me. She watched the interaction with stars in her eyes, seeing a bond between modern man and a creature that should have had no reason to interact with one another, separated due to millions of years of evolution and time. Yet there they were, interacting with one another. Setsuna turned around to see Zack and Gray head up to the cage beside the green-haired girl, looking at the animals with interest and fascination. Are they safe? Gray looked at the animal trainer with curiosity. No, they're not. Setsuna huffed at the immediate dismissal but was glad he didn't try to sugarcoat it that these were animals not to be messed with as Zack looked between each of the contained animals. What are their names? Owen was happy to answer as he looked at each of the raptors with a bit of pride and amusement while listing each of them towards the nephews and Setsuna. Charlie was a green velociraptor that had black vertical stripes running down her neck, and presumably towards the rest of her back as she growled uneasily at the people around her. Delta was a similar color to Charlie, but more teal in color while having no stripes on her neck, screeching and snarling white shaking her restraints and agitation, making the two boys and Setsuna jump. This was no doubt the fiercest of the raptors. Echo was brown in color, but had blue markings on her like a tiger, who watched the people around her with wary eyes and chittering in anxiousness. And this one is blue. Owen pointed to the carnivore with the blue streak on the side of her neck that he was soothing earlier. She's the beta. "Who's the alpha?" Gray asked. "You're looking at him, kid." Setsuna smirked at the line and the odd faces of the two boys, yet couldn't tell if Owen was being genuine in his claim or not. She hoped for the sake of this mission and the safety of the crew that he was telling the truth. Not quite believe that modern man can fully tame a prehistoric carnivore. Black is not really my color. Everyone who was with Owen turned to the sudden arrival of Izuku, who looked at the attire with a grimace. Fitted out with pitch-black combat boots and pants as a vest was secured around his torso, making Setsuna snort at the odd appearance as she took a look at his new clothing before heading up towards him with a smile, straightening it out a bit as she looked at him with an amused expression. "I don't know. I think you pull it off," she said before a worried look took over her sharp green eyes as he felt the material. "Will you be able to move in it, though?" The green-haired teen smiled as he stretched a bit with his arms and legs, showing no restrictions in his movements to the others. "I think I can move fine." The boy started before a guilty look overtook his features again. "I'm sorry that we had to do it like this, though." Owen shifted his gaze towards the raptors to give the two teens a moment to themselves, who were talking to one another about the upcoming confrontation with the Indominus. Yet he couldn't help but notice how close the two were together. If he was being honest, he was surprised at how well they supported one another. Thinking back on his own years in high school where couples were changed frequently, with only a few outliers making it through the entire year if not the entire graduation. Yet the pair of Greenette's couple seemed to have a bond that went beyond that of a typical teenage romance, helping one another and looking at their strengths and weakness for any problem heading their way. Maybe it had to do with the kind of profession they were in. He mused to himself, knowing the various lengths that heroes have to go through and the threats they had to encounter. While certainly different than his Navy background, he could see some similarities between them. Either way, he compared it to his relationship with Claire, who at the moment was getting in touch with her sister to let them know about the situation and about heading to the drop-off back in Costa Rica. Because as fun as it is to tease her about stuff whenever they talked to one another, he couldn't help but wondered what would happen if they ever did progress their relationship further. Claire seemed to be open to the idea if the gesture on Main Street was any indication. Maybe he should find the time to talk to her about it. Shaking those thoughts away for now, Owen called Izuku from his conversation with Setsuna so that he can be introduced to the raptors. Not looking forward to this next part as he turned towards the freckled teen with a slight grimace after going over the names once more. "You are probably not going to like this idea, but you're going to have to touch them and let them smell you." Owen saw the boy pale as he looked over the four carnivores while Setsuna looked at him with a blank look before shifting into a ferocious glare. "Are you insane?" The green-haired girl narrowed her eyes at Owen. "What on earth makes you think that is a good idea?" While he understood where she was coming from, Owen returned a stern look of his own as he explained his reasoning. "Look, Izuku is probably the only one else on the team who can keep pace with the velociraptors other than me and Barry. And while I am going to be there along with him, I can't guarantee they will leave him alone while they are on the hunt for the Indominus, as they might see him as a rival or competitor. This is the only way we can have him on the field and up close without any complications getting in the way." Gray and Zack looked between Setsuna's and Owen's stern looks with unease, not knowing how this argument will end. But they were so focused on their little standoff that they missed the contemplative look on Izuku's face, who looked between Owen and the raptors in thought for a moment before sighing in acceptance, seeing at how the adult had a point in this unfamiliar situation that they were thrown in. "Setsuna, he's got a point," Izuku pointed out, much to her displeasure. I mean, I'd rather not be a velociraptor snack the moment those gates open up." The sharp-toothed girl grimaced at the idea and looked between the velociraptors and Izuku a couple of times before ultimately sighing in defeat, giving a pointed look toward Owen behind the cage. "Are you sure this will work?" Owen grimaced at the question as he sheepishly smiled and rubbed the back of his neck. "Actually, this is the first time I considered doing this with the raptors." The silence that followed was palpable as Setsuna glared harshly at the man while Izuku paled and the two boys started dumbfounded at Owen. The nephews also nervously glancing towards Setsuna, never seeing her so angry before this. Owen pleaded his case quickly, realizing that he was on the verge of erupting a hero student that was somehow able to tackle a pteranodon from the air. Before any of this, Owen gestured to the entire operation that was going on at the moment around them. "The only ones who interacted with these animals was me. Sure, I had some help here and there from my partner and coworkers, but for the most part, these animals are used to me being in contact with them." Owen then turned to Izuku with a knowing look and a slight smirk as he said this next part. "You are going to be the second person in the world to be in a raptor pack." Izuku's eyes widened while Setsuna kept staring at Owen in irritation before ultimately sighing in acceptance and nodding to her boyfriend, who hesitantly entered the cage while keeping an eye on the locked-up carnivores, who followed him with their eyes as Owen stood in front of them with an open palm, letting them know that they were approaching. They decided to start with Blue, who was the second in command of their group right behind Owen, who eyed the teen warily while letting out a snarl in warning seeing them approach. "Now I need you to pay attention and do exactly what I do, you got it?" Izuku nodded with a nervous breath escaping him, watching closely at the hand motions that Owen was using on Blue while listening to his interpretations. "I saw this whenever they were greeting each other, and whenever they were young and just starting to form a pack together as siblings. If I am right, these are the gestures one makes to each other when introducing something new to them." Izuku nodded as he watched Owen soothe Blue down while rubbing against her snout a couple of times, the gesture seeming affectionate even with the carnivore having a brace on her snout. Blue's eyes widened as a screech was released and movement was made on the brace, making Izuku and the others jump at the sudden agitation even as Owen quickly went to reassure the animal, taking in a calm voice while stroking her neck even as she continued to thrash around. "Blue, I promise this one is different than the other ones," Owen soothed while talking about the personnel that attached cameras to their heads. "Trust me." Blue's eyes sharpened for a second before relaxing once more due to Owen's comfort, now eyeing the green-haired teen warily with a chitter before looking back to the American, now much more relaxed at the idea of meeting something new. "Okay kid, you're up." Taking a deep breath, the greenette walked up beside Owen who still kept a hand on Blue, watching the velociraptor for any other signs of discomfort before letting the Izuku's hand land on the snout beside him. Izuku watched in amazement as Blue started to huff and sniff his scarred hand, watching the teen warily for any malicious intent on her being. Her sharp reptilian eyes met his as he continued to take in this new individual in front of her. Setsuna and the boys watched in amazement at the interaction, with Claire not too far behind seeing the scene behind the bars as the two continued to interact together, the redhead looking at Owen's smile with a new sense of admiration. Eventually, though, Owen signaled for the greenette to remove his hand from Blue, with Izuku slowly removing his hand from her snout as she released a low guttural, eyeing the teen with curiosity. The two breathed a sigh of relief, but refocused their attention on the others raptors who eyed them from the corner of their eyes, not knowing what just happened to their leader. "Well," Owen smiled at Izuku as he wiped the sweat off his brow, "that's one down." Izuku released his own shaking sigh from the ordeal as the two moved on to the next raptor, which happened to be the one called Delta, the most aggressive one of the group based on Owen's descriptions of their upbringing and behavior. As they moved ahead of the velociraptor, a growl started to emerge from the restrained animal's throat as she eyed the two with her eyes, not trusting the green-haired teen even with the addition of Owen attempting to comfort them. Izuku jumped as a hiss was released from Blue, but to his surprise, the warning was for the raptor that he was about to touch, not for him, getting a reluctant chitter of acceptance from Echo and confused screeches from the other two raptors. Delta reluctantly let the greenette touch her snout with an irritated huff, closing her eyes to remember the individual standing in front of her. Echo followed suit whenever it was her turn, warily eyeing the teen for a moment before eventually sniffing his hand to familiarize herself with Izuku, only letting out a snarl in warning when they separated. Oddly enough, Charlie seemed to accept his presence with very little hesitation, chirping at the teen in curiosity as she made eye contact, probably because she was the youngest member of the pack and was used to following the order of others in her pack. After all was said and done, the two stepped out with heavy sighs of relief as they went and looked at the carnivores all together. "Are you sure that it worked?" Owen sighed while scratching the back of his head with a perplexed expression. "I would think so. This is probably the best reaction I've had with them so far, to be honest." Izuku didn't know how to feel about that answer, as he finally exited the cage with a worried Setsuna looking over him, with the boy looking at her with a sheepish expression. "So, I guess I'm part of a pack now." Setsuna scoffed at the idea, but couldn't help the smile it broke out at the idea of Izuku running around like a velociraptor squawking and screeching, looking at him with a smirk as she looked between the animals and her boyfriend. I can already see the resemblance. His blank face was all that she needed to get her laughing, momentarily forgetting about the dangerous mission that lies ahead of him. The boy's expression lightened up a bit seeing the wide smile. Sadly, their time was soon used up as several of the workers started to get into position in their vehicles while the raptors were slowly released from their restraints and put into holding cells. Owen watching the entire process carefully to make sure no harm was done to the animals. The little amount of fun they had together soon evaporated as a more somber atmosphere took place, Setsuna worried expression taking over once more as Izuku took on a guilty expression. The two embraced one another as the commotion around them faded into the background, their focus entirely on each other as Izuku felt a peck on his cheek. "I'm sorry that we have to do it like this." "It's fine." Setsuna shook her head even as a wet chuckle escaped her, looking at Izuku with firm eyes. "Just make sure you get a good hit on that hybrid, and come back safe." "I will, I promise." With that, the two reluctantly separated as Izuku went to Owen to prepare for the upcoming task of hunting the Indominus while Claire brought Zack and Gray towards a nearby ambulance that was parked a good distance from the warehouse. Setsuna glumly followed the redhead as her eyes kept drifting towards Izuku, She was too lost in her worries to notice that she already made it to the vehicle, blinking when Claire threw the back of the ambulance open and gestured for the two boys to get in, with the two doing so while warily watching their surroundings for something to buckle into. The greenette decided to sit up front with Claire, getting into the passenger seat while eyeing the tablet in her hand, before watching it blare to life. The Raptor's point of view being shown as they waited for the gates in front of them to open, making Claire bit her lip in anticipation of the scenario about to occur before noticing the focused look on the greenette beside her, making her wonder something about the freckled teen that she was curious about. "I'm surprised that you let him even join on the mission for the Indominus. Aren't you worried about what may happen to him?" The sliding panel behind them slowly slid open as the two nephews also looked at Setsuna, wondering what the answer would be from the hero in training as she took in a deep breath to calm her nerves. "I'm worried about him every time he goes out into the field," she started as her eyes drifted out to the thick jungle surrounding them as she started to explain her worries. "I'm not naive. I know that any job we take could very well be our last if we aren't careful. And that with his stubbornness and you pretty much got a recipe for danger." Claire pursed her lips at the answer as she moved to speak up her thoughts on the matter, but was startled when the Setsuna gave her a determined look that made her falter. But while being a hero isn't easy, Izuku is not the kind of person that gives up when people need saving or if there's trouble around, always pushing himself to complete the job and to get home safely for the sake of his loved ones. "That's how I know I can trust him with this." The inside of the medical vehicle was silent as the three people looked at her in awe before looking back onto the screen as the personnel prepared their operation. Izuku did some stretches as he watched Owen hold up a piece of flesh to each of the gates containing the raptors while using a clicker, who each released a huff along with a screech before he eventually made it back to his mode of transportation, with Owen on his motorcycle, Barry being on an ATV, and the greenette kneeling a bit to get into a running position as he started to charge himself with One for All. He saw Owen nod to an older teenager in a beanie standing at the top of the enclosure who braced himself as he finally pressed a button, opening the gates as all four raptors took off in screeches and snarls before Owen and the rest of the team started to follow the carnivores, with Izuku following along right beside them. He watched as the pack rushed through the thick foliage ahead of him with ease, jumping over thick logs and maneuvering around one another with no difficulty, screeching and huffing the entire time as they slowly closed the divide between them and the Indominus, with Izuku following them from behind alongside Owen while releasing a quick shot of Blackwhip to momentarily pull him above the logs before continuing. Despite the fast pacing of the animals and the odd terrain he found himself in, he didn't have any problems keeping up with the carnivores as they continued to push through the thick jungle. The suit Owen gave him had enough flexibility and endurance to allow him to run at a fast pace, though he had to admit, this was a lot different than running through the complex obstacles at UA and in his work studies. Regardless of how easily he was able to run in this dense forest, he still kept his distance from the velociraptors, not knowing how the animals may react to his appearance beside them and deciding to stick close to Owen. Eventually, Owen and Izuku pushed on and were directly behind the group of carnivores, who paid them no attention other than a glance and snarl at the greenette before moving on, making Izuku breathe a quick sigh of relief before the two humans continued onwards until they were in the middle of the pack. With Owen and Izuku have a close-up of the animals in their hunt, he still couldn't believe that he was part of this pack even if it was only temporary, and took a glance at Owen who only nodded with firm eyes, before charging ahead with Izuku as they made their way deeper into the jungle. Setsuna, Claire, Zack, and Gray each watched what was happening on the tablet the redhead was carrying. Each of them breathed their own sigh of relief seeing that Izuku was able to run without getting attacked. "Your boyfriends are badass," Zack said to the two sitting in front of the car, which gained a shy smile from Claire while Setsuna smirked at the two boys. "Heck yeah, he is." She turned back towards the tablet in Claire's hands as she watched her boyfriend continue to run through the thick jungle with Owen right beside him. "Please be okay, Izuku." Izuku, meanwhile, continued to run with the pack of carnivores through the thick jungle before noticing that the raptors started to slow down their pacing, making him call out to the raptor trainer who also noticed the sudden change in speed. "They got something," he called out to the radio on his before slowing down his vehicle as the animals started to head into a small clearing, chirping to one another as they looked on into a dense area of the forest. InGen soldiers started to exit their vehicles while preparing their weapons with haste, getting into the right positions as they readied their nerves and weapons for the threat in front of them as Izuku crouched beside Owen, deactivating One for All for the moment so that he wouldn't stick out in the dark setting. Setsuna could see all of this from beside Claire, her worry and unease building up as she watched them get into position through the cameras, with Claire biting her lip in worry before making a decision. "You know what? You guys are not going to see this." The redhead closed the small panel behind her to block the boys from seeing the confrontation unfold, much to the boys' displeasure as Setsuna continued to look on in apprehension. A roar was heard through the thick jungle ahead of them, with the velociraptors screeching and chirping in wariness as they waited for whatever animal they were hunting for to show itself. Heavy branches and stomps nearing their location with growing unease. Numerous red dots from the team's guns started to point at the thick underbrush as Izuku prepared himself to confront the giant white menace, waiting for the signal from Owen or someone on the comms to engage. The velociraptors took a step back, seeing the large predator finally emerge from the thick underbrush, with the One-for-All user having to hold in a gasp for finally seeing the predator up close. The elongated yet rounded snout had teeth stuck out of its mouth like a crocodile, perfect for biting and slicing through meat and flesh, with arms that extended outward from its body, looking perfect for grabbing and scratching any obstacle that stood in its way, all on a body that was similar to the T-Rex he saw that morning, covered head to tail in thick, white scales. Izuku couldn't help but be disturbed at how well this animal was created, which features that should have looked out of place on its body, yet were perfectly sculpted to create a living, breathing organism, reminding him so much like the Namu he encountered throughout the school year. Yet whereas those were limited in their thinking, this animal seemed to have no problem in making plans or thinking based on the descriptions Owen gave them. A tense standoff was made as the velociraptors stared at the arrival with hesitation, looking at the hybrid with interest as two hissed in wariness. Intense eye contact being made between Blue and the Indominus. As the tension seemed to have neared its end, the Indominus started to lean his head downward and started chuffing. Izuku blinked in confusion at the odd gesture before Blue started her own call to the Indominus, with the two going back and forth for a bit as he started to nervously shift between Owen and the raptors, not liking how this operation was turning out. Something's wrong, they're communicating, Owen's partner stated as they continued to watch Blue and the Indominus chirping to one another, with the other raptors joining into the conversation when they can. I know why they didn't tell us what it was made of. The greenette managed to hear Owen as the Indominus started raising to its full height, a deep guttural building in its throat before it released a huff along with a pointed stare at the humans in front of them. Why? Izuku asked nervously. At things part raptor. All the raptors turned towards them, with Echo and Charlie screeching and hissing at Izuku and Owen while Delta looked between the two leaders in confusion, Blue being the only one who continued to look at Owen with a tilted head, wondering what to make of this encounter. Izuku felt himself tense at the pointed stares of the carnivores in front of him and started to charge himself with One-for-All as the carnivores started chittering anxiously, seeing their leader not give an order. The tension finally snapped as one of the personnel shouted to engage, making the rest of the troops fire at the Indominus with their weapons as the carnivores started to flee from the scene. Izuku gritted his teeth as he filled himself with the highest percentage he could muster at that point and summoned Black Whip on both arms, wrapping multiple black tendrils onto one of the legs of the Indominus as it tried to flee, gaining an irritated growl as it locked eyes with the greenette. Izuku could have sworn that the Indominus started to change color, but was pulled from his thoughts when a rocket suddenly flew past him and towards the trapped monstrosity, hitting it on the entangled limb with a giant blast that engulfed nearby foliage and made him lose his concentration. Though he could tell that the weapon made contact based on the pain-filled roar that came from the giant terror as it limped away, even as the troops around him continued to fire at it before it disappeared in the thick underbrush. Everybody watch your six, Owen warned as he got up from his position along with the troops before moving to where the animals fled. Raptors got a new alpha. Midoriya turned around watching the sides for any movement, as he was familiar with some of the hunting behaviors of velociraptors based on the briefing from Owen earlier and his various talks with Setsuna. Though learning about it and experiencing it were two entirely different things, as he moved inwards into the thick jungle with Owen and the troops, keeping an eye out for any signs of activity in the dark underbrush around them as faint screeches can be heard in the background. He didn't like it when he noticed when the team was starting to thin out so that two groups were heading in different directions from one another, but was unable to say anything due to the distance and not wanting to give his position out to the pack of carnivores, though taking precautions was a waste of effort, as one of the velociraptors tackled one of the troops that was near the edge of their group and dragged him off with a screech as the man's screams were abruptly cut off, causing the rest of the men to aim their weapons at the fleeing carnivore while others prepared their quirks. The carnivores were too fast for any of the troops to land a hit, dwindling their numbers one by one as the screams around him started to increase. Izuku grabbed the nearest people around him with numerous strands of Black Whip just as the velociraptors started to close in on them, swinging using the tall trees around them to guide the large handful of people back towards the vehicles so that they could escape with their lives, with the animals screeching at him in annoyance before darting off in search of more people to hunt. The personnel thanked him before starting their vehicles and driving off, leaving Izuku to reluctantly head back into the thick forest in search of Owen, hopefully so that they could start heading back to Claire and Setsuna now. Yet he paused when a growl came from one of the bushes ahead of him and was staring straight into the eyes of Charlie, who looked up from her victim with a snarl after noticing the glowing teen standing in front of her. The two stared at one intensely, watching the other for any sudden movements that may cause an attack. Though while there was anger in her eyes, Izuku could have sworn that there was hesitation and confusion in her as well. The teen's eyes widened when he noticed something bright getting closer from behind the carnivore, and reacted unconsciously to bring out Black Whip and wrapped it around the carnivore while leaping towards the side, getting a startled screech from Charlie as a large blast managed to hit the ground beside them, tumbling the two to the sides. Charlie quickly got up from the ground and started to hiss at the green-haired teen, who got up on his own feet and started to charge himself with one for all as the creature started to near him. Yet just as Izuku tensed his muscles, Charlie paused from her pounce when the sound of fire crackling started to fill the air, and turned towards the flaming foliage in confusion before looking towards Izuku, with her standing upright in a calm stance compared to the vicious pounce she took earlier. The velociraptor was confused for a moment, thinking that the teen was like all the other humans around them that were shooting at them or using quirks to try and hunt them down, even seeing the same type of uniform on his person despite smelling him earlier and being reassured by Owen. So when she was suddenly grabbed by him and the dark tendrils, she made the logical conclusion about what was about to happen and didn't hesitate to prepare a pounce on the teen. Yet as she stared at the flaming piece of grass, there was no doubt in the raptor's mind after seeing the result of the blast, looking between the fire and him with a chirp. He had saved her. Izuku had also loosened his stance a bit after seeing the gesture, already having an idea of what is going on in her head. He widened his stance slightly and started to stick the palm of his hand out as Owen told him to, as Charlie warily started stepping closer to the teen with a chitter, the two of them making eye contact before continuing. Suddenly a raptor call echoed throughout the jungle, making the two jump and take a couple of feet back from one another in wariness once more. Charlie paused for a moment before heading towards the thick underbrush and stopped at the edge just as she was about to enter, turning towards the teen in hesitation before a chitter escaped from her as a show of thanks, before finally disappearing into the night. Izuku had no idea of what to make of that encounter, seeing that he was a temporary member of this pack of carnivores, but decided to put that thought on hold before when he heard a commotion coming from where the hunt for the Indominus originally started. Rushing back through the thick foliage, he could see the last of the members from InGen start to flee with their vehicles as Owen made his way towards his motorcycle, though he was unclear for the reason why until he saw Blue clawing her way through a hollow tree trunk, with someone screaming inside still inside. Izuku made eye contact with Owen, who gestured to the trunk before letting out a sharp whistle, diving away from the scene with a screeching Blue chasing after him, leaving Midoriya alone with the person still in the trunk, ripping the top of the bark. He helped Barry to his feet by locking his arms with him in a grunt of effort, Barry then giving a nod of gratitude to the hero in training. "Thank you, don't mention it," Izuku said as he looked over the man to see any injuries. "Are you okay?" The man blinked in confusion at being asked about his well-being by someone younger than him for a moment before remembering that he was a hero in training. "I'm fine, though I'm more worried about Owen and your friends, since I don't hear any of the raptors out here anymore." Izuku's eyes widened before he strained his ear to hear the sounds of the thick jungle that he escaped from and found that Barry was right. He couldn't hear any sounds of raptors being called out or any more people screaming in pain, which while it was good that no one was getting hurt, it meant that the carnivores had moved on from the area. Barry knew the boy had a much better chance at catching up to them than he did, so he didn't hesitate to tell him to head off as he found one abandoned vehicle left by the personnel. After a hesitant nod, Izuku darted off after Owen in a blur of green sparks, hoping that the raptors weren't anywhere near them. A shuddering breath was released from Claire as she and Setsuna watched the expedition unfold, with Owen driving away from Blue on his motorcycle. A feeling of frustration grew in Setsuna since she knew that this idea was outrageous from the start, but she never expected it to backfire this badly. "Is everybody dead?" Setsuna and Claire both jumped at the sudden question from Gray, who was watching the entire ordeal along with his older brother, with Claire being at a loss for words at what to say and Setsuna not doing much better, not having been prepared for a scenario like this during her time at UA. Yet before any of them could say anything, a trooper's bloody hand hit their windows, making Claire and Setsuna scream in horror while the redhead turned on the car without any hesitation. Watching as the man moved towards the back of the car, Setsuna opened the small panel behind her to see what was going on and to reassure the two passengers in the back, and saw the man she had just seen from the window try to pull himself up onto the vehicle with fear in his eyes. "They're coming." Those were the last two words he shouted before one of the velociraptors leaped onto the man's back and started to tear into him with its sharp teeth and claws, making him release a blood-curdling scream as the boys and Setsuna could do nothing but watch in horror as the ambulance started to move, the carnivore and victim falling off of the ambulance before fading into the distance. "Just hold on back there," Claire shouted towards the back before turning to Setsuna with pleading eyes. "I need you to go back there and help them. I don't know how many more are coming this way." Setsuna heard her words after a moment to recompose herself from the horrifying sight, looking at Claire with shock and worried eyes. "But what about you? You can't take them on all by yourself. Claire opened her mouth to speak, but was cut off when one of the raptors leaped from the side and smashed through the driver's window, causing them to scream at the snapping jaws of the prehistoric predator before Setsuna regained her composure enough to punch the carnivore in the snout, making the animal screech in irritation as it fell and tumbled along the road, picking itself back up as two more carnivores started to run past it. Setsuna took a glance at the side mirror and saw Charlie and Echo heading their way towards the boys, and knew that she needed to take action before any more carnage can take place. Opening the door, he carefully stood on the edge to see how she would be able to reach the back. Spotting the back doors of the ambulance that swung due to the movement of the car, the brunette locked her eyes on the door that came into view every couple of seconds. A quick plan was made as he gripped the top of the car to steady herself. "Try not to swerve too much," Setsuna shouted to Claire, who could only nod in confirmation as she kept her eyes on the road. The sharp-toothed girl taking a deep breath as she steadied herself for this, admittedly, risky plan of hers. "Izuku has been rubbing on me more than I thought," she realized in dry amusement as she kept her eyes on the door, counting the seconds every time the door came into view before leaping out while separating her torso from her waist to get a bit of extra distance, until she was holding herself upright by the top of the door with gritted teeth as she watched the velociraptors slowly close in on the vehicle. The two animals snarled at her for a moment before refocusing their gaze on the defenseless boys in the back of the van, who were trying to defend themselves by throwing whatever they had, even as he lifted herself over the door so that she was now facing towards the entry of the ambulance before furrowing her brow in confusion at the velociraptors. "I could have sworn there were 3 of them," she yelped as the van suddenly veered slightly to the left as one of the raptors tumbled on the road with a troubled screech, having been slammed into a tree due to Claire's driving. The last 2 carnivores who were still giving chase called back in concern before picking up the pace with a snarl as they closed the distance between them and the boy. Just as one attempted to leap onto the car, Setsuna pushed all her weight against the door she was leaning on and kicked the raptor in the face, making it hit the edge of the vehicle with a pained roar before falling to the ground. The 2 boys stared in awe of Setsuna before Zack managed to snap out of it, leaning against the wall as close as he could with an outstretched hand, one that Setsuna took without hesitation before the older sibling pulled her in so that she was now in the back with them. "Gee, glad you can join the party," Gray said with a shaky smile before turning his gaze out to the road with a gasp, where there was still one more carnivore heading their way. Setsuna quickly looked around desperately for something to use against the predator before spotting one of the rods that keepers would use to ward predators away. "Have you guys tried using those over there?" The 2 boys looked to where she was pointing and quickly moved to turn on the device while Setsuna tried to buy them some time, sending out flying fists towards the animal that easily dodged the attacks with ease by jumping on the sides. "Any day now. We don't know how to turn it on." Setsuna stumbled back with a gasp as the velociraptor jumped onto the vehicle with a roar, clawing the floor to get a better footing just as the brunette heard the telltale sounds of sparks emitting behind her. Setsuna quickly reattached her hands back to her wrists before yanking the electric rod out of the 2 boys' hands the moment she heard it turn on, pointing the sparkling end towards the animal's snout with a war cry as the animal convulsed in pain for a moment before losing its grip on the flooring, falling out of their transportation and fading off into the distance. The 2 boys stared in shock at the hero in training before flopping backward with a sigh. Tired laughter rang out between the 3 as they heard Claire bang on the panel to ask about their well-being. "Did you see that?" Gray said with a tired smile as he laid back to relax his breathing. "I can't wait to tell Mom. It would be one heck of a story to share." Setsuna dryly mused with a smirk while she regained her own breath from the encounter, even as Claire's eyes widened at the thought, desperately pleading with them not to tell their parents. The sound of an engine steadily increased until they caught the sight of Owen, who now managed to catch up with them as he trailed them from behind. Yet Setsuna's eyes widened at the sight of her boyfriend still missing in action. "Wait, where's Izuku?" Before anyone could answer, something with glowing green sparks managed to break through the trees behind Owen, revealed to be Izuku as he started to run his way past Owen into the ambulance before Setsuna managed to pull him in, embracing one another as they continued to make their way back to the center of the park with Owen leading the way. "Lowry, call in a copter," Claire managed to speak through her phone as they managed to escape their deadly encounter with the pack of carnivores. Yet a couple of meters behind them, the 3 velociraptors slowed their pace down as they evened out their breathing, before they heard a loud roar in the distance and cut through the trees beside them, heading towards the Indominus. The lab was full of activity as numerous scientists worked to pack up the remaining eggs and DNA capsules into the correct packages and containments, wanting to leave nothing behind during the evacuation. "Everything must be accounted for," Henry Wu called out to the numerous workers as he made his way to a wall with a panel attached to it, "and I want all backup generators online." After a quick glance to make sure no one was looking, he quickly scanned his thumb on the keypad to open the secret lab that was hidden inside the wall, gaining access just as his phone started ringing. which he quickly answered knowing that Hoskins was on the other line. Where have you been? Change of plans. Mission took a jog to the left. I'm taking everything off site. The embryos are safe here. Henry started with a furrowed brow. They can live up to 8 weeks on the generator. No, you listen. Vic cut him off with a growl. Park's going to be Chapter 11 by morning. Our little side project is about to be shot in the arm. And I don't want a bunch of lawyers messing around with something they don't understand. Henry was unable to speak to Vic, rendered speechless of the decision. I'm going to take that as a yes. The call ended after that, leaving the scientist momentarily stumped as he thought about his next move. With everything moving off-site, he would have to find a different facility and a means of getting funding for the next project. Even though his deal was still intact with InGen, he couldn't help but worry about what is to come, seeing that their company was directly tied to Jurassic World. But that was a problem for a later Henry Wu. For now, he should focus on getting the necessary research that was crucial to making dinosaurs. Yet just as he made it to a desk that had important files and documents laid about, his phone started to ring again, causing him to quickly pull it out and answer it without looking at the person who called, just as a bit of frustration leaked through his voice. I'm already doing it, Hoskins. You don't need to remind me. Is there any way to greet someone after trying to get in touch with them for so long? He blinked at the cheery voice that was on the other end of the call, and finally pulled his phone away to look at the contact that he was speaking with, only for his eyes to widen in surprise to find the man he was trying to get in touch with for the last couple of hours. Yes, this is Henry Wu. I'm asking about the collaboration projects regarding the dinosaurs in Jurassic World. Who is this again? Henry's brow furrowed for a moment as he briefly checked the contact again to make sure that he was talking to the right person. After confirming, he hesitantly brought the phone back to his ear. Henry Wu. We worked together for a brief time regarding the dinosaurs of the park and their quirks. Give me a moment. The line suddenly ended, leaving Henry to blink at the sudden change of tone as he warily looked around the room, unsure of what to think of Dr. Kyudai Garaki after not speaking to time for nearly a decade. He only hoped that he would get some answers about the Indominus as the line picked up again a few seconds later. There we go. Now our line is much more secured for this discussion. Now if I recall, we worked together in extracting those animals' quirks deemed too dangerous for the general public. The last one examined being the so-called Indominus. Is that correct? Yes, Henry stated firmly as he walked over to a computer and brought up a simulation of the Indominus to look at. And I don't know if you somehow missed it, but there are numerous quirks that it hid from us until today. And from what I understand, you took the infant to examine it. So how on earth did you manage to miss this one when all the other ones you looked at were extremely accurate? Now who said anything about me missing it? Henry could just imagine the smirk on this man's face based on the condescending tone. Did it ever occur to you that I managed to put some in as a little farewell gift? A little souvenir, if you will, after many years of working together and giving me so many quirks to work with. Henry was rendered speechless, unable to believe that an unknown operation took place between them the entire time, shouting into the phone in bewildered rage. This wasn't what we agreed on. Now don't tell me like you weren't at least interested in the results. The doctor on the end chastised as one would to an unruly child. Given how enthusiastic you were about wanting to know more about how quirks functioned in the prehistoric animals and the methods we used to remove them, Henry didn't want to admit it, but he knew that Garaki was right, recalling numerous instances where he asked to join him in the process of removing the animals' quirks after seeing the animals return to them completely quirkless and healthy, only to be refused and forced to send the animals off-site under the radar. At first, he thought it was due to the questionable methods that might have been used when removing their quirks, and eventually relented in doing the procedure their way to prevent any scandals from occurring in the company. And despite the destruction and the fallout of the new asset created today, he was impressed by the Indominus and the way it handled the quirks in his body, taking on numerous threats around him while also using the factors embedded into its DNA for its own survival, making it an unstoppable force of nature against anyone who went against it. It certainly was better than that unstable hybrid he created before and the quirk it manifested. He shook his head to get rid of his musings, refocusing his attention back on the screen in front of him, already knowing the cause of the Indominus quirks and its power now, and was about to thank him for the information when Garaki spoke up again. What if I told you that I can give you a quirk even better than the Indominus? The doctor on the other end of the phone said with a cheeky tone, one that should make your next endeavors more exciting. I'm listening. The ambulance screeched to a halt the moment it made it onto the west gate of Main Street. Claire, Izuku, Setsuna, and the nephews wasting no time in leaving the vehicle as Owen watched over them with his rifle, watching for any signs of the Indominus or Velociraptors to appear as they rushed towards the Innovation Center. Control room is that way. Claire pointed towards the back of the buildings, making all of them hurry towards the room in hopes of leaving this park. Izuku looked through the empty lab areas he saw on the sides, and couldn't help but feel a bit upset seeing their state after seeing how busy and full it was just that morning. Though he paused along with the rest of the group after hearing something shatter in the background, seeing an open door embedded into the wall. I thought they evacuated the lab. Why does that matter? Setsuna asked with only a bit of frustration leaking through. We're almost at the control room, aren't we? Because that room wasn't there before. Claire finished in dread. Everyone's eyes widened as they hesitantly entered the large white lab and made their way towards the door embedded into the wall, with Izuku and Setsuna looking at each other with concern before entering the room with them. The group entered the hidden lab with unease, seeing that it was made to be hidden from most prying eyes given the underground bunker aesthetic, with large tanks that had large skeletal spines inside with numerous bubbles and wires floating about, along with various odd and disturbing specimens kept in fish tanks and terrariums, varying from two-headed snakes, glowing salamanders, and chameleons that grabbed food with their hands. Izuku just knew that Nezu would have a field day if he ever learned about this. They all jumped at the sound of a large suitcase opening and hissing, turning to see a pair of InGen workers putting some embryos into refrigerated cases, ignoring the new arrivals as they continued moving largest cases of DNA off-site. "What are you guys doing?" Claire asked. "I'm afraid that's above your pay grade." A new voice emerged from the side of the room, getting narrowed eyes from Owen, Izuku, and Setsuna, as the man was revealed to be Vic Hoskins, who was supposedly in charge of this whole operation. "Where's Henry? Dr. Wu works for us." Gray managed to peek around the shoulder of Owen, frowning at the sight of the monitor displaying numerous hybrid dinosaurs. "That's not a real dinosaur." The group's attention turned towards the monitor on the desk as well, displaying numerous concepts and ideas of hybrid prehistoric animals. The presentation landing on the Indominus showing numerous different strands of DNA around it. "No, it ain't, kid," Vic admitted with a shrug before turning toward the person in question with a slight smirk on his face. "But someone's gotta make sure this company's got a future." Vic ignored the looks of disbelief going around the room, with a slightly crazed look starting to appear in his eyes as he stalked towards them in ignorance and arrogance. "Imagine that one," Vic gestured to the monitor before looking back at the group, "a fraction of the size. Deadly, intelligent, able to hide from the most advanced technology and quirks. A living weapon unlike anything the world has ever seen. Something that can challenge anyone, even Nomus." The freckled teen clenched his fist in anger to keep him from lashing out, even as Setsuna gritted her teeth and Owen narrowed his eyes, not liking where this was heading as they continued to listen to the outlandish ideals from the man standing in front of them. "You see, after millions of years of evolution, what did we learn?" Vic rhetorically asked as the smug expression on his face never faltered. "Nature is the gift." Screech! Vic cursed as he and the group jumped back in fear at the sight of one of the velociraptors entering the room. Delta, if Izuku recalled, stalked her way towards the cornered man, keeping her eyes on Hoskins as Owen put himself between the carnivore and the others, with the InGen worker putting a hand outward like Owen did whenever he was training with the raptors in the paddock. Asia, W were on the same side, right?" By now, Vic was cornered against the glass as Owen slowly backed up from the confrontation, as the desperation continued to build in the InGen worker while the rest waited with bated breath on the outcome. W were on the same side. The velociraptor only looked at the hand for a moment before chomping on Vic's arm as a blood-curdling scream left the man, causing most of the group to turn and run away from the scene as panic filled Izuku, stepping forward in hopes of saving the man from his cruel fate only to be stopped by Setsuna, who looked at him with a pleading gaze and regret. "You can't save him." Izuku turned back around as he heard the last of Hoskins' screams end before blood splattered against a glass panel, making him shut his eyes at the sight as he hesitantly followed his girlfriend out of the secret lab and towards the group, who were waiting for them in the hall as Claire tried to guide them towards the back of the building where the control room was. "Quick, this way." Yet as the group moved forward, Delta crashed through one of the glass panels that separated the hall from the lab, blocking their path to the control room and making them turn around back towards the main doors. Delta stumbled only for a moment due to its claws on the smooth surface of the floor, but quickly regained her footing as she continued her pursuit on the human. Izuku was about to power up one for all in hopes of delivering a kick at the carnivore to buy them some time, but stopped when Gray managed to press a panel on one of the displays, causing a hologram of a screeching Dilophosaurus to appear with a hiss. The velociraptor paused at her rival and screeched in anger before taking a pouncing stance at the sudden intruder, before letting a bite that went past the projection and making her stumble in confusion as the group moved on ahead. "Nice work," Izuku commented to Gray at the distraction as they made their way out the giant doors, only to pause when Blue suddenly jumped in front of them with a roar, with Charlie and Echo blocking their sides before an enraged Delta opened the doors behind them, completely trapping the humans as the carnivores covered all of their exits, screeching and hissing as they waited for the next move to be called by their beta. That's how it is, huh? Owen dryly asked as stared directly into Blue eyes. The heroes in training put themselves directly in between the velociraptors and Claire, who in turn was holding the boys to keep them from making any sudden movements as Owen continued to stare Blue down. Izuku noticed that Charlie chittered nervously as she glanced between him and the other raptors, obviously conflicted about hunting the new pack member who saved her life, though he and the others blinked as Owen dropped his weapon at the Blue, who was coming closer to him with a snarl. "Don't activate your quirks," the American warned them as he never took his eyes off of the approaching raptor, who by now was standing only a foot away from Owen. The group watched anxiously as Owen slowly brought a hand up towards the velociraptor, who released a low growl before a quick snap of her jaws was made, making the group jump after seeing what happened the last time someone tried it. "Easy," Owen called to Blue in a soothing tone as he reached for the strap around Blue's head that held the camera. Izuku watched with bated breath as Owen managed to unclasp the harness, letting it fall to the ground as Blue made no move to intervene, seemingly at ease as the growling in her throat died before locking eyes with the American. The group slightly eased up seeing the calmer state of the animal in front. Yet before anything else can be said, a monstrous roar erupted from the corner along with thundering footsteps, causing the people to be startled as the velociraptor's Blue took an uncertain step back, the beta locking eyes with the new alpha as the hybrid made its way towards the group. Izuku barely managed to withhold a shudder as the Indominus roared at them in agitation, the unnatural cry being the only thing that filled his ears before the hybrid released a low guttural at Blue along with a pointed look towards the group of humans, wanting nothing more than for her to finish them off. Blue turned around with a glance at Izuku before locking eyes with Owen, chirping and chittering at the American, making Owen smirk before glancing at the Indominus with a stern expression as Blue turned around and screeched in defiance, rejecting the order from the giant menace and its role as the alpha, not taking the sudden betrayal well. The Indominus roared in rage at the refusal of its orders and didn't hesitate to swipe his giant arm on the velociraptor, sending her flying and crashing to the wall where she lay still, unconscious. The Indominus looked at the three remaining velociraptors expectantly, only to find them turning away from their captors and screeching in agitation due to the state of their second-in-command. Owen eyed them for a second before taking a glance at the giant menace in front, releasing a whistle that made the three smaller carnivores take off towards the Indominus, leaping onto its sides as they started to claw and bite at the Indominus' thick hide, causing it to roar in irritation as it stumbled to get them off of its back. The group used this opportunity to get away, with Owen turning around and shooting the white-scaled menace with his rifle every chance he got, even as the Indominus tail started to knock down several light fixtures and structures in its path. Claire guided her nephews to a small gift shop shack that was in the middle of the road, while Izuku took a quick glance to make sure everyone was safe before turning to Setsuna with a firm expression. "I'm going to help Owen." Yet before he could move away from them, he felt Setsuna grab his arm as a means to refocus his attention back onto her, seeing the amused but worried look on her face as she locked eyes with him. "If you die, I'm going to kill you." He blinked at the odd statement before managing to let out a chuckle even as shots continued to ring out in the background. "That doesn't make a whole lot of sense." "I know," Setsuna then gave a sly smirk. "Now go be a hero." Izuku nodded before charging himself with a 15% of one for all with a steely gaze and rushed towards the Indominus, leaping into the air and thrusting a foot outward to land a superpowered kick on its midsection that threw on its side several feet as the velociraptors leaped off the enemy with a screech, startled by the sudden intervention from the green. The giant white-scaled menace shook its head in discomfort as a deep growl emerged from its snout, staring directly into Greenette in fury as it picked itself off the ground with its elongated forearms. Izuku didn't let up on his assault though, feeling Black Whip starting to form on his arms as he rushed once more and shot out a tendril around the giant carnivore's mouth, using it to swing around so that he was now on the back of the Indominus' neck. He charged himself as he wrapped several more tendrils around the snout of the hybrid, feeling its massive jaws trying to pry open the barrier with a muffled roar, making him increase his output with gritted teeth as he kept a tight hold on the monster underneath him, getting a muffled roar in response as it shook its massive head to the sides to get the teen off of him. The three velociraptors screeched in approval of the teen's actions as Owen continued to fire off rounds of ammunition, the Indominus releasing a muffled roar in fury before attempting to pry off the tendrils around its face with its arms as the velociraptors jumped back into the fray. Echo and Charlie leaping back onto the sides of the Indominus while Delta jumped directly into its face, clawing and biting their way into the skin, all while the boys, Setsuna and Claire, watched from their little shelter. As much as Setsuna wanted to help her boyfriend in this fight right now, she knew that she wasn't the best person for the job, as her pieces might cause a distraction for the velociraptors already in the battle, not to mention risking herself getting shot by Owen, who was already working with moving targets. She could hope that it was enough to bring the hybrid down, yet was dismayed when she heard Gray speak up. We need more. Setsuna, Claire, and Zack turned to Gray in confusion, not understanding what he said in the middle of the conflict as shots and screeches continued in the background. More what? Teeth. We need more teeth. Setsuna still didn't quite get the boy's sudden conclusion, but Claire seemed to understand. As the redhead's eyes lit up before going over to the nearest first aid kit and pulling out a flare along with a walkie-talkie, turning back over to her nephews before giving the most reassuring smile she could muster. Okay, so you guys just wait here. Everything is going to be fine. The boys shakily nodded, not knowing what their aunt was planning as she left the little hut they were hiding in and took off, much to the displeasure of Setsuna. Hey wait, you can't just... Setsuna let out a massive groan of frustration while ruffling her hair at her sudden departure as she looked between the two boys and the redhead with increasing worry, before looking off towards Izuku with pursed lips and locking eyes with Gray and Zack with a stern, narrowed gaze. Don't move. The two boys rapidly nodded their heads, not wanting to risk the fury of the greenette after seeing what she did with the raptors back in the van as they watched as she took off after Claire, running past Izuku who was still restraining the Indominus with gritted teeth. Where are you guys going? Izuku managed to ask Setsuna after seeing her take off after the redhead. I have no idea, she replied back before continuing her pursuit after Claire. Izuku cursed under his breath before returning his focus back to the fight in front of him, with Owen taking cover as he reloaded his rifle while the raptors continued to claw and bite into the hybrid. The Indominus, however, had enough of being pushed around, grabbing onto Delta with one of its arms and tossing her to the side. The velociraptor crashing through the window of a restaurant with a startled screech and set ablaze by a massive fire, startling the group who was attacking the massive carnivore. The Indominus grabbed the numerous tendrils on its mouth and started to pry them apart with its massive strength, making Izuku falter for a moment before gritting his teeth, trying to keep the monster underneath him restrained with Blackwood. The Indominus doubled in its efforts, tensing its muscles as it finally broke free from the restraints by finally managing to pry off the black tendrils around its mouth with a massive burst of effort, causing Izuku to fall back from the movement while the raptors were knocked to the sides. The Indominus quickly spun and sent the freckled teen off its back before slowly turning and looking at him in annoyance, getting down on all fours and roaring in rage at the numerous nuisances around it as the remaining velociraptors screeched in retaliation. Izuku panted while he took a glance at his surroundings, looking for anything that may be of use to him and the giant opponent that was in front of him when he spotted a steel table that was bolted onto the ground, making a decision after a quick look of its surroundings. He tensed for a moment before increasing his output of one for all, as he ripped the table from the ground with a shout of effort, holding the metal table from one end and slowly started to spin while keeping his eyes on the Indominus. Owen, call the raptors off, pausing in his shot. The American looked over to the teen and nodded while letting out a sharp whistle to the velociraptors that were about to pounce on the Indominus, making them shift their stances so that they split away from the Indominus with a screech just as the white-scaled terror went for a bite at the fleeing hunters, before finally noticing the glowing teenager charging at him. Izuku spun around 2 times to build momentum before throwing the metal counter like a frisbee directly onto the Indominus' face, hitting it on the side of his jaw with a loud crack while sharply turning its head in pain, causing it to stumble for a moment while Izuku lowered his body and got into a running stance, eyeing one of the thick palms trees off to the side, wanting nothing more than to chomp the boy in half with powerful jaws. The beast roared on all fours before it charged the greenette, the loud footsteps shaking the ground as Owen ducked for cover and the raptors moved away from its feet. But the hybrid was caught off guard when the teenager suddenly dashed towards the side, his entire body sparkling with one for all as he quickly grabbed the tree with Blackwhip before swinging himself towards the Indominus and landing a massive kick across the monster's snout, knocking its head to the side harshly as several teeth flew off of its mouth, before finally falling onto the ground with a loud crash. Izuku panted as he slowly lowered the percentage of one for all to a more manageable level. The 2 remaining velociraptors went up beside him and looked with tilted heads between him and the Indominus for a second before turning to their fallen opponent with a screech of victory. Holy crap, Zack said in awe of the feat in front of him as Owen and Gray gave their own stares of shock, never seeing the boy in action other than him running through the jungle with the raptors earlier while the hero in training regained his breath. All potential conversations went to a halt when a low growl came from the Indominus, shakily standing back up with the help of its forearms as the numerous cuts and wounds on its back and snout started to close, making Izuku and the 2 velociraptors beside him slowly back off in surprise as the Indominus skin started to change from its usual white scales into a dark purple. Oh shit, Owen cursed as he quickly went to reload his weapon as he took several steps back, already knowing what was happening due to seeing the previous attempt by the Park's ACU earlier that day. As for Izuku, he could only watch in horror as the monster's muscles started to bulge in size and strength while the spines on its back started to show a more sinister look to it, finally seeing the quirk in action that Owen described to him that was giving the Park so much trouble. But while the American had described the quirk to them in passing during their time in the jeep, Izuku had a feeling he knew what he was really looking at. There was only one being that he encountered that even came close to the appearance of the beast in front of him. One that he and his classmates encountered on numerous occasions throughout the school year with the League of Villains. One that he never expected would appear in a theme park like Jurassic World of all places. NNOMU. The beast got on all fours in its new form and roared at the teen, shattering all the glass throughout the buildings as he and the others covered their ears at the sudden rage-filled howl. Before the hybrid charged toward them in fury as they readied themselves for combat once more. Setsuna's mind was a mess as she continued to follow the redhead to some unknown location. Her stomach twisted in worry as the sounds of the battle faded into the background. "Lowry, are you still there?" Claire asked through the walkie-talkie as Setsuna continued to follow through the massive corridors they went through earlier that day. The greenette figured that she must have received an answer back as the redhead then shouted out, "I need you to open Paddock 9. What the heck is so important in Paddock 9 that we had to leave the others behind?" Setsuna didn't receive an answer from the older woman, too focused on the massive gate in front of them as they both heard a tremendous roar emerge from the path they came, making Claire look at a nearby camera as a frustrated and exasperated scowl formed. "Damn it, Lowry, be a man and do something for once in your life." Setsuna winced at the quick and harsh rebuttal, feeling a bit sorry for the other person on the line. But before she could say anything about it, alarms started blaring on the side of the giant doorway as Claire ignited the flare she was carrying, shuddering slightly about what was about to emerge. Setsuna's frustration reached its limit as Claire's eyes never moved from the cage. "For the last time, what are we waiting for? Something that will help take care of the Indominus." Setsuna's brow furrowed at the unhelpful answer for a moment before thinking about the park's layout and where they were standing. Thinking about what creature they were about to encounter as the gate started to slowly lift upwards. It was only when she heard the thundering steps ahead of her that she put it all together, seeing a glimpse of a familiar forest habitat as a pair of eyes stood out in the thick foliage. A creature with an infamous reputation concerning the destruction of the last park on this island. One that Izuku took her to see before everything in the park started falling apart. The T-Rex. Setsuna watched the carnivore's eyes follow the bright, glowing flare in Claire's hand as she neared the doorway, making her and the redhead step a couple of feet back in nervousness as the beast's footsteps could be felt underneath them. The giant carnivore snarled at them before starting to increase her pace as Claire lifted the flare in the air and started to run. Seeing the fact that the T-Rex was starting to gain on the redhead, she quickly split her torso from her waist as well as reducing as many pieces that she could before carrying Claire from under her arms as the T-Rex released a tremendous roar behind them, following them back towards the center of the park in hopes of bringing assistance to the others. "Watch out." Izuku barely managed to dodge a giant claw from the Indominus by sliding across the ground, leaving massive giant claw marks behind him as the Indominus lunged after him with its massive jaws, causing him to think quickly and swing around a light pole with Black Whip on and aiming another super-powered kick at the Indominus, which it tanked with only a slight stumble as it released another enraged roar. He had no idea what kind of quirks this animal was holding but knew that they couldn't keep doing this little dance of theirs forever, as he could see the two velociraptors start to tire and Owen running out of bullets, with neither side having any more success in making a dent in the Indominus armor than he did. He watched as the Indominus flinched when a particular shot from Owen nearly hit it in the eye, and the hybrid lunged towards the American with its gaping maw. "Oh no you don't." Izuku quickly shot numerous strands of Black Whip around the hybrid's snout and pulled with the maximum amount of one for all, catching the beast off guard with the momentum as its head was jerked suddenly towards the greenette and narrowly missed Owen, the American jumping out of the way as stray debris flew from where he was standing. The velociraptors didn't take the threat of their alpha kindly, screeching with disdain as Echo made another lunge at the Indominus neck while it was turned towards the super-powered teen while Charlie jumped onto its midsection. Owen cursed under his breath at the sight of him having no more bullets, and started to head back towards the nephews as the Indominus managed to throw Delta off of its neck, the smaller carnivore screeching and trying to get up after falling to her side across the ground. The hybrid took the opportunity to grab a hold of the fallen raptor with its sharp teeth and tossing it off to the side. Izuku and Charlie watched where the raptor landed with shock as she remained unmoving. Charlie jumped off the Indominus before making its way next to Izuku, the two staring down the giant Namu-like creature in front as it roared at them on all fours, making the raptor and Izuku share a glance with one another. Izuku didn't have the experience or knowledge of the other raptor's behaviors, only being an honorary raptor so to speak for a couple of hours. Yet as he looked into the sharp reptilian eyes of Charlie, he could have sworn that he got a feeling of what she wanted as a low growl made its way out of her mouth while she turned back towards the hybrid, claws and teeth bared while Izuku got into a running start next to her. They had to beat it, here and now. The two took off towards the giant hybrid with their own battle cry, Izuku outpacing the raptor beside him to deliver a massive punch on the beast's throat, making it stumbled with a harsh intake of air as Charlie leaped beside where the greenette landed to claw at the hybrid's face. While not as damaging as it was before, the act was still a major distraction for the giant beast, making it lift its elongated forearms in hopes of grabbing the smaller predator off of its face as it did to her sister. Yet the green-haired hero wasn't going to let that happen, grabbing a hold of the Indominus arms with Black Whip as Charlie continued to maul its face, the Nomu-like monster making use of its regeneration to heal any damage taken from the fight by now. Not wanting to be restrained by the teen again, the Indominus turned its body so that Izuku was lifted off the ground with a startled yelp while Charlie fell off the giant hybrid and skidded across the ground, not accepting the sudden movement from her foe. The Indominus made a lunge for the fallen raptor with its sharp teeth, but was met with a sparklingly glowing fist that punched the snout off towards the side, giving Charlie enough time to pick herself up as the two darted around the hybrid. A swift swipe of the hybrid's claws was made towards the greenette, but was shocked to no longer find him standing there, looking around in confusion until feeling an axe kick hit the top of its head, slamming it onto the ground as Charlie screeched from behind. The Indominus could feel the last of its quirk fading away, its stamina being used in keeping the quirk constantly active while fighting the raptors and the glowing green teen already tiring it out. It roared before swiping its tail behind it just as Charlie went in for another leap, hitting the raptor with a startled screech as it was sent flying off towards the side. Izuku's eyes widened as the Indominus released a ferocious roar, causing him to quickly leap off towards the side in hopes of finding another area to land ahead, yet was caught off guard when a claw was found suddenly blocking his way, sending him flying off towards the side as she crashed into several wooden tables that were littered throughout the street. The Indominus panted harshly as it held itself up with one of its forearms and felt the last of its quirk fading away, the dark purple color and spines along its back changing back into their usual white pigment. It looked around for a moment before spotting a bundle of thermal heat hiding in one of the small gift shops found in the middle of the road. A low growl escaped it as it made its way towards the hidden people with heavy footsteps. Meanwhile, Izuku shakily got on his arms as he saw the damage around him, looking around with wearily and slightly blurry eyes before spotting Charlie a couple of meters away from him lying on her side. Her eyes were unfocused as slow and steady breaths were being taken in after the conflict she had with the Indominus. While he had no idea what was her condition at the time, he could only thank her for the effort she put into fighting the Indominus even if she was outmatched, though his eyes widened as he felt heavy footsteps in front of him, watching as the Indominus made its way towards the little gift shop that Owen and the boys were using, smashing his head through the front as a means of eating the people inside, making all sense of drowsiness fall away as he took off after the beast jumped through the opening just as the hybrid was about to make another bite. No, Midoriya jumped in front of Owen and the nephews as the Indominus forced its massive jaws into the tiny room they were hiding in, knocking numerous souvenirs and toys as the nephews screamed at the massive teeth set in front of them. Charging himself with 35% of one for all, he held back the hybrid from making a meal of the people behind him by grabbing a hold of its bottom and upper part of the snout, forcing the beast back with gritted teeth as his legs started to buckle, tiring out from constantly shifting percentages throughout the battle and being knocked off to the side by a Namu fold swipe. Thankfully, the Indominus seemed to be on its last legs as well, at least when it came to regarding its quirk stamina. The skin already shifted back from its abnormal purple hue to the familiar white scales from earlier. In a last-ditch effort, the hybrid threw one of its arms into the little hut as a means to grab the glowing greenette. Its large, sharp claws grazed the right side of Izuku's torso and causing him to release a shout of pain as he continued to keep the beast at bay. He didn't feel the claws pierce through anything major due to the durability caused by the amount of one for all he was applying to himself, but that didn't mean that he was out of the woods yet, nearly buckling under the pain from his torso, yet remained standing as his vision started to blur from exhaustion, failing to notice another set of thundering footsteps as he kept his focus on the Indominus. Behind the hybrid, Setsuna managed to duck below a Spinosaurus skeleton display as Claire sent the flare flying towards the Indominus, the bright light bouncing off the Indominus just as the T-Rex crashed through the attraction, sending Claire and Setsuna tumbling off towards the sides as bones fly everywhere. The T-Rex roared at the Indominus, who by now stepped back from its pursuit on the humans to release its own roar at the T-Rex, the two top predators stepping onto the long, narrow road roaring and sizing each other up. Owen stared dumbfounded at where Setsuna and Claire landed while holding up a tired and injured Izuku, before shifting his gaze back to the two massive predators who were starting to approach one another, with Zack coming up to help Owen and supporting Izuku while Gray moved close to see, bracing themselves as the two top predators of the island started to charge. It was easy to tell who was the more experienced fighter, with the T-Rex wasting no time in biting down on the neck of the Indominus before using her massive weight to push the genetic abomination backward. The hybrid unable to do anything due to its fatigue and its previous injuries that it wasn't able to fully heal. The white-scaled predator managed to land a bite at the T-Rex's neck, but the T-Rex just shook off the attempt before making another grab on the Indominus, shaking her head with her opponent's neck in her mouth in hopes of ripping through its thick hide. The Indominus released a pained roar as it managed to escape the jaws of the T-Rex, fury building inside of it as it made a lunge towards the other with its claws. Making quick use of its elongated forearms, it delivered a quick slash on the T-Rex's neck that momentarily stunned it before diverting another bite away from its body by pushing down on its opponent's head. The newly released carnivore unable to do anything other than be pushed onto the ground, helplessly trying to get back up as the Indominus kept it pinned with its arms before delivering its own bite onto the T-Rex, making it roar in pain. Setsuna and Claire shielded themselves from the stray debris that flew in their direction, before widening their eyes in shock at the sight of the Indominus throwing the T-Rex's head through the side of the small gift shop the others were using to hide in, shouting out and warning together as the T-Rex managed to lift its head above the small store. Run! Thinking quickly, Owen and Zach helped the Greenette run out of the gift shop as Gray followed closely behind, making it out just as the Indominus picked up the other by the neck and threw it on top of the little building, causing it to collapse seconds from their departure. Setsuna's eyes displayed concern and panic seeing the blood on Izuku's side, but was brought out of her thoughts when the Indominus stalked its way forward towards its fallen opponent. The T-Rex flailed on its side as the Indominus put a large claw on the neck with a gaping jaw. The T-Rex falling limp as the razor-sharp teeth started to close in on her neck while the others watched helplessly from the sidelines, unable to do anything to stop the monster in front of them. Screech! The sound of two defiant screeches made them all pause as the Indominus looked up from its fallen opponent and towards the two raptors charging at it. Blue and Charlie back up on their feet and running towards the Indominus with claws and teeth bared before they pounced on the Indominus once more, with Blue climbing onto the spine of the Indominus while Charlie took the back of the hybrid's neck, the hybrid twisting its neck to try to reach before eventually roaring in agitation at being clawed on again by its old members, distracted by the two velociraptors on its back. The Indominus missed the T-Rex getting back on her feet before feeling a set of massive jaws on its neck as it was slammed into one of the restaurants, causing it to roar in pain due to the debris while Charlie leaped off towards the sides and Blue jumped onto the T-Rex's back as leverage. The two raptors screeching at the Indominus as the T-Rex grabbed the hybrid by the neck and started to drag it towards the other end of the street. "Come on, we've got to move." Seeing the predators distracted, Owen started to lead the group away from the conflict by heading into another gift shop that was behind them, with Setsuna holding Izuku as he clutched his aching side following Owen and the others towards an exit on the other side of the store in hope of escaping as the sounds of the battle grew outside. Izuku managed to get a glimpse of the battle raging on as the T-Rex and the Indominus roaring at each other once more before attempting to land a bite on each other's neck, with the Blue and Charlie taking advantage of the exposed neck of the hybrid and pouncing with claws and bites being made into its thick hide. The Indominus jerked its head off harshly, startling the group as both Blue and Charlie crashed through a pane of glass beside them. The two raptors getting back on their feet as Blue screeched in defiance while Charlie took a quick glance at the group and released a call, before following her sister back into the fight with a screech of her own as she left onto the hybrid once more, knocking out of their shock. They hurried past the numerous shelves and displays of the store and finally made it to the exit, only for Owen to hold them back after seeing the two titans fighting just outside the doorway, watching with wide eyes as the two velociraptors jumped back off the Indominus just as the T-Rex used her strength to ram her head onto the hybrid, shoving it into a restaurant as a pained roar escaped the white-scaled menace. The T-Rex wasting no time in grabbing the Indominus by the back of the neck once more and throwing it against the ground, making it fall on its side with an agitated growl escaping its throat as it picked itself off the ground with its forearms. Izuku's eyes widened when he saw the familiar sight of the Indominus changing colors once more as it tried to activate its quirks, but was interrupted when both velociraptors leaped onto the face of the hybrid, making it stumble back in pain as the T-Rex took advantage of the distraction and rammed its head onto the Indominus side, causing the two smaller carnivores to be knocked off to the side as the Indominus fell on its back towards a railing dividing the lagoon and the street, the barrier falling behind it as it shakily got onto its legs. It was only then that Izuku realized how much damage the Indominus took during the entire confrontation, with numerous open wounds and blood from the scratches and bites given by both of the predators along with several pieces of metal and debris that were lodged in its shoulder from the thrashing it received from the T-Rex. The cornered Indominus released a low growl as it was finally able to complete the transformation, its white scales turning into a dark purple as it stood upright. The wounds on its body started to heal, but never closed as it used the last of its stamina for a defiant last stand against its opponents, releasing an ear-piercing roar as the T-Rex and the raptors responded to the challenge with a roar of their own. So focused on the conflict between them, no one noticed when the large fin of the Mosasaurus appeared in the water from behind the Indominus, making use of the distraction to leap out of the water to grab the Indominus from its hind legs, startling everyone as the T-Rex and the velociraptors backed off, the hybrid falling onto its stomach with a pained and startled screech and using the last of its unnatural strength to keep itself grounded as the large marine reptile started to drag the hybrid into the water, until the last of the Indominus stamina finally left it and it disappeared underneath the crashing waves, the bellow from the Mosasaurus being the last the group heard of the infamous monster that terrorized the park. With shuddering breaths, the group of people hesitantly turned their gaze towards the T-Rex, unsure of what the reactions will be between the two predators now that the threat of the Indominus was gone. The animals seemed to be in the same mindset. As the giant carnivore turned toward the two raptors, Charlie releasing a low growl as Blue took a hesitant step backward and chittered nervously at the infamous carnivore. There was only a pause where the T-Rex looked between the two raptors as it released a low guttural before ultimately turning around and walking away from the scene. The giant thundering footsteps fading off towards the distance as the two raptors turned towards Owen expectantly, wondering what the next step for the pack would be. Owen stepped forward to look Blue in the eye, who in turn tilted her head in confusion to what the alpha may say about everything that occurred in their performance, though was shocked to see the American give a shake of his head, probably disagreeing with something about their hunt that may have left him unsatisfied. Disappointed, Blue started to walk away from the group of humans and down the demolished road littered with debris and destruction, much to the confusion of Charlie, who looked at Izuku and Owen with a tilted head and a coo before looking towards Blue. Izuku couldn't help but feel bad for the conflicted raptor, obviously torn between choosing the leader of the pack and the second in command. Even after they had worked together on taking the Indominus down together, Blue screeched in a warning from down the road as a reluctant Charlie started to follow along her sister's steps, walking past the ruined path littered with debris as it caught up to Blue with its head down. Obviously disappointed with the whole event turned out, the group made their way towards the middle of the road and watched as the two raptors hesitantly turned towards Owen, looking at their alpha before darting off towards the woods, their screeches and calls fading into the night. Jurassic World Files. Restricted access. Asset number 758,680. Species Indominus Rex. Quirk N.A. The Indominus Rex is my greatest creation, the perfect blend of prehistoric and modern DNA used to create a new and viable specimen. After a thorough examination provided by Dr. Kyudai Garaki, we have determined that there are no quirks found in the hybrid, providing us the perfect asset for us to display to the public. Certainly better than asset number 142,697, the Scorpios Rex. If this asset did manage to obtain a quirk, I would imagine that it would bring disaster to anyone who opposes it. Dr. Henry Wu. The morning light shined brightly outside of a warehouse off the coast of Costa Rica that was filled with numerous soldiers and heroes that were looking over the operation with a keen eye, not wanting another event like the one on Island Nublar to happen again, as doctors went around healing and helping the various people who were unfortunate to get an injury from one of the flying reptiles, leaving the room brimming with conversations as friends and family tried to find one another or get the help they needed. Izuku and Setsuna, meanwhile, ignored all of that as they watched Zack and Gray embrace their parents with tired smiles, still feeling the effects of the entire fiasco that happened the day prior. It was only after the velociraptors left the scene that the group was able to escape the island by finally making it to the control room, where a single employee was able to call in a helicopter, the teens promptly passing out once they were safe in the air due to their fatigue and constant running throughout the island, only to be wakened when they finally made it to the coast of Costa Rica to be checked over by the numerous doctors that were there waiting for the evacuees to arrive, much to the worry of Owen, Claire, and the nephews. Thankfully, Izuku had most of his injuries healed thanks to the numerous doctors and nurses that were going around helping the tourists with their quirks. So at least he avoided a lecture from Recovery Girl for the time being, though he still had a couple of bandages wrapped around his side from where the Indominus scratched him and was told to keep movement to a minimum for the next few days. Yet even if they were tired and had some lingering aches, it still felt good to see the boys make it back to their parents safe and sound. They watched as Zack and Gray told something to their parents before heading back towards them, getting a slightly confused look from the two heroes in training as the two boys slightly bowed with gratitude displayed over their faces. Thanks for the help us back there. Zack started off as he sheepishly rubbed the back of his neck while his younger brother nodded along. We never would have made it away from the raptors and the monster if it weren't for you two. It's what we do, Setsuna said with a shrug and a sharp grin, with Izuku agreeing beside her with a nod and a smile of his own. Hey, I just realized something. Gray looked between the two with curiosity before seeing the two greenettes give their attention to him. Since you guys are heroes, then what are your hero names? The two blinked at the realization of them never using their hero names during the entire endeavor, but didn't falter as a smile started to spread on their faces as they proudly stated their hero names. With Izuku's eyes glimmered with resolve even as a smile started to spread across his face. My hero name is Deku. And mine is lizardy. Setsuna finished with a sharp-toothed grin while having the same steely resolve in her eyes as well. The nephews smiled back, dedicating the faces and names to memory for them to remember, as they eventually said their farewells and made their way back to their parents, who embraced them with a hug before they started to leave the warehouse. Owen and Claire then stepped up to Izuku and Setsuna, with Claire surprising them with a tight hug as some tears managed to break through. "Thank you," she whispered with a wet chuckle that was filled with gratitude. "Thank you both so much." Izuku and Setsuna managed to shake off the shock of being hugged rather quickly, their faces softening as they hugged the redhead right back, showing their own feelings of comfort and goodwill for the women as she embraced the two teens for a few moments longer before stepping back, wiping the tears off her face as Owen stepped forward. "While I didn't want you two to come at first, I admit that it was probably a good idea you tagged along," Owen said with a mixture of pride and admiration. "You two really proved me wrong." "Well, it's like they say in school, right?" Izuku said with a sheepish smile as Setsuna smirked with her sharp teeth on display, already knowing what he was going to say. Plus ultra, Owen repeated with a growing smirk of his own, eyeing the two teens and their condition before a soft smile started to show. He had a feeling that these two would be heading to high places as they advanced their own careers in the hero course. Whether or not they will be together though remains to be seen. Yet he had hoped that the couple would last through the hardships of high school and hero duties, making his eyes drift over to Claire, who was also watching the teens with a fond smile of her own. Who knows, maybe this wouldn't be the last time they would meet again. Though for now, the American felt that they bothered the teens enough as is, with Owen let out a fist bump towards Izuku, who returned it with a smile as Owen gestured his head toward the side. "We'll be over to the side if you need us, but I just want to say thanks again for all your help, and I look forward to seeing what Deku and Lizardry will do in the future." With that, he moved away from the teens to give them a bit of privacy after a long day of searching and fighting, with Claire following alongside him in the bright morning light before striking up a conversation. Setsuna watched Owen and Claire move towards the side of the warehouse where there was less foot traffic, watching as Owen said something to the redhead with a smirk and caused Claire to roll her eyes fondly as she nudged his side with a laugh, making Setsuna wonder what will happen to the people they helped out with a soft smile, though she was brought out of her thoughts when she heard her phone ping. Taking it out and quickly scrolling to the message, she saw that it was from her work study, which happened to have information about their next big assignment. Something about a major expeditionary operation that was to occur right after the break. Looking over her boyfriend, she noticed that he got the same announcement from his own work study, making her sigh with a lopsided smile as she looked at him with a hint of amusement. "No rest for heroes, huh?" "Yeah," Izuku murmured as he looked away from her, making her falter and turn to him in confusion and worry. "Hey, what's wrong?" she asked for a moment as she rubbed his arm reassuringly. "Do you need someone else to look at your injuries?" Izuku shook his head while still keeping his gaze away from her, not wanting her to see the frustration on his face as he answered honestly. "I just know how much you really wanted to go to this park." He started off with a small frown that caused the girl to form one of her own before he continued on. "And how it was ruined whenever we were just starting to have fun. I know it wasn't really any of our faults and all, but I just wish that we had a bit more time off to enjoy ourselves before we had to return back to heroics and school. I just feel like I failed to give you the trip you wanted." Setsuna looked at him in shock before her face softened, understanding that he felt like he failed her with this trip even if he had nothing to do with the disaster that occurred, because that was just the type of person he was. "Izuku," she called out softly to him. "Izuku, look at me." The boy reluctantly turned so that his eyes met her own, looking disappointed in himself even when he knew there was really nothing to be blamed for. "I didn't come along just because it was Jurassic World. I came because you invited me," she started as she held both of his hands into her own. "While I admit it's always been my dream to come here, that's not the main reason why I agreed when you first offered. Even if Itsuka, Pony, or any of my other friends invited me to come here this spring break, I would have denied it in a heartbeat, because I wanted to spend my time off with you." Izuku felt his heart quicken as his eyes started to water and a small smile broke out on his face, making him relax his stance as Setsuna leaned her head onto his shoulder in a show of comfort as he laid his own head onto her, both of them enjoying the quiet moment they had together as they waited for their parents to arrive with all might. "And if you don't mind, I think we can spend the rest of the break at home," she said as a sheepish grin started to break out. "I think I can finally cross out visiting Jurassic World on my bucket list now." A loud laugh managed to escape from him as he looked over at her in adoration and awe, before returning his head back onto her as the chatter of the people around them slowly faded into the background over Setsuna's giggles. Content on wrapping an arm around her waist as she snuggled into him with a slight sigh escaping her lips, enjoying his touch. Izuku knew that there are still a lot of loose ends to tie up, like telling All Might about that Namu-like creature that was created inside of the park and telling Setsuna about One for All. But for now, he decided to take advantage of this moment they had together before dealing with whatever hero announcement they got on their phones, wanting to spend the time enjoying the presence of the most wonderful person he was dating. Meanwhile, on the island of Isla Nublar, a battle-worn T-Rex emerged through the thick jungle with thundering footsteps and stomped onto the helipad of the command center, getting an entire view of the park in front of her as several pteranodons flew through the skies and the sun continued to rise on the horizon, before rearing her head back and releasing a mighty roar that echoed throughout the abandoned theme park. The screams of tourists continued to ring out from all over Main Street, pteranodons and dimorphodons filling the skies before making the occasional screech or dive towards the fleeing people below. The middle of the dinosaur petting zoo young was no exception, with the young herbivores being left on their own as soon as the predators showed, while the people inside the pen were rushed to safety by the park's employees. Yet they were not completely left to deal with the carnivores by themselves, as a certain greenette with sharp teeth showed. The Apatosaurus watched as the green-haired teen in front of her fended off numerous waves of flying reptiles with flying limbs, now rushing towards them after letting the people escape and throwing the gate, keeping them inside wide open after only a moment of hesitation. "Go, get out of here." Most of the herbivores didn't hesitate to leave through the gates with startled bellows as they pushed through the crowd, all except the young Apatosaurus, who stopped at the gate and turned around with a tilt of her head, wondering if the greenette was going to follow along. Yet before the human teen could do anything, one of the dimorphodons behind her decided that enough was enough and no longer hold back on the usage of its quirk onto the hero, letting out a resounding screech that made the human fall to her knees while clutching her ears in pain, startling the herbivore back. "Gee go," she heard the greenette yell with gritted teeth that caused the Apatosaurus to step back with wide eyes as she turned around to follow the rest of the herd out of the gates, not before giving one last look to its savior with a sad, pained bellow. After taking a quick look in between the massive waves of people, she spotted the group of herbivores pushing their way past streams of panicking people who were either fighting back against the carnivorous reptiles with their quirks or fleeing the scene. The sauropod, feeling the massive stress and panic from the humans thanks to her quirk, and hurried along to find an escape route with her fellow herbivores, finally catching up with them. They only managed to walk a couple of feet through the crowd before jumping when one of the large pteranodons suddenly dove towards them with a screech, snagging one of the young gallimimus from the ground and sending them into a panic as they hurried their pacing toward the end of the road, the massive waves of people blocking their vision, not helping their escape in the slightest. Yet for just a split second, the Apatosaurus managed to spot a glimpse of foliage in between the numerous stores and shops that offered enough coverage to hide them from the predators above, bellowing towards the others over the sounds of screaming people as she charged towards the thick underbrush in a hurry. The others noticed her movement and followed along, their numbers making it easy to push through the massive crowd before finally entering the underbrush, safe from the numerous pecks and jabs that the pteranodons were offering and the massive streams of panicking people. As the last of the herbivores finally broke into the forest, the long-necked herbivore took a final glance behind her at the chaos that ensued before following closely behind the others as the screams of the tourists faded away due to the distance. Aimlessly walking through the jungle was a nerve-wracking thing to do, especially when they have been used to human contact for so long and were left to fend for themselves without any guidance. And while they didn't run into any predators since their escape from the pteranodons, a massive roar was heard occasionally throughout the night that made them cower and quicken their pace. Yet other than that, the small herd of young herbivores continued to make their way inland with the occasional stop for food and water for several days. By now they were in a forest surrounded by thick trees, with various bushes of leaves and grass around, but no sign of any large herbivores that could provide them cover, making the young sauropod bellow slightly in disappointment, knowing that the others around her felt the same due to her ability, yet continued to look around for another path forward, until it stumbled onto an odd sight. It was a massive clearing surrounded by the largest trunks of trees that had several teens working throughout the area, with many of them carrying several logs and planks of wood towards a pile while others rationed their supplies. A girl sitting off to the side watching them work, sporting a bored expression on her face, before glancing towards the herbivore's direction as a gasp escaped her lips. "Hey guys," the girl wearing a gray tracksuit said uneasily. The call made the others stop their current work and look between the girl and the area that she was looking at, blinking in surprise at the numerous amounts of young herbivores that stumbled onto their camp. Their expressions brightened up as they ditched their work for the time being to get a closer look at the new arrivals. "Well, aren't they just the cutest little things?" A girl wearing a white tank top with dark pink flowers and dark green leaves cooed with an accent. "Come here you." While the Apatosaurus was used to loud and outgoing personalities due to its time in its petting zoo, that didn't mean that she was entirely comfortable with being smothered in affection like this, but stood still, seeing that there was no ill intent from the girl as she smothered the sauropod's face against her own with a squeal of delight. The commotion drew the attention of another teen, one that had a slightly dirty white t-shirt with a raptor tooth hanging around his neck. Whoa, look at the small herd they formed. They usually stick to the same number of their species, but these little guys have all different kinds of herbivores in their groups. While the animals were comfortable enough to be in the presence of humans due to their time in the petting zoo, they shuffled nervously at the loud and excited personality of the teen in front of them, only breaking apart from the group slightly to graze on some grass while keeping their distance close to one another. "Hey Dino nerd." A teen in a blue shirt and shorts called towards them. "I thought you said you were going to help me out with the wood." The young Apatosaurus looked on curiously between the groups of teens around them, noticing a large amount of frustration and sadness hidden inside as he stared at the teen currently looking at them in wonder, with him momentarily breaking away from the gaze of a chirping Gallimimus to roll his eyes. "Kenji, you have a strength quirk? We don't. You should be doing most of the work anyways." The teen in blue grumbled something about not being able to relax for a single day before picking up the load Darius left behind and carrying it effortlessly on his back, heading towards an unfinished contraption behind them while his complaints went ignored. The other teens looked back onto the herd with soft looks before a look of confusion made its way onto the girl with pink hair, looking between the herbivores and the surrounding area before turning to the one looking at them with stars in his eyes while scribbling in a notebook. "Darius, I know I'm not an expert on dinosaurs or anything, but shouldn't these guys be with some of the older ones eating grass or whatever?" The boy in question actually paused in his star-struck gaze once the words registered, looking uncertainly towards a shack behind them that was being built in the herd in front of them with a frown. "Hey, you're right. These guys should have at least one or two older members of their species looking after them for protection from predators. I'm surprised that they managed to survive this long without them." A gasp came from the teenage girl with flora patterns on her shirt, the Apatosaurus feeling sorrow and sympathy from her as she looked at the one called Darius while still smothering her with hugs and pets. "Awa, poor little guys. Can't we help them out, Darius?" Darius paused as he took in the request, looking between the herd and the unfinished base that was still being constructed behind them, debating between finishing up their hut for safety or helping these animals back to a herd, though his hesitation crumbled when he made eye contact with the sauropod's pleading gaze. "All right, but we have to make it fast. I don't know how many other carnivores got out besides the T-Rex and Toro. I know of a spot that usually has herbivores grazing at this time of day, though someone has to stay behind and watch Yasmina since she still can't put any weight on her foot," Darius said with a calm and level look. "If we hurry, we should be done in about 15 to 25 minutes. "What?" As one, the group turned towards the teen with a blue shirt that was looking at them with bewilderment and frustration, dropping the pile of planks and wood that he was carrying on his back in a state of shock. "Oh no, I'm done getting chased by man-eating monsters. If you guys want to help them out, be my guest. I'll just stay here and finish up the shack." He turned away from the group as the Apatosaurus looked on in sorrow, feeling the immense sadness and frustration inside the teen as he continued to stack planks of wood next to a base, with the other teenagers looking on in worry at his outburst, as they too had a hint of what he was also feeling inside each of them. Darius stepped forward to try to talk to him but was stopped by another girl wearing a gray tracksuit grabbed him on his shoulders, standing with the help of the one with flowers on her shirt, looking on in sympathy as she shook her head in sorrow, knowing exactly what he was going through. "He just needs a little bit of space, Darius. Don't worry, we'll keep an eye on him." Darius looked on in guilt, knowing that his actions caused distress towards Kenji, but knew better than to argue and turn with the rest of the herbivores in Brooklyn towards the forest, missing the guilty look that suddenly passed on Kenji's face as he finished tossing the planks onto the stack, sneaking a peek at the retreating group with a sigh before going back to get more wood for their base. The young sauropod watched as the teenagers led them through the thick forest, with the boy called Darius and the pink-haired girl named Brooklyn keeping an eye out for any predators that may be lurking. The vast foliage and underbrush around them not doing much to ease their worries as the calls of the forest continued to ring out. "Hey Darius, how long is this place you said was? It shouldn't be too far off now," the boy said with a contemplative hum and a small glance over his shoulders. "Maybe another 10 or 15 minutes. Despite the reassurance, the Apatosaurus could tell that the pink-haired girl didn't feel that reassured as she anxiously looked around the trees more frantically, no doubt worried about the numerous threats that remained unseen. Feeling the anxious feeling overwhelming her, the young Apatosaurus stepped towards her while slightly nudging the human on the hip with her head, making her jump for a second with a hitched breath, but quickly calmed down seeing the kind look from the herbivore. Oh, it's just you," she bellowed in reassurance, getting a smile from the pink-haired girl as she continued to pet the herbivore as a means to calm herself, already feeling her worries ease up from the kind gesture as her eyes drift back towards the forest around her. Darius noticed the odd behavior of the sauropod with a raised eyebrow but shook his head as he focused his attention back toward the front, feeling himself frown as he recalled the way Kenji acted over his insistence to reunite the herbivores. "Hey Brooklyn." The pink-haired girl managed to divert her attention from the herbivore that she was petting to look at her friend, who frowned at the ground while making his way toward the spot where he knew where the herbivores behind him would be safe. "Did I go too far with Kenji back there?" Darius asked while rubbing his arm anxiously. "I was only trying to help these guys out." But Darius cut himself off while Brooklyn parted her lips, trying to explain the situation honestly without causing any more rifts in their group, who already felt bad enough about being stranded on the island with no way off to begin with, but were also dealing with the loss of Ben, a friend they lost during their escape from the initial evacuation just a couple of days prior. "I think that he needs a break from anything involving dinosaurs for a while." "Heck, we all do, to be honest," Brooklyn hesitantly explained as she saw Darius' brow furrow in confusion for a moment. "I mean, you can't say that all of our interactions with them have been exactly nice like these guys, can you?" Darius briefly winced at the fact before shifting his gaze towards the herbivores they were taking, with most of them absent-mindedly following along except for the young Apatosaurus, who stared back with a soft bellow in an attempt to reassure the two. "Yeah, but it's not like I can just leave them to die," Darius said with conviction. "And you're right, and we all admire that about you," the pink-haired girl admitted, much to the surprise of Darius. "But we are not heroes, Darius. We are only kids who got left behind Jurassic World with no way to get back home. Sometimes, I think we forget that when we see the amazing sights of the herbivores or have to run away from a large carnivore every few hours of the day." Darius was silent as he took in the words from Brooklyn, feeling the fact that he was stranded fully hit him as they continued to move toward their destination. Sometimes, he also forgot that he was left behind during the evacuation, seeing the once prehistoric animals roam around freely in the park, making him feel even more guilty about the way Kenji snapped at him earlier, as he now knew what he was feeling. Yet before he could say anything back, he heard a deep growl behind a thick patch of foliage, making the two humans of the group tense as one, while the young herbivore trembled at the sight of a Carnotaurus with severe burns all over his face and body. A deep growl emitted from its throat as it eyed the two teens in front of it knowingly. A Carnotaurus that Darwin and Brooklyn knew as Toro. The large carnivore growled at the sight of so many helpless prey in front of them, taking a step towards them as a means of intimidation. As Darius and Brooklyn's eyes steeled with resolve and slight fear at the sight of their foe in front of them. "Brooklyn, do it now," Darius called out, seeing the carnivore about to lunge. Brooklyn didn't hesitate at her friend's call and sent a massive wave of pink glitter towards Toro's mouth with a flick of her hair, who inhaled them and started hacking and coughing at the assault while Darius turned towards the other herbivores behind them. "Come on, let's get out of here." The Apatosaurus didn't hesitate to follow her new helpers, with the others behind her trailing behind with startled cries and worried bellows. "I thought you said there weren't any predators this way," Brooklyn cried out in worry as she heard the Toro's coughs subsiding behind them. "There weren't supposed to be," Darius called out as he struggled for a reason why the burned predator was here. "The last time I scouted this area, I didn't see anything that would cause them to move in. Maybe there was a lack of food or source of water that would cause them to move. Really not the time for one of your hypotheses or theories." The sound of a ferocious roar behind them made everyone quicken their pace behind as Toros rushed them from behind, tearing down any logs or foliage that stood in its way to get to the herbivores and as a means of revenge. Darius could see the light in front of them leading towards the plains where all the herbivores usually gathered during the day, yet was still a fair bit away from their current location, cursing under his breath at their luck as Toro roared at them once more. Brooklyn managed to sneak a peek behind them and saw that Toro was nearly biting distance on one of the herbivores near the end, making her turn towards the front to avoid witnessing such a gruesome scene as the heavy stomp started to near. "Heads up." The sudden shout from the side made both Darius and Brooklyn turn to see their friend Kenji on a nearby ledge as he threw a log with his strength toward Toro, which hit the large carnivore on the side of its head with a loud snap, the impact making the beast stumble on the ground as the wood shattered instantly, knocking the beast off his feet and unconscious with numerous splinters on his face, allowing the group to put a fair amount of distance between them and the carnivore before being able to meet up with Kenji, the two humans and long-necked herbivore looking at the arrival with awe and relief. "You came for us," Darius said with shock after regaining his breath from the entire ordeal. Kenji winced at the statement before rubbing the back of his head in embarrassment, a guilty look appearing on his face as he struggled to meet their eyes. I know that I haven't been in the best mood lately," Kenji started off with a grimace as he kept his eyes on the ground. "I was just so tired of the running around screaming our heads off from man-eating monsters and just wanted one day where we could relax without any worries." Brooklyn was sympathetic to Kenji's pleas while Darius' face took on a more guilty expression, knowing that he was usually the one that got them in danger by his fascination with dinosaurs. "But I know that you are doing the right thing," Kenji continued, much to the surprise of Darius and Brooklyn. "And scary man-eating dinos or not, we are all in this together, so I couldn't just leave you two behind." The young Apatosaurus watched as the humans shared a smile with one another, their joy and relief palpable as Darius rushed forward and encased Kenji in a huge hug, the act surprising the teen before he reluctantly hugged back, much to Brooklyn's amusement. though the moment ended when one of the herbivores behind them bellowed in discomfort, no doubt worried about when another carnivore may attack them again. So dinosaur expert, Kenji started with a large grin on his face. Where are we taking these herbivores? They're called herbivores, Kenji, Darius said with an eye roll, and it's just down this path. Darius took off towards the direction of the opening he saw earlier with the Apatosaurus and herbivores following in his footsteps, much to the amusement of Kenji and Brooklyn. Though before Kenji could follow his friend toward their destination, Brooklyn stopped him by grabbing a hold of his hand. Hey, she said as a soft smile managed to break through. Thanks again for coming back. You showed up just in the nick of time. Kenji was surprised at the kind expression on the pink-haired girl's face and turned his head away nervously, not entirely sure how to respond to her genuine praise. Well, it's like I said earlier, right? We're a team, and I wouldn't want any of you to get hurt. Brooklyn's face briefly warmed up at the statement before a sly grin formed on her face, nudging Kenji on his shoulder before heading towards the direction where Darius was heading with an extra pep in her step. Come on, I don't want to try our luck with carnivores any more than I have to. Kenji watched in surprise and awe at her confidence before a chuckle managed to break through, following the pink-haired girl with a shake of his head, though was surprised at the sight that lay ahead of him, standing in awe beside Darius and Brooklyn. Whoa, the three teens collectively gasped at the sight in front of them, a massive clearing that held numerous different kinds of herbivores ranging from the tallest Brachiosaurus to the small and nimble Gallimimus, all of them grazing on the vast foliage around them or mingling with one another with bellows and grunts. The herbivores that the Apatosaurus have been traveling with wasted no time in going towards their respective species, who looked at them with surprise and intrigue before eventually allowing them to join their herd. The younger ones now pleased and content as they grazed and mingled with others of their kind. Meanwhile, the young sauropod also saw one group of other Apatosaurus looking at the roaming infants with passive interest before lazily going back to their meals on the treetops, hesitating to join the others after being with humans for so long. Go on. The young sauropod turned in slight surprise to see Darius looking at her with a reassuring look before giving a rub on her head. The others behind him give the same encouraging look. It's okay. She took a hesitant step away from the humans that led her and the group to safety before making her way towards the herd of Apatosaurus, who looked at her with confusion and a bit of surprise, yet nonetheless welcomed her as they turned back to graze on the numerous foliage around them. The Apatosaurus bellowed in joy before taking one glance back as the teens retreated into the underbrush, looking at the three humans in gratitude and a happy bellow, one that made them turn in surprise and wave back with large grins a final time before heading back into the thick forest and back to their camp. Turning towards the others of her kind, the young sauropod momentarily looked back into the thick jungle where the teens had disappeared and wondered if there were any kinder ones like them still around. Two green-haired ones being the forefront of her mind before dismissing the thought, focusing on fueling herself with the numerous vegetation around her and learning from her elders with a pleased bellow. Under the cover of night in the thick jungle, numerous heavy footsteps pushed on through the thick foliage and trees at a nervous pace. Several herbivores such as Triceratops, Stegosaurs, and Parasaurolophus walked in front of the juvenile Apatosaurus, who looked at the group in front of her in worry before eyeing the trees around them anxiously, watching for any unseen dangers that may jump out at them. She was much taller than she was when the park first closed down, nearly a third of her full height due to the abundance of plants and foliage, yet was still inexperienced when it came to watching out for predators as she used to the other larger ones in her herd to take the role. So it remained in a group of other Apatosaurus to learn how it lived with others of her species as she grew, until the day it attacked. While she had her fair share of carnivore attacks by now, the creature that attacked them was unlike anything that she had seen up to that point. A bipedal carnivore that had deep black scales on its upper body, along with an overbite displaying rows of sharp irregular teeth, complete with elongated limbs that were disproportionate to the legs, allowing it to shift between bipedal and quadrupedal at will. Whatever this creature was, she knew that it was dangerous, leaving spines that were once on its tail and back stuck on trees wherever it went in the jungle, along with half-eaten carcasses on the floor or on rare occasions, impaled through branches on several trees, with the screech-filled roars that were unlike anything that she had heard before on the island that can be heard from miles away, leaving grass and tree bark scorched with some kind of foul smell that seemed to linger as a gooey substance was left behind. The sauropod couldn't tell if the anxious and nervous feeling was her own or due to the others around her, but pressed on as they made their way towards safety from the monstrosity roaming the park right now, but paused with the group as guttural clicking could be heard through one of the trees, making all the armored herbivores cluster together while the sauropod peered her eyes into the treetops, using her height to her advantage to get a view of the entire area in hopes of getting a view of the sudden threat. The group turned towards the sudden intruder with warning bellows and cries as they warily stepped back while the threat finally broke through the last of the underbrush and stalked their way toward them. The familiar sight of the irregular jaw and elongated forearms sent the younger dinosaurs into panic as the older and more experienced ones stood their ground, unfazed by the guttural clicks emitting from its mouth as the hybrid dropped on all fours and started to stalk its way forward. The Parasaurolophus, however, were unable to prevent themselves from fleeing from the scene in fear, gaining the attention of the carnivore as it leaped onto one of them with an unnatural screech, ending their life with a quick and sickening crunch. Using this unfortunate event as a distraction, the herd started to guide their young away from the conflict with a startled bellow, which unfortunately garnered the attention of the hybrid that looked away from the fleeing Parasaurolophus and charged its way back toward them, setting its eyes on a group of Triceratops before taking a large leap with the help of its hind legs. The last of the horned dinosaurs startled, feeling the sharp claws of the predator on its back, and turned its body sharply to throw off the carnivore, tumbling the hybrid on the ground with a startled screech before righting itself back up, going down on all fours before roaring in agitation. Meanwhile, the Triceratops stomped along the ground as sparks started to erupt from their feet and horns. A bluish glow covered the horns and frill of the herbivore as it put itself between the carnivore and the rest of the herd. With the hybrid unsettled by this confrontation and attempted to stalk around the horned creature, but was met with firm resistance as the herbivore charged ahead. Its horn and frills sparkled as its feet scorched the ground underneath it. The hybrid easily dodged the attack by leaping towards the side, hissing in annoyance at the sparkling herbivore before being met with a peculiar sight. The Triceratops widening its stance for a moment as the 3 horns on its head glowed a bright blue, sparks emitting from the 3 points at an alarming rate. Before it knew what was happening, the hybrid was struck with a large bolt of electricity that was shot from his horns, sending it off its feet as electricity coursed through its body, allowing the herbivore to bellow in triumph at its feet as the Apatosaurus watched on from afar, the long-necked herbivore feeling at ease now that the threat had passed. Yet to the shock of the 2 herbivores, the hybrid shakily got onto its feet while getting down on all fours. A low guttural clicking sound emitted from the beast as it narrowed its blood-red eyes at the horned herbivore, with small wisps of steam starting to form on its skin. A slimy gray ooze starting to drip from the back of the abomination as the clumps of gray sludge hit the ground with a hiss and disintegrated the grass and plants that it hit, all while staring down the glowing Triceratops from across the short field with a hiss. Taking a step back, the Triceratops hesitated for only a moment before charging itself up with its quirk once more while stomping its feet in an act of intimidation, bellowing at the carnivore while its horns and frills started to spark, a telltale sign that he was going to shoot off a bolt of electricity again. Yet as the herbivore was charging himself up, the hybrid didn't waste any more time pouncing on its back with the use of its elongated hind legs. Its unnatural screech filled the air as it landed on the unprotected backside of the Triceratops, knocking it out of its charge as it stumbled with a startled and pained bellow. The Apatosaurus bellowed in discomfort and worry as the smell of burned and dissolved flesh started to fill the air, the acidic sludge eating away the back of the horned herbivore as the hybrid bit down on the Triceratops' neck, forcing its head in place as it desperately tried to knock off the carnivore on its back by spinning around. Yet despite the movement and charging itself briefly with its quirk in a last attempt to free itself, the Triceratops fell onto the ground as it finally succumbed to its injuries, releasing a final breath as a blank stare started to take place and its chest stopped heaving, its strength being no match for the Scorpius Rex. The Apatosaurus watched as the carnivore monstrosity panted slightly in exhaustion due to the work needed for the kill, standing atop its victim with its hind legs with a snarl before rearing its head up into the sky and releasing a screech-filled roar, a sign of dominance over its prey with its unnatural stance on its hind legs as its cry echoed throughout the forest. The sauropod watched all of this occurring from the sidelines, hiding most of its massive body behind the vast trees and shrubs that littered the forest before releasing a frightful bellow as it turned around and ran away from the scene, hoping to reunite with the others that it came with. Unfortunately, the sudden movement caught the attention of the carnivore on top of the deceased Triceratops, eyeing the movement of trees for a moment before getting a glimpse of the long tail with the help of its thermal vision, screeching in disdain as it started its pursuit on the Apatosaurus through the forest. The Apatosaurus ran through the forest as fast as it could, knocking down any small trees and shrubs that stood in her way as it finally caught sight of the other herbivores, who were now walking slowly once more, thinking that the threat was now gone. Bellowing a warning to her companions of the incoming threat, she was dismayed when she only sensed confusion and slight worry throughout the group due to the language barrier of different species and her slight increase in intelligence, as the herbivores were more worried about her sudden appearance and behavior than her words. Yet all of them froze when the screech-filled roars started to echo throughout the forest towards them, getting all the adults to face the direction of the sound with a stance once more, too tired from the constant walking and threats to run away a second time. Watching as the monstrosity tore through the last of the underbrush, the herbivores tensed as the hybrid reappeared with a slightly startled expression before a hiss was released from its maw, relishing at the sight of so many herbivores in front of it as it got down on all fours. Bellows and cries emitted from the herbivore's side as they stood their ground against the carnivore, refusing to give in to the intimidating act of the hybrid as they stood close to one another, a show of force that is meant to drive off the Scorpius Rex. Yet despite her tall stature, the Apatosaurus couldn't help but cower as the hybrid stalked toward the group of herbivores with vigor, her quirk being no help as a means of defense and having to relief on the strength of the others around her, bracing herself as the legs of the hybrid tensed, wishing for any other way to drive the carnivore in front of her away. EOOM, tearing her gaze away from the hybrid for a moment, she watched as a massive explosion suddenly erupted from the distance behind the monstrosity, forcing the hybrid to pause in its attack toward the sauropod and the others just as the abomination was about to lunge at the group, turning to the massive flames while staring absent-mindedly at the smoke for a moment before charging toward it with a screech, leaving the herbivores behind. Momentarily stunned by the sudden change, the herbivores didn't hesitate to use this chance to escape, going deeper into the forest with the Apatosaurus following closely behind, only pausing to stare at the rising smoke in the distance for a moment before moving on. Heavy footsteps caused a group of compis to perk up, feeling the ground shake around them as they warily looked through the trees, until the footsteps rivaled those of the T-Rex, causing the scavengers to scatter as the creature finally revealed herself from the foliage. The Apatosaurus, now at full height, took a brief glance towards a volcano that was shooting out tons of smoke and ash before looking around the group ahead of her and releasing a mighty bellow, letting the others know of her presence as she made her way toward the watering hole. It was a rough 3 years here on Isla Nublar, but she managed to pull through the dangers of greedy hunters and carnivores, the ability to sense others' emotions being a key factor in helping her survive, as feelings of unease and fear around her acted as early warning systems and allowed her to escape the threat usually unharmed, even with the rise of quirks appearing in the animals around the island. While she didn't think too much about the change now, the shift wasn't an instant, as it took a combination of natural selection and the animal's rapid rate of growth to cause the change, with quirked animals having a higher chance of survival compared to those that had none to defend themselves or aid them in hunting, leading to a higher population that had quirks than those without any. She knew that she was different than other members of her species, as her ability to detect emotions and feelings made her more aware of her surroundings and herd than the average Apatosaurus, as she enjoyed going from herd to herd to see how everyone was doing from time to time, a hobby that not everyone appreciated, though she didn't mind it very much, as she was more than used to being on her own given her height and slight awareness. For now, the sauropod looked over the herd passively with the use of her quirk, happy to see that most were calm and content for the time being as they continued to graze throughout the plains and drank water, even the carnivores, allowing her to relax as she lowered her massive neck down to get a drink of water. After a couple of large gulps of water, her eyes widened as a massive wave of discomfort and unease shot up in the animals around her, looking towards a particular area of the jungle as the sight of several jeeps and vehicles suddenly broke through the forest with snares and traps at the ready, with a man at the head of the fleet of cars looking through a set of binoculars with an eager grin on his face. "There they are, boys. Get as many as you can before this island blows. We only got a limited time." She looked as some of the animals around her turned to flee, but a few stubborn ones stomped on the ground while releasing a large bellow or roar of their own, not intimated by the sudden arrivals in the slightest as they prepared themselves for combat. One such individual was a stegosaurus that was deep orange in color with red plates on its back, who quickly ignited itself in flames as two of the automobiles started to flank the animal, turning its body on a dime and swiping its ignited tail towards one of the cars that had a snare heading towards its neck, turning the car over and setting it ablaze as the person inside the vehicle let out a shout of panic, not expecting a sudden attack from the herbivore. "Watch for their quirks, men. We don't know what kind of powers we are dealing with here," the man with the binoculars shouted before he pulled out a radio from the jeep and shouted, "Alexander, Philip, I need a cool down over here." Another jeep came out from the field as several people leaped out with electric rods at the ready, startling the large herbivore for a moment before it stomped its feet on the ground where flames ignited and its sharp tail was dragged. From the group of men, two were isolated from the rest as they took their positions around the flaming herbivore, one taking in a deep breath while the other started to build up a cool mist from his hands, cooling the area in front of him as the wind from the other intensified the condition. The flames on the animal's body were blown away by the giant gust of cool air, the freezing temperatures freezing the grass around as the herbivore shivered from the assault. The Apatosaurus watched helplessly as two rifles were aimed at the stegosaurus, one shooting out a dart while another shot out a capsule filled with some kind of liquid, startling the stegosaurus as it stumbled on its feet with a sway, falling onto the ground with a drowsy bellow as ropes were wrapped around its body. The Apatosaurus watched as several other animals received the same treatment, surrounded by a fleet of people before being overpowered with their quirks and weapons. with only a few managing to escape the humans and into the surrounding jungle. Seeing this as her cue to leave, the long-necked herbivore turned to follow the last of the fleeing animals into the forest but was stopped when several of the jeeps started to surround her, the electric rods and ropes at the ready as she warily took a massive step back. "Hey Ken, I don't think this one has a quirk." She looked around uncertainly at the numerous people below them, even more so after seeing the man look up at her with a grin, removing the shades from his face to look at the creature with his own eyes. "Perfect. Should go down without too much trouble," he said before turning off towards another group that was having trouble with a triceratops. "Make sure to trank them with the dart and the suppressant just to be safe. We don't want any quirks going off on the way back to Mr. Mills." With their orders being known, they quickly went to work shooting numerous darts into her body as well as shooting a capsule that she saw earlier, feeling the changes immediately as the numerous emotions and feelings around her faded away, leaving her to look around in confusion for a moment before the massive herbivore stumbled, drowsiness and exhaustion taking over as the tranquilizer started to take effect. She reared her head upwards as a means of escaping, but several men had already wrapped snares around her neck and were a force that could not be overcome due to her state, lowering her towards the ground as several men started to shout words over to one another, before finally closing her eyes as the sound of a large helicopter started to fly overhead. Later on, the sound of chattering and startled bellows was the first thing that she heard, groggily shaking her head as the smell of the ocean and the sound of a large crane started to near her, with a giant harness being attached to her large body before the men started to leave the area. "Well, hold up a second." With tired eyes, she looked over to see the man with the shades from earlier approach beside her, carrying a green cloth in his hand that was tied at the top, approaching her with a smile that seemed friendly. Yet without her quirk, it was hard to tell. "You were a tough one to get to the docks. Thankfully, we still had time to get you on board." His string of words meant nothing to the drowsy animal, who looked on with tired eyes as his hand went to stroke her snout. The herbivore couldn't help but compare the gesture to the two green-haired people who touched her all those years ago, as the touch didn't seem at all as energetic or caring. But that could be because her senses were dull at the moment. Pausing as the man suddenly stopped stroking her and watched as the man's hand suddenly shifted into that of pliers, reaching into her mouth before getting a hold of one of her teeth and tugging on it for a moment before a big pull made her eyes widen, bellowing in discomfort as a numbing pain was felt on her lower jaw. "There, that wasn't so hard, was it?" the man said with a grin as he put her tooth inside a sack with several other large incisors before he turned towards the other people working around the docks. "Get it on board with the others, and when that raptor wrangler gets here, I want to be the first to know about it." "You got it." As the sauropod was slowly hoisted into the air, she noticed that many animals below were in the same state as her, tied down with snares and ropes on their bodies and snouts before being put into numerous cages of various sizes, which included both carnivores and herbivores of all shapes and sizes, no matter if they had different appearances due to their quirks. Helpless to change her fate, she was also confined into a large kennel of her own before being put onto a truck, which started to move towards a large ship that was docked and had several others already on board. Seeing nothing but rows of cages that had several other animals already on board, ranging from the tallest carnivores to the smallest compis, she didn't need her quirk to tell the various stages of worry and discomfort the other animals were in, already feeling it herself as she bellowed. A futile call for help that rang out throughout the ship as others joined in before her cell was finally set onto the floor. After a few more attempts that went unheeded, she huffed in gloom before lowering her head onto the ground of her cell as best she could with a disheartening bellow, making use of the time to get some sleep as the rest of her senses and quirk were still dull, closing her eyes to the sounds of bellowing animals and shouting men. Waking up to the swaying of the boat, she groggily opened her eyes to see the closed doors of the ship that was once open. Seeing the entire floor packed to the brim with vehicles and cages tilting gently on the waves didn't help with the sauropod's nausea, shutting her eyes in discomfort in hopes of steadying herself from the ship's rocking, until the hushed whisper of a soft, feminine voice suddenly appeared. "Come on, I think we will find something here." She perked up at the sudden call, one that sounded somewhat different, but strangely familiar to the herbivore during her time in the petting zoo, and was surprised at the sight of two green-haired adults that were donning odd attires and sneaking around the other cages. The long-haired woman having a purple-scaled suit donning her entire figure save for the head of hair and mask that showed a bit of her face. The green bushy-haired man meanwhile was a head taller than the woman, his broad frame carrying him with a sense of power despite the stealthy way he was operating right now. A stern expression on his freckled face while wearing a green jumpsuit that resembled a rabbit, very different than the people who captured her and dulled her senses. She managed to let out a drowsy, soft bellow that startled them while also gaining their attention, letting their wide eyes meet hers before a sigh of relief was made from the two, with the man looking around to see if anyone was coming while the green-haired woman stared at the animal with sad eyes before making her way toward the sauropod, much to the confusion of the green-haired man. "Setsuna, "What are you doing?" he hissed under his breath as frantically checked over his shoulder for anyone making routine checkups on the animals. Yet the woman's eyes were firmly set on the large sauropod, reaching a hand upward to pet the large herbivore, the animal leaning her head down to meet the heroine halfway like all those years ago. Maybe it was the way the touch was made or the way the bright blue eyes met her green ones, but a soft gasp managed to escape the woman, a look of realization taking place before a soft smile managed to take place. "Hey big guy, I told you we would come back to see you." A look of confusion took over the bushy-haired man, glancing between the two repeatedly as he hesitantly made his own way forward, before shocked understanding grew in his eyes as he reached for the herbivore himself. Disbelief in his own eyes as the Apatosaurus leaned for him to touch with a soft bellow, causing a gasp to ring out from his mouth. "It is you." Another warm bellow erupted from the animal as it looked at them with fondness, recalling that fateful day years ago in the petting zoo where they had fun and where she was rescued as hope started to build inside of her, trusting the two in front of her to get her out, no matter how long it takes. To be continued in The Jurassic Heroes, Fallen Kingdom. Okay, sadly the chapter is over, and if you enjoyed the video just leave a like, and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.